Ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Get some stuff going. Is the stream... Oh, I think it's working. It is working. Let me just confirm that I'm working on my phone. And it's looking like we're up. Yes, it is working. Whoop whoop. Apologies for my tardiness. I am a little late. Oops. The live stream appears to have frozen. Is that just everything connecting? Give it a second. Yeah, I think it's working. It looks like it's working. I'm going to rotate right and left. And then I can clearly see on my phone if the live stream is up and running. Looks like it. Yep, there we go. Okay, now I know it is working. Okay. Good. Let's have a look. I have not played the game. I kind of took a nap and then grabbed something to eat so that I could build up a reasonable amount of resources. Reasonable amounts of everything. So that I could have a check through everything that I've got. And let's see. I need to make sure that I am building troops. It's important. And I'm just making things neat and tidy on my screen. So I have started to unlock tier 3 units. We can see here I've got my first 4 of them unlocked, and I'm just building them because there's not much else to do. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to go with Cavaliers in my final Eowyn build, but I'm grabbing them anyway, and I kind of invested in some gold in here, so I'll just keep using them for a bit. I mean, it's going to be a while till I get marshals, so I suppose I'll just keep buying these anyway. I'm just going to be careful with my resources. And I've just been building these because they're the only other ones that I've got unlocked. I'm trying to get the other stuff, the other tier 3s unlocked as soon as possible. But it's not so easy. So you can tell most of my combat armies at the moment, I am going to be using sharpshooters and Dinnerdanes. That's all I've got unlocked for tier 3, and it's much better than using tier 2s. I am spending some cash to slowly increase these, sort of like up to that early cap. It's easy to get these upgraded to like 5s and 6s. Beyond that, it kind of slows down a little bit on how fast you can upgrade them. So you can see the bow knives, I only just got those recently today, and already, you know, I could easily get them up to here. I'm just being a bit cautious with my gold here. I want to keep some in supply. It is the weekend though, so dragons and balrogs are up, so I'm in a channel here, and handy enough they post, for the server wide, everybody posts their dragons and their balrogs here. So if you don't have this in your server, be the first person, be a genius, set this channel up and just invite people. Just go into your world chat and just post in here, hey guys, I've got a channel specifically for balrogs and for dragons, and then you can quickly find everything that you need to find, which is really, really useful. I'm gonna guess there's nothing near me. You can check on this attack button here. You can click on it. It does show you where the nearest one to you is. That is in range of something that I have. I will have to move over to this fort, but I could put a hit into that one. Okay, I will share that one to the event Balrog. Has it been shared? No. Actually, it makes sense for me to get closer to it first. I kind of don't want to share that one before I can get anywhere near it and do any damage. And I'm having the same problem now. I remember I said last week, and I've had a couple of comments about Eowyn for the starting character, and I said I've been kind of a little bit disappointed, and if things had been different, I would have not used her for my starting. I still stand by that. I think she, the cavalry, yes, okay, she's really good, but using the cavalry early game, there's not a whole good load of units. I'm only just now unlocked bow knights to put into that army, and I'm still using tier 2s, and sort of like midweek I was still using tier 1s in there. So I think Eowyn's a bit of a gamble to go compared to maybe Gandalf and Lego, who you know, you can easily build up and get the farming going for those. But oh well, we'll see. I'm going to see if I send her over there to that dragon, she's going to get nailed pretty hard. I sent her before to one to kill some dragons and left her there for 2 hits, and her armor was nearly wiped out, and that's a lot of tier 3s to deal with. So I think I've got to send over Gandhi. But I don't have any tanks for him. Balls, Gandhi. What do I do now? See, Dunedains are a tier 3, so it's kind of questionable sending them in because, okay, they do a lot of damage, but they're not really they're not a tanky unit, so they're going to get hit and hurt pretty hard. To be fair, Rangers aren't particularly that great either. That army just lacks a tank. Oh dear. Oh dear. And I have been using shield bearers at the moment while I try and unlock stuff. But there we go. I don't know what to do now. I'm a bit all over the place. I should probably convert him into a dragon killing army, so I need to retrieve some tanks from maybe I'll retrieve some tanks from Lego. Switch them over into his army. Let's post the information, contents, live stream, copy. Okay, I'll just post the information for the live stream up. Saturday, week 2. Is up and running for anyone with nothing to do. Right, let me just post that in certain places. Post that there, and I will post it here and on the Lord of the Rings stream. There we go. Okay, I've posted that here and there in different places. And let me get back to the stream. So we can see that I'm going to try and salvage my tank units. I did put my tank units originally on Legolas. What I've got, remember I said I'm not doing too well with tanks. I'm using Dunedains there. Actually, he doesn't have a whole load of tanks either because I'm using those for DPS. I'm just short of unit unlocks at the moment. I probably should have prioritized getting Guardians, but I went instead for cavalry. Again, probably another slight disadvantage to going for Eowyn, and you're kind of compelled to grabbing those cavalry units. So I do have 2 of those. So I'm trying now to make this. I'm trying to make this Balrog Dragon army, and if I take 763 of those, it's still not going to be a whole load of defensive units for Gandalf to go with. Oh dear. I suppose I could take the archers, the tier 2 archers out, put in more put in Dunedains, and then switch those over, maybe switch rangers over for siege breakers and hope that they survive. Let's give that a shot and hope the Dunedains are slightly more durable. We'll see. What? Why am I over there? I grabbed a level 200 tile early on in this week. I may do. I'll definitely try and grab another 200 today it should be pretty easy. I think 230 is probably still a little bit too difficult. They increased the level difficulty for those bigger tiles. There's better commanders gear, and they've got more commander points, so they're a little bit trickier. But the Balrogs, like I say, you just have to be careful. They don't mince through your stuff. So I'm going to take from Legolas my tanks. Unfortunately, I don't have a whole load of them. Oh, save that. And then I'm going to have to bring Gandalf back before I send him over to the dragons, because he's over here farming XP on the dragon. So let's bring him back. Ugh. I always forget that, and that's so annoying. You recall them and they choose to recall. I had it one time and my tile was here and my base was here, but because I'd increased my area, I'd actually sent the unit out to like the very edge of my range to build a fort, and then I'd seen like a tile to come and grab back, so I used Eowyn because she was fast with the cavalry speed. So I brought her back and I claimed the tile, and then stupidly enough I just thought, oh yeah, I'll just recall and then I'll come back over here. And I recalled and oh, I was so angry at myself. I was like, right, okay, so now I've got to use a speed up to get it back to the fort, and then I've got to use a speed up to recall it and get it back. It's just that summon button's a bit of a pain. You've got to go all the way back to your main base and then click it. So I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Recall this army. Hello, Reversa Libra. Hope you are okay today. And your week has gone well. Our week is kind of a bit messy so far, but there we go. I'm gonna upgrade. I know everybody said don't use Thorin, and he has been a bit of a problem. He has been a little bit disappointing with his output, but never mind. I kind of got lured by the temptation. So there we go. Let's show more of those in. That should do. I just hope those 600. I need to change them. 1 day in season 2 at the moment. Wow, so you are right in the thick of everything going off. So everyone's sort of like jumping on. The carnage is everywhere. Everybody's feeling around. Who's the strongest faction? All those type of things. Yeah, we have that. It's actually, I've got a list of topics for today that I'm going to cover in today's live stream. So I'm going to talk about the equipment box, which unlocks in it unlocks here. We've just did it. We just did it. We just factions arrives. This box here, and how disappointing and saddening this box is. I've heard that people have been in outrage on the Discord. It doesn't surprise me. I've not even been. I was just too disgusted to post about it. I figured everybody else would. So we're gonna have a look at that box and how bad it is. And do not waste Mathams. Do not save Mathams. Do not. To be honest, I wouldn't even look at the box. Yeah, it's that disappointing. We're going to talk about season 2 politics in general. Sort of like how we've been in it a week. Why is it bad? Because they've decided that it's an equipment only box. So there is nothing but only equipment in the box. And you would think, okay, well, that's fair enough. Maybe they'll give us some really good chances of winning stuff. 2.7% chance of a flawless equipment. There is a 2.3% on the normal chest where you can win all the other stuff, all the other characters, all the other unlocks. You know, okay, it might be 0.1% chance for a gold character, but you've got to be in it to win it. This, they give you 0.4% chance of a better equipment and the loss of everything else. There is also a double chance compared to a normal box of an exquisite equipment, but to be fair, if you're going to use gems to unlock gear, the tips, you get those like sort of, every other day you get like a tip option to buy gear for 1,000 gems, and there's other better things to use rather than, I've had people and they've told me that they've bought maybe 50 of these boxes and they've received sort of like 1 flawless equipment and maybe 4 or 5 purple, and they said that's not much better than what the normal draw look would be in a commander box with everything else that they get. So it's just a little bit disappointing. You've got to buy 5 boxes to guarantee 1 purple. Generally, when I open 5, how often do I get a purple item? Probably less than 5 boxes, maybe. The supposedly great thing about this is that you can draw 50 times and you get a guaranteed gold. So if you're going to drop 100 gold chest, 100 opens on it, you're going to get two flawless equipments for guaranteed. And then I think the stats work out on average that you'll get another 2 from draw of luck. So I don't know. I just think it's a fairly disgusting box because there's only 2. If you're on the roleplay server, there's only 2 chests on the season progress. So it's not. I would rather have anything else but this. You know, just these flawless equipment tables. I'm looking for all the different guys. I was banking on it. I was ready to drop like 100. I would have 100 opened a chest with Theoden in it. Or I maybe even, probably not 100, I would maybe 50 box open something with Arwen and Lego. Probably nothing with Gimli, but I was ready. I was ready, and I was here. You know, I was like, okay, it's going to be Lego Arwen, or it's going to be Theoden and Yowen, and it was bollocks. Hi, people are already changing faction. They are on our server 0002, have been for the last couple of weeks, and again that's the second point that we're going to discuss later on today, or maybe fourth point. Third point, size of factions and the space limitations, and whether actually in some way you're better to be like a medium size than a large alliance, because it's very, very hard to grow in a large faction with a lot of people in the same spaces. Fourth is a disappointing distribution. In our server there are 3 or 4 that are dead, and everybody who's in is just changing to all those. I don't know, Reversa Libra, you're only 1 day in, so I don't know if it's too early, but I would suspect maybe tomorrow or the day after or anything, you will look through and see that there's 2 or 3 factions that are dead in the water, and there's 1 or 2 that's just gone. Yeah, so it's tough, it's painful. And I was a little bit upset about that because I thought maybe this season they would have got things a little bit better, and they would have allowed better distribution. But there we go. That's a lot of draws. I already finished the first chest and got both tier 2 commanders. Not too bad. Not too bad. I finished 1 and I got enough to unlock 1, but I've not done it yet because I've not decided. It's not a necessity, so I've just left them unlocked. 6th day on season 2, going strong as Linden. Linden are also doing well on our server. They are definitely sort of up there in the tops. They are 5th and 6th. So it's pretty good when you have 2 there in the top 6, and they're well represented down here as well. 15 and 22, 27. So it's not like they're just like 2 or 3 at the top and that's it. They do have a reasonable amount. I think somebody did a math calculation of power or something, and they're supposed to be second on ours, 2nd or 3rd, so it's pretty good. On my second season 2 server, Gondor was full after the first 12 hours. Yeah, Rohan was full on ours after the first day. I think you guys saw maybe last week when I was talking about it, that did fill up really, really quickly. So it's just an unfair distribution. I don't even know if all of the factions, I'm guessing not, are full yet for this server. I think last I heard, Linden and Rohan were the first 2 to fill. Now it's still just those 2. It's just those 2. And there's still like nobody in Isengard, nobody in Rune, nobody in, I think there's 1 faction in Erebor, there's 1 faction in Arnor. Sorry, 1 fellowship, sorry. Not particularly strong, so. This season, this is 0002, so we are on like day 9 or something. I'm slowly building back up again. I am still trying to push to unlock cavalry and things. You can see the certain things that I prioritize. So I've got my bow knights there. I need to unlock cataphracts, which I need iron 4. You can see the ridiculous situation where my economy is just bent completely out of shape because of the tiles that were available. Did not leave me a whole lot to work with. Luckily, I pretty much focused entirely on my market upgrade buff pretty quickly so that I could switch everything around and give myself the resources that I need. I'm kind of upgrading the horseman stable and the quarters at the same time, so I should unlock cataphracts. I think it's at 8, I think. It's 8. So I need just that to go, and then one more set round, and then I will unlock Cataphracts. Then at least I can make a full cavalry army for Eowyn. Cataphracts, Cavaliers, and Bow Knights until I get Marshals unlocked, which might be a short while. I think... Have I not completed this? Oh, right, okay. I've not been doing that. That's why I wondered why my server progress hadn't improved, and it's not improved because I that's the thing that I need to upgrade, and I wasn't paying attention. It does actually show you, and I'm just terrible at noticing this, at the top left of the building screen here. The icon is actually the things that you need for the quest. And normally I spot them when they're down here, but with it being up there and hidden, I think I probably discount this a lot. That's probably why some of these were really low and I've not focused on them. I really miss Red Book. It was for good for resources. I think everybody's said that's like a day's loss. The Red Book, by far. You're in trouble without the Red Book. You really need the daily like 2 or 3 boosts. Sorry, I'm gonna just quickly find that dragon again and send this over and out near to it. I will need to go to this. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't sort out his units. They only just got recalled. So let's take out one of the DPS and just add in some more. What's that? Take those out. Ugh. Do I really only want 763 tanks and hope they survive? I just one hit tap with him. I'm just going to hit the dragon one time and then recall. So I'll go in a bit light on tanks and hope they survive. Flops into chat. Hello, Tikosh. Welcome to the stream. Hope you've had a good week. I think you've probably, and you'll probably echo some of the comments that I make later on when I am complaining about certain situations with the faction space, which makes a huge difference. And what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going for that dragon. It's been terrible. I've had a horrible week. I've had a horrible. I mean, I was kind of just struggling last week, but growth this week has been terrible in the game. Oh no. No, do not kill this. You evil heathens. I'll try and get him over here as soon as possible. 12 minutes. 12 minutes? Want to become famous. Buy followers, primes, and viewers on star. Wow. Star. It's crazy how fast the chapters go, Not even one day passed and we had the dragon and Balrogs pop up. Yeah, that's the same for us last week, and it was just crazy. It's like there's no way. Everybody, I don't think you could theoretically even kill it at all in any way. There's just no way. You know, you just have to grin and bear it and just see them mocking you, because I desperately wanted the gold. If I could kill it, if I could get the gold, it would sort out all of my finances. I'd be good for the week, and that's why I'm trying to get some kills in now. Actually, that reminds me, I did get kills in before, and I didn't open the chest. So let's open this chest to begin with and see what I get. Which is I was wondering why my cash was a bit low. So I remember the starting ones that you only get 75,000. This was not worth what I lost. Not worth it at all. I should have got in. Gandalf's by far the best character. Gandalf or somebody like a Healy Arwen or something like that. Any sort of like heal builds, because it doesn't matter if you only do a little bit of damage. You just need to get on the top 5 of the damage board. You're ruling. Thanks for tuning in. At least next week will be better. Fingers crossed. Unless we start getting pegged back, and then we don't have any more space to expand. We've got so many people in the faction. I wonder when the event for upgrading gear comes in. Was it straight from the beginning or some days after? Oof, good question. And I cannot remember. I cannot remember that far back. Yeah, it's worth checking that one out. It's a waste of troops since the rewards are so low at the moment. It is true, but I mean, if you like to, if other people are going to go in there and do the damage for me, then I'll sneak in and get 75,000 gold. I don't have an issue doing that. So I mean, let's have a look. The damage table so far. So I'm probably going to need to do what, maybe 60, 70,000 to get something from that. 75,000 gold is it's a couple of unit upgrades early on. But yeah, pretty much that's all you need early on. The gold, you're not really building a whole lot of forts, although saying that, I did need to spend a point on my ring power for an extra forts because I ran out straight away. Sort of like here. I kind of, because my base is here, that's why there's double overlap, and there's an alliance fortress here. Probably need to build something over here, because I think we're supposed to be taking one of these cities later today, and I'm nowhere near the position to take it. So, my progress has been horrible too. No tiles went to northeast of Ashen Plains, so you're over here, and was followed by CZSK, followed my line, and now the tiles are gone again. Yes, it is tough. It is tough over here. It's tough everywhere, basically. We've got so many people in the faction, no matter where you go. I think I was kind of lucky. I managed to get into Fanghorn fairly early on, and I had Eowyn like making off killing the units, and I repositioned. I relocated over here, and as I was moving into Fanghorn and coming through, getting tiles, there was so many people. I would expand into like this area. I would maybe get 4 or 5 tiles, and then I would go to sleep, and then when I woke up, everything in that vicinity had gone, and I would creep into the next area. But I did that kind of like 3 or 4 times and managed to get about 20 tiles, and then the whole of Fanghorn was then taken. Even now, like 200s are starting to get difficult to find anywhere, unless you're going to go for wood. It's just disastrous. But there's no real place to expand yet, and now we're only just increasing those areas up, and everybody is flying to those areas, so it's just a gamble. Luckily though, because everybody's moved over to those eastern sides, I'm actually managing to finally get to sweep, which is something that I missed a lot from last season. You know, the experience, get it nice and cheap. You can get the food that you lack, because I tend to go light on food tiles. You don't really need to go heavy on food tiles if you're going to be able to sweep a lot, because you can grab the resources from them. Outside of my range. Where am I? Where is she? Let's put a dot on that. Let's come back to it. I mark them because they're so hard to find anything. You can see my maps around here where I've marked things. Okay, let's bring her back over here. She should be over here because the tiles that she can kill, the sweeping is over on this side because she's a bit higher. Usually my Legolas should be on near my base because the tile stuff down there are a little bit lower. I don't quite know how it works. I don't know how it works with the spawns for the sweeps. Whether there's a set lock in a certain area, but I've noticed that the stuff in the Ents is already 25, 30, whereas the other areas stopped at 15 or 20 as the cap has increased. So I'm guessing there's sort of like a hard level limit on certain areas. So like this region counts as a lower level area, so the stuff maybe maxes out. I don't know of the scale, but it definitely seems to be it. You need to do 5%. Yes. Yep, you do need to be at 5%. I also I apologize for the layout of the stream. Adam went through the hard process of making me a full new screen. I've just been so busy this week and ended up working a lot today, so I just didn't have time to put it all in and test it all out, and I didn't want to put all the coding in, and then it sort of like erupts and destroys, and my computer sets on fire, and everyone dies. So I will try and get that sorted. So I want to do it in the midweek, you see, and then if there's a problem with it, then I can phone Adam and be like, oh hey, what do I do? So it just is that way. reminder for the chat who didn't see the podcast last night. Yes, we are going to do a Vermintide 2 special for 1,000 subscribers, which is interesting because we've never actually all played the same game at the same time. We've had 3 of us play Dark Alliance, I think. Yeah, we did once or twice. This will be the first time where all 4 of us have actually bothered to get the same game, so that will be interesting. Let's have a look. Point Master, thank you again. He's desperate to sell me those followers and viewers, which is delightful. Lyndon is now full points at streaming chat in game. Streaming chat in game. Let's have a look. What Takash was showing. I managed to get a few. Okay, just to clarify, you're using Entile to mock battle. Use Entile to mock battle? No, use Entile here to farm experience. Yeah, I posted a video on. I posted the video on a while ago, like a few weeks into the last season, about how to Ent farm, because the Ent farm, the 2 armies on the Ents give you 100,000, just under 100,000 XP per kill. So what you want to do is kill the army, and then you get 200,000 XP for your army, and then you will leave the tile and you'll come back, and then the army spawns again after 1 hour, and you launch again and you kill the army again, and you just keep farming that. So it's 200,000. It's 200,000 experience. But if you are sat in a place with 2 Ent tiles near each other, you know, you can sort of like hit. There is a space where there's like 3 Ent tiles together. You can hit 1 Ent tile, grab the 200 experience, pull back, heal, send more reinforce, and then hit another Ent tile for another 200,000. You can really pile up the experience using the Ent farming technique. The key is to not breaking down the siege value. So when you get near to killing it, if you do 2 hits and it's on like 10 or 20% health, then I recall my army. And then the siege value doesn't go down. I only lose a little bit of experience, and I just keep hitting. So that is key. I missed a question. Can you show how much ring points you've put into sweeping this stage of the game? Not many. I get distracted all over the place. So my priorities, as always, I went for control first because I wanted the extra ability points for mock battling. Then I shoved over and I went into powerful sweeping because I want the plus 10% against stationary armies. Then I swept back over for stamina and experience, so like those 2 at the same time. And now I've only just started. I've had to grab 1 in forts because I ran out of forts for my expansion. Now I've pushed back over to effortless sweeping and efficiency, which are the 2 ones just to save my stamina on my heroes so I can do more with them. I should be grabbing abundant power as well at some stage for the extra commander physical damage, but yeah, that's kind of my layout. I don't like this side over here. I think it's a bit of a waste. I think the resource gains so little that it's just not worth bothering on. Again, over here, fortress is not essential. If I didn't have as many forts, I wouldn't really have bothered with battle lines. So pretty much your next area of expansion should really be down in this south side tree. Whether you're going to be sweeping a lot or whether you're going to be mock battling a lot, you can sort of like fight between the 2. I don't really think it makes a huge difference depending on what you're doing. Sweeping, if you're doing a lot of sweeping. Really, I probably shouldn't have gone a lot into sweeping early on because I couldn't sweep. There was just nothing. Some of my lower commanders just haven't leveled up because I just could not find anything to attack. Because it was so overloaded in the space. So if you are getting to sweep a lot, then go on the sweeping side. Grab your reduced cost stamina so you can get out, you can do more sweeping, you can get more experience, and you can probably go over here and get sweep XP. If you're not getting to do that and you're relying more on your mock battling, then over here, probably not the grain cost is not too essential. Although I don't know, I'm a little bit biased because the first node of a level that I always get is food. So you can see here I got a food. Why? Because then if I need to, then I can grab the food that I need to then mock battle. It's a nice little sort of like circle. Although I also need iron now. Hello, Juan. Hello, Lopez. It's going okay. We're just getting into the start of the stream, and we'll start to move through some of the topics. And remember, if there's stuff that you want to say, you can post it in the comments. Or later on, I will open up, like we did last week, hopefully it works, I will open up drop in and chat on the Discord. It's going to be a different Discord server this week. I used my fellowship's Discord last week, and then there were raised eyebrows as just random people were coming on, and I was in a chat room and I was getting messages saying, oh my god, is there a meeting, is there an emergency, what's going on? I had to explain, like, oh no, sorry, I'm just using this for people to join the live stream. We will use the mag one today because that's probably the right place for it. So there will be a different Discord link for the drop-in and chat, but that will be the stable one. That will be the one for future live streams. I won't change any more. I promise. That will be the Discord that we'll use in future times. In future times, we will use that one. Yes. Don't forget to use good streaming as always. Can you show your commanders, items, and levels right now? Of course I can. I have mixed and matched a few things around and upgraded some bits and pieces. So Eowyn, here is my Eowyn that I've focused mainly on. She's 38. She's going to get to 40 soon. Again, I'm a little bit disappointed with her abilities at killing units without that big heal. But never mind. I looked out last season, I got Reach of the Riddermark, I got this item, and I got another one as well, which was good because it's allowed me to upgrade it up twice to dual level, so damage plus 6% for my mounted. It's pretty much the go-to piece of gear for any of your cavalry. You know, it's just everything that you need. So you definitely need to go with this one if you've got her. The Scout Mail, why not? Speed, might and speed with extra speed. Yep, whatever, any day. Horseman's Helm, I have not managed to get another Horseman's Helm yet, so I have not been able to upgrade it. But Light Cavalry, I'm not entirely it's really that useful. I'm not entirely sure I'll be using a whole load of Light Cavalry. We will see later on. Damage dealt on second attack plus 10%. Whatever. But of course, with the mounted unit defense bonuses, it pretty much speaks for itself. And I've gone with the Wizard's Firework simply because we are bordered to Gondor, and we have been fighting them recently, and they have already started to use Oathbreakers, so they are immune to physical damage, and it causes a little bit of a problem. So I started gearing up her level and started on Hunter's Mark. Just for the first 3 rounds, I can get Pursuit, which negates their physical damage avoidance. So I'm just going to keep pushing on that. You can see I will keep upgrading it when I get bits, but I kind of run out of purple items. So that's what I've gone with for her and the rationale. With Gandalf, he was a bit easier because I didn't have a whole load of need for focus gear. I went with the Elven Dirk. Why? Because I've got Pierce, so after the commander attacks, deals 40% physical damage. That's because he has his heal ability in his first tree that says whenever he deals damage, he potentially triggers a heal, 50%. So more attacks, especially from gear, potentially triggers it again. So over the sort of 10 rounds, 40%. He deals 10 more attacks, 50% chance of heal. I get 5 more heal triggers from his ability. I used the Mithril Coat. I can't remember why. I don't think I had another good body piece that was purple, so I figured, oh, why not? I may as well use an unreinforced gold. So I just put Mithril Coat on there. Not super essential, but yeah, whatever. I gave him full helm again. I was struggling just for gear for him. I thought I had more focus gear. I don't. So he's a bit questionable on these, but whatever. He's there just more as a tank rather than doing anything damagey wise anyway. And I went with the Harp of Lothlorien with another heal effect just to increase his sustainability. Then I have my Thorin, who is going heavily on might. You see already 297 might, not bad for a level 33 character, with his nice tasty axe. Doing might and inflicting defense down, which is good because he has a defense down his ability anyway at tier 3, respect 3. Might defense again with damage avoidance. Huge might with damage plus 5% for our units. I don't like this ability because he's not really about damaging units, so. And I've got a hit lane on him just because it's the only piece of might gear that I had, and another heal boost on him. with Lego, which I'm slowly working on. He's got my last of my decentish gear. I've gone with a battle axe with ignoring defense. I've gone with a scale mail with bonus might. Full helm with damage received for men minus 1%. And another Hithlane. It's all I had left for bonus might, but and gear is looking thin on the ground at this stage because I got rid of a lot. So they're kind of what I've gone with. I've got loads of blue and other bits and pieces ready for other commanders. Loads of like fully maxed up blue gear. You will find, by the way, don't be tempted to go with purples and golds all the time for your commanders. If you don't have the gear to meld up and get them all into place, you may find that fully leveled up gear, 3-star blue gear, ends up giving you better stats than what you would get from a 1-star purple anyway. So don't be worried about using blue if you have to. It's just the way it goes. Let's see. I usually max harvest and do a full day of gathering resources if I need to get some big. Next day, go to mock battles. Yeah, I can understand that. That's probably the solid plan. I tend to use... oh, wait, I've gained an increase in here. What am I going to say? I tend to use for a mix of harvesting and mock battles. And I like I said, yeah, I can understand it's a pretty good idea just to get everything ready and get all of your resources ready. Tikash on it, let's block these bots. Thank you. Cheers, yeah, I flip between sweeping up battles and trying to find a good balance between them. Good. Very nice. Reach. Oh, yeah, don't forget about that dragon. Before the others kill it. Dead. Where are we at? That's okay. Right, Gandhi. Let's go in. We'll see how he's doing. 36,000 versus 122,323. That is a shoe-in, Gandhi. You're made for it. And it's a dragon, dude. It's not even a Balrog. You don't have to non-shall pass that bullshit. You can just go in there and just give it a big conky wonk. Wouldn't Carver with Smite be better with Gandalf as a weapon? Let me... I do have a... Where's my... Oh, no. I ate my Carver. Did I eat my Carver? Ooh. Yes, that might have accidentally got sacked, but I think my ability on it was rubbish. I did have a Carver. I think a lot of stuff last week early on, I just ate it all into the other pieces of gear. Worth remembering, guys, I'm sure some of you know this, some of you may not. When you upgrade it the first stage with your strengthen, it increases the stats. Then when you've got 1 star in it, you can refine and you can upgrade the ability. Now, upgrading the ability only costs 1. You just have to have a matching item. So with a lot of these, don't be like using, if I get a superior hullbuck, I don't want to use the superior hullbuck with increasing the main level of the scout's mail, because I want to match that one. I want to match it to the same gear for the gold upgrade. If the gold ability is worth it, but if the gold ability is not worth it, there's probably no reason to upgrade it. But also saying that, when you choose to dismantle things or when you choose to upgrade other pieces, you can eat other pieces of gear. And after you've upgraded the piece of gear, you get like tokens or things for the stuff above and beyond the amount that you will eat into that gear. So say this piece requires 3 upgrades, and I have like 1 item over here, and this already has like this has 6 upgrades, let's say, and this requires 2 to upgrade, and I eat this into here. I will eat the 2, and then I'll get 4 like tokens, and then I can use those to upgrade other pieces of gear. So don't be afraid about upgrading your stuff. I was early on, and I didn't realize there wasn't really much to be afraid of. You do get the stuff back to be able to tinker around, so that's kind of a nice ability, and I've not seen that in some other games where if you eat it, it's gone. You're kind of stuck with that piece of crap. In this, it's not quite so bad. So I want to move on to my first topic for today. For some of you, you've already seen what I was going to complain. You might be saying, oh, he's going to complain. What a surprise. I feel like this complaint is justified, and for those very early on into the stream, you can see how bad this chest is. This is the second chest available at Server Progress 6. Exotic Treasures. Contains 3 pieces of equipment, and you draw 50 times for a guaranteed flawless equipment. 50 draws, 50 Mathams for 1 guaranteed flawless equipment. Wow, a bit disappointed, you may say. You may say, well, I suppose at least the percentage chances of the drop, they've got to be pretty good, right? I mean, the gear's all about, the box is entirely about gear. I have no chance of grabbing anything else. I have no chance of grabbing commander experience. I have no respect. I have no chance of getting a token for character unlock. So all of this is kind of, you know, okay, it's fine as long as my really good chance of getting pieces. Well, no. No, no, no. Now, don't get excited. You have a 2.7% chance of a flawless equipment drop. The normal chests have 2.3%. You have a 0.4%. A 0.4% bonus. Wow. There is a much better chance of getting of purple gear, 19.9. I think the regular one is about 10%. Let's have a look. I think it's about 10%. 10%. So, okay, they double the chance of you getting purple gear. But I mean, seriously, that is still disappointing. I said before, you've still got to open 5 chests to guarantee a purple. So 5 chests, you've got to spend 2,000 gems for a guaranteed, not for guaranteed, sorry, for an average-based purple drop. Now, for 1,000, you will quite frequently see tips turned up that say, spend 1,000 and buy a purple piece of gear for a guaranteed purple. Oh, also I am getting random. Oh, that's pretty good. Also, sweepy extra experience is always good. I'll grab some extra experience. So yeah, there are better ways. I think there are better ways to guarantee those purples. I hear what people are saying. They really want the purples. There are better ways to get the purples. And you've got to open 50 times to get one piece of guaranteed. I think I worked out, like I said, with 100 box unlocks, you're going to average maybe 4 pieces of gold gear. But I've already heard of people who've invested 50 unlocks on this. They have not had good luck with it. And not just 1 or 2 people. I've consistently heard people on our server with lots of whales that have said they have not done well with this chest. So, what's up, man? I hope your season 2 is going great. Ugh, my server officially ends today. T-8 hours. Woo, woo, woot. Disappointed. This season has been good. The game is good. I've been impressed. Apart from that horrible chest, the faction has been a little bit more complicated. An overloaded faction that fills up on day 1 when we're on day 7 or 8. Maybe more, 8 or 9, and there's only one other faction still full, has caused us all sorts of problems with expansion and growth, which has limited progression a little bit and been a bit infuriating. Question, do you have a 2-day wait period after your server ended before your new server started? We had a 2-day wait period, but the game was still up. You still played the game. It only went down for like 2 hours for us. Again, everything comes with a proviso that I don't entirely know newer servers, because I think with the original servers, those first servers coming through, they hadn't entirely decided everything about mixed servers, roleplay servers. They were probably coding things, dealing with all the dilemma. I don't know if they had to buy time, and that was with the slow switch between seasons. But saying that, it was 8 weeks, and they said it would be a minimum of 2 months, and it was 2 months or something. So there was a 2-day, there's 2 week from after our server progression finished, then there was a 2-week registration, and then there was a 2-hour game downtime. And then it came back up. I misread that and thought you got 3 flawless for 50 draws. 3 flawless? If I got 3 flawless, then I may consider that. You know, you go for 100 and you get 6 plus the 2 from the average, so 8. I could see it maybe being worth it, but 1 is utter doggy doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yes, just here I did 5 and regret it. I saw it immediately and went, nope, you are not going to get me. There are many ways to get me, but that is definitely not one of them. Did I not send her out? Oh no, I moved her over here to do some sweeping, and then I didn't send her out yet. So there should be a pin down here for a nice easy army for her to kill and grab some nice experience. And just load back everybody up. you can kind of see the armies. Like I said, I've got 4 tier 3 units up, and I'm trying desperately to get more ready and unlocked. Cataphracts are slowly coming. We can see that I am upgrading the quarters to 7, so they need to go up to 8, and I'm upgrading the stables to 4. So sort of like that will finish and that will finish, and then I will need to upgrade that one more time, and then after that I'm going to go and get my dwarven tanks. I think I'm going to get guardians. There's been no particular, well, the ease of unlocking them, so I grabbed my 2 tier 3s from my table, my 3 tier 3s, and I've kind of been using the sharpshooters. I think the sharpshooters aren't too bad because they're a men unit, so my stuff that works with men are okay. Probably better than the sentinels, who do have better stats, you know, guaranteed, so like 26.5. I will start making sentinels at some stage because the sentinels, there are those new characters, Anadue and the Baltha Manura, and they do have abilities on them that make you do the minimum of your damage table. So Sentinel is going to be a really good counter to that because, okay, I only do 26 instead of 27. Things like axe throwers are going to get murdered, you know, basically doing 5, and the humans are also going to get clipped a little bit at 16 to 25. So, yeah. Just grab me. I will back in 1 second. I'm going to grab a drink, then I'll finish off answering those questions. Bear with me. I will follow this to the dragon as I quickly go, and I'll be back in 1 second. Oh, sorry. Real life aggro. Is that my does it sound noisy? Does it sound noisy in my background? If it sounds noisy, it's I didn't switch my laptop to a setting. Where's my NVIDIA settings? Last week I turned it to quiet because it was making a little bit too much noise. Where's my NVIDIA? NVIDIA control panel. What are we set to? Was it the NVIDIA? Or is it my Dragon Center? There we go. Scenario silent, gaming mode off. It should be quiet. Should be quiet. Wait, now I can't close this window. Oops, daisy. Let's skip. There we go. Silent mode. It's on silent. It should be relatively quiet, I hope. Right. Back to answering these questions. My apologies. So let's see. That's the answer I wanted. I wasn't sure if we could play in those 2 days or not. You're awesome. No worries, man. Glad I could help. I added the link to Blue Stacks on Twitch if you want to play Lord of the Rings like Phil. Cool. The top 4 fellowships on my server are all merging into Gondor next season to dominate, but after you just said a full faction is making how to expand and grow, I'm kind of worried about now. The same thing happened in ours. A lot of groups from old servers, friends or foes, end up coming to the same faction in here. What happened, though, unfortunately, was kind of 2 or 3 of them all went to Rohan. So I suppose if you end up with that mixed out onto the groups, you're okay, because 4 fellowships you can easily get along into one space. For us, the problem was, I think we had server 17, server 5, and server 4. All the winners from those servers, or strong people had grabbed more, all went to Rohan. That's why we filled up the server, the faction after 1 day. It was a problem. It is a problem. It's not a problem with one group. I've seen it loads on ours now. The other server, some of the other big groups in the other factions, I think from LotR and from Angmar, they are groups that have come from the last game and last season, and they're doing well. They're okay. They're dominant. They're like the 3 strongest fellowships, and they can dominate politics and decide. The disadvantage was just on ours, and I will come to that because server 2 politics was also something I wanted to discuss, and it's to do with that. If you come and you are from your previous server, or there's not a whole load of people and you can dictate the server politics, it kind of runs a little bit like server 1 in that one group or one cluster of group who probably have a lot of harmony from server 1 can decide politics and make it all running. Our group has been calamitous and just, I want to say dreadful. And it has been dreadful because nobody can agree everything. We're going around in loops. We've been 9 days of discussing things, and there's still uncertainty and votes and everything. It's been complicated, and it kind of adds an extra layer of complexity to the diplomacy game, which is already difficult. But when you've got maybe 9 strong fellowships and they all want different things, and they're all wanting and have links to maybe different groups or different people from previous servers that makes them biased with their decision making, it becomes very, very complicated. Very complicated. I'm already recruiting Cataphracts, but I don't have the tier 3 bonus. I'll trade you. You send me some Cataphracts, I'll send you some Bonites. Question about day 1. Do you need to take level 1 tiles first? We can skip them if you have a good damage dealer. You can, but you need to get to those tiles. Don't forget. So you probably do need to build some roads out to get some stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. He probably wasn't the right commander to send. How did he do that poorly? Probably because I just didn't send enough tanks. Is that what happened? Probably. I was thinking that when I launched it. But I have done 10% as damage. I mean, it's got rid of a lot of some of my rubbish units that I don't really need. But that's a bit painful. More painful than I would have liked for those. I am now on 86,000, and how much life has it got left? Oh my gosh, it's half. So, I mean, there's no point in staying there for another hit. He's not going to do very well, and I will just hope that I will hope that that's enough. Because I don't want to sacrifice more troops for that. Wow, Gandalf, I really thought he would do better than that. I really thought he'd do better than that. Even when I sent Arwen earlier, she performed better than that. Where did she go? Oh, it'll be a draw. It'll be a draw for Arwen. Let's have a look. Sorry, Eowyn, not Arwen. Here we go. The first hit. She performed considerably better. I mean, still painful, but way better. And this was at my armies, not even because I only had loads of Cataphracts and nothing else. You can see this was like my type of army for the last couple of days until I've been able to unlock more. I pretty much had to go with Cavaliers because it's the only one I had, and then I had Outriders left, and then I had horseback archers. I think I'd unlocked the tier 2 archers, but it still doesn't make a huge bit of difference. You can see why that's a problem. You can attack whatever you want when the game starts. You're most likely to attack if you lose a 90. Yeah, true. But I think early on we were seeing people very early on being up to like 130s and 150s. So within the first hours with superpowered commanders. So I hear silence and a leaf blower. I'd like to know if it's doable. If you lose too many units to be worth it. If you don't, you look at. Yeah, I mean you don't have to. I mean if you've got a strong enough commander. And you can break through it, and I suppose it depends how long you want to wait, because you've got to produce the units. So you still need the units to go with the commanders. So attacking level 1s doesn't lose you much. And actually, the level 1s do give you a reasonable amount of resources. You get 50 of everything. So you actually get 200 resources. I mean, on a level 40, you only get 420. I'm just trying to find a level 10. There's a level 10, 240. So you get 240 for a level 10. You get 200 for level 1. With no losses. So early on in the game, when your tile count's going up like crazy and you don't have many units and you can't really afford to lose them, then there's no reason not to load up on whatever is available and near you, because they're not much worse than the level 10 anyway, unless you're going to be able to creep up to, I'm trying to find, 15s, 280 again, still only 80 more. My server ends today. I was wondering if Season 2 starts right after the pre-registration period ends. There is a 2 hour wait. After your pre-registration period ends, it locks. Then there's a 2-day period where they take all of those figures and they make a shiny chart and they put everybody in the groups. Then there is a 2 hour downtime and then the season kicks off. It just depends on your commanders and troops, really. Probably Gandalf's team is best to lose the least, in my opinion. Usually, yeah, but I got wrecked there. But he is a few levels lower, and my units were bad. I didn't have enough tanks, so that's probably why I got murdered so much. Sentinels are so stupid. The evil sniper anti-range with 30% buff against range only does 19.5. Yeah, I do need to switch Sentinels at some stage. How many servers do you think all merged into your new season server? I think there was 5 or 6, somewhere around 5 or 6 servers get mixed together. I'm trying to remember 4, 5, 17, 11. I think another one. I think there's 5 in ours. How many servers are in one season 2 server? It's like 20. Yes, 20 servers, but they split them into 3. Was how the distribution worked. So actually I can work that out. 667 I think is how it goes. So our 20 servers were mixed into 0000, 0001, 0002, 0003. Hello EJUBU, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I don't know, but you guys can tell me if you guys are already into season 2 or when you start season 2 and in the future. Let me know how you find the politics, if you get involved or you know about that stuff or you chat with your leaders a lot. Make sure that you find out about how tricky things are being. How do you find the distribution? How's the groups going in your servers? Are there some factions that are ridiculously overpowered and some factions which are just pointless? Definitely let me know and we can see. Gandalf weak against the dragon, I think, because he deals. Oh, I forgot about the fire damage. Good point. Good point. But I have not started working on Dwalin. That's my problem. I don't have much against fire. I'm trying to remember who else is good against fire damage. Dwalin and who's the other commander that's good against fire? Somebody else has a fire. Ignores fire damage or 50% damage from fire. I'm trying to remember. Are you in my server? If you're in 0002, I am. Just checking this. I managed to get a few in Fanghorn. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, before I was talking about the Ent farming, like here, if you stood right in the middle here, you can whack that Ent for 200,000 experience, and then get your army back, and then you can whack the other Ent and get 200,000 experience. Sorry, reinforce, then hit this one. And Gandalf, like above 45 with a good build against his Ents, loses hardly anything. Or an Arwen, those heal bills just lose next to nothing. Even like Merry and Pippin, even though they're not my favorite. I'm 003. There are like 6 YouTubers in ours. I think there's like 3 or 4. I think Xander's on mine, and one of the Czech guys is on mine, and there's another guy as well that's in the Elven factions. I can't remember who that person is. But yeah, there are a few. There are definitely a few are hanging around about. I'm just going to keep on sweeping as much as I can. Like I said, now that everybody has moved away, I can get some sweeping on the go. You can see that my losses are now getting down. I need to change that. You can see my distribution of my tier 3s while I was waiting for more tier 3s. Now I have more tier 3s. I can start to pump in these Bonites. And at some stage, a Cataphrax over there will be nice. And that should improve my damage output with the Owen. I was struggling a little bit. Even though they're not men, and they're not melee units, so they don't get all of the bonuses of Yoin, they still are going to do some decent damage output. This is about the fire resistance as much as the debuff removal at round 2. It seems enough to remove it and be good for the rest of the fight. Interesting. Fire resistance as much as the debuff. From Dwalin, let's have a quick peek. Actually, I've not focused on him. I'm a little bit all over the place, but not with Dwalin. I thought my Gimli was high. Oh, he is. Okay. You can see I've just been mainly doing tips. I've not even put any points into these guys yet. Let's have a look. Picking questions. Have you analysed Bayern? I've not managed to get around to Bayern. I've been a little bit lazy actually since this season began. I kind of did the live streams last week, and then I didn't do anything this week. I said I would. I said I'd post about the live stream. I mentioned it in the chat on Wednesday, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll just be lazy and that will do. Which unfortunately I was at the very end of the conversation, so I was worried maybe people didn't catch it, but I think I said last week it would be the same time this weekend, either on Saturday or Sunday. Same for tomorrow, it'll be the same time. But hopefully there'll be some more exciting stuff, and I will have some more units on the go, because these guys are getting murdered. More cavalry. But yeah, I will look at Baron. I'll add it on my list. I don't actually have a list at the moment of commanders to do. I think towards the end of last season, some people were asking me in messages, in game and stuff, and I forgot which ones, so it refreshes my list. I don't have anyone on my list to go through at the moment, so I will pop Barling in. I've had a look at some of his stuff. He actually has some tasty builds. You might be right with the Gimli, and we were discussing him last week. We were discussing about the level up differences between Dwalin, Gimli, Dane, Thorin. How is it sort of like? There's definitely sort of like a common theme between them. I'm gonna make some more. I really wish I hadn't gone for all the light, squishy units for my tier 3s, but that's the problem. I'll just build some of those. I need some replacements for all the ones that I just massacred against the dragon. Look at this, 1 hour 25. Ouch. Next thing that I'm gonna comment through, because I kind of bunched all those together. Season 2 politics, size of factions and the space of growth, and disappointing distributions, leaving 3 or 4 unrepresented factions. I've kind of covered all of those. Again, feel free to post into the comments if you don't want to post in the comments. If you want to join us on Discord, I will be switching to the same as last week with my drop-in and chat on the Discord. It probably will be happening in about half an hour when I try and get that set up. So alternatively, if you want to ask comments or raise these issues in voice chat, feel free to jot them down. Otherwise, you will forget them probably in half an hour, or I know I will. I wanted one other thing maybe I will get your opinion on, and I already have heard this before, about does the map force you into alliances / enemies with certain factions just through your placement? And we've heard this quite a few times. People mention about how close certain capital cities are. So how Gondor and Mordor are relatively close to each other, and how Isengard and Rohan are fairly close to each other. Even how Linden and Arnor now are fairly close to each other. And to some degree, even though it's not really a capital, but Elven Kings is, you know, with spitting distance from Erebor. You know, last season we managed to sort of like go from Elven Kings and take Erebor within the space of like 24 hours. It was insane. Probably less so with Rune, and I mean Lothlorien just in the disadvantaged situation of being in the middle of the map and next to the ring, so they always have to worry that if the ring goes poorly, then the capital's at risk. And I did see that happen on a couple of servers where certain factions managed to claim the ring but then lost their capital because they just didn't have the forces to hold it. But it is curious how that has happened, how sort of if you had a good day and you were Gondor, or a good day and you were Mordor, how you could sort of like march between one capital to the capital easily within one day without having that road build, without having those forts. You could traverse that distance relatively easy in sort of a one day, from going from sieging Osgiliath to Barad-dûr, or from Orthanc to Edoras. It's curious because we found that this season more so in that you kind of really have to be focused on the politics here. These politics are super important for your game season. You know, Mordor and Gondor, if you don't have an issue, if you don't resolve either your territorial disputes and share them in a way that both parties are happy for the game, then that's a guaranteed fight. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, you're going to have... I mean, they want Mumbakills over here. They want the resource nodes over here. On our server, kind of Gondor have just... I don't know if they've got an agreement with Mordor, or they've just let them have everything. I'm not entirely sure, but Gondor have sort of like expanded west, and they've just allowed Mordor to take these two territories, so they now have Mumbakills and extra space. And I'd imagine they're probably going to try and push up to get the great giant beasts up here as well, because, you know, Mordor really needed 2 special units to be 1 tile away from their main base. That seems completely fair to all of the other factions, the other evil factions. But there we go. But yeah, I just get that feeling that this is an issue that begins as soon as you begin. If you are strong, Mordor and Gondor are strong, then this is vital. This consumes your beginning game. You either have to say, right, we're going to make an agreement with them, and there we go, or we're going to fight each other and just hellfire straight on. And like I said, the same thing over here, Gondor and Isengard. If they're both strong, you have the same problem. You know, right, okay, we're in touching distance, so maybe okay for the first 2 or 3 weeks we're going to be safe, but this is potentially going to become a problem. Yeah, they can get me pretty quick. And it's curious. It's very, very curious, because one of the other points that I was going to raise later on, but to be honest, I'll bring it in with this point, is going to be how roleplay should the roleplay server be? Because everyone signed up to roleplay so that you don't have evil and good guys commanders, so is there some roleplay element of, right, okay, well, they're evil, I'm good, so we should fight each other, we should kill each other? Or is there also an element that this is a tactical game, we want to win, so maybe we should ally with each other? I've seen servers before where they've allied until the end of the game and then fought at the ring between the two sides. But then does that make a roleplay server not roleplay? Oh, it's a tactical game. Yeah, it's curious. It's a curious situation. You know, whether their game tries to kind of force you into the roleplay situation of being that close to somebody who is your sworn enemy and will always pose a threat to you through the game. You know, probably more so bad guys to good guys. Because I imagine as bad guy faction, you're probably aware of how terrible good guy sieging is. That's not to say that a large army cannot get from Osgiliath to Barad-dûr in one day. They could do. They'd have more difficulty because of the disappointing siege values that in general good guy armies can do. More of a problem the other way, because evil factions can probably out DPS, out siege Gondor by maybe 2 to 1. You know, they have far more consistent higher level armies and units ready for siege, and now special units for siege. So it is curious. It's a fear that you get into week 4 or 5 and they may just come over and wipe you. Especially if you're stretched over a thin line. Let's have a look at this one. The elves in Linden are really bad. The only the tier 4s, I think, if you're using Linden, is good for men commanders. I quite like the Arnor were actually our other choices if we didn't come here, because we like the Arnor tier 4 unit. But I'm kind of happy we didn't, because they're sandwiched between Linden, Lothlorien and Angmar, and they're not particularly in a very strong position. So, yeah. Some do. Yes, Angmar usually has to, because they will border Erebor, Lothlorien, Linden and Arnor, and will be stretched quite a bit. But I also feel like they get the benefit of having territories that not a whole load. They're low-level territories. They're out of the way. So later on game, when you're going to come for the ring, they're a little bit more secure in that only really these few factions over here potentially could take them off you. And are they going to be focused too much on here? You know, on these low-level, pretty crappy territories? Maybe, maybe not. Whereas, say, for example, Lothlorien or Rohan, if things start going south and you're going for the ring, then Lothlorien, it can go very, very badly for them in a very short period of time. But, like I say, these corner ones, if you're a strong faction, you're probably okay. Linden later on, if you can sort of storm through here, maybe kill one or two of these factions and get over here, this back here is probably safe. Especially if Angmar and Arnor start weak and they're not really in a position of threat, you can probably claim over this sort of quarter of the map over here without fear of ever losing them for the rest of the game, because nobody's going to push. It's a bit different this season. For us, for our weakness is going to be over here, Erebor and Rune, which has really, really helped the eastern factions, because there's not as much fighting going on here. They've not been pushing out to claim territories. And Angmar's gained that advantage, and Rohan and Mordor gain the advantage somehow in that they can expand into these areas. Isengard also are weak, but they've been protected a little bit by Arnor, and Linden have got into a spat over here, so it's kind of distracted the attentions. Let me catch up with the comments. Sorry, guys. Mordor has at least 3 neutral... Oh, I forgot about Felbeasts. Yes, thank you. 3 Felbeasts, all within sort of like 1 territory zone from their original 3. It's a little bit ridiculous. It is a little bit biased towards a lot of the other factions. Maybe if you're Angmar and you don't have that benefit, or Isengard, you might be looking over there a little bit with envy, thinking, man, I really wish I had some of those elephants. At the end, only one can win. My server also got into that problem before everyone, because they were in our way. In Season 1... I think a lot of seasons ended up that way. From what I hear, a lot of servers ended up with one faction. We did it the same. We were really strong Lothlorien. We couldn't control like the actives that were in our group, and they just spun out to every direction. Luckily, we had 2 AIs, so there were only 5 others. We were fighting Isengard early on. We were fighting the Rohan early on, and then later on we were fighting Gondor, Mordor, Erebor. It was everybody constantly throughout the whole season. And I get that a lot of servers were like that. So, server Season 2 is going to be a little bit different, I think. So Season 2 is going to be different in that there's 5 or 6 stronger factions. It's not going to be that weighted. I don't think anybody will have the time or patience for 4 strong factions to continually beat on one. That not only will that one faction break much easier this season, because there's way more actives around, but there's a lot more people in all groups. So you can be sure that tempers will fray. Factions will fall out with each other. Alliances will fall. People will start backstabbing. All sorts of stuff's going to go on. Because I said to people this season, I said, don't worry about it. People were saying, oh, like there's not a whole load of agreements going on. The politics seems to be a bit quiet. For us, like we should have done more. And I just kind of like, my attitude's a bit whatever, c'est la vie. It's only early on, and okay, you want a good start, but if 3 factions or 4 factions choose to come and attack you and they cause you some damage and do whatever, they're not going to wipe you off the game. You know, I've heard this about threats to other groups as well. I've heard things like, oh, we've been told that we're going to be wiped out of the game. You're never going to be wiped out of the game. The worst thing they can do is take your territories, and then you're just going to be respawning back in their area. And no faction is going to be saying, right, okay, I'm going to spend the entirety of the rest of my game not focused on expanding my borders or going for the ring. I'm just going to stay with all of our armies spawned in this area to hit new bases respawning. It's unfeasible. It's not realistic. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to be destroyed off the server. The worst thing you can do is do that early on, and then you've gained a natural nemesis for the rest of the season. Your politics is going to change, your alliance is going to change, somebody else is going to start attacking you, your attention will spread. The only thing you do by really laying into somebody early on in the game is potentially put you into a situation where they are going to be a burden and a problem for you. So I would say to people, it is what it is. Don't stress about it. Don't get too antsy about it. Nobody's going to be able to focus entirely, and at the end of the day, it's going to be detrimental. If somebody makes an alliance and then they choose to break it, that's a dangerous game early on. You don't really want to do that in the first half of the server, because you can be guaranteed not only will they not trust you, but they will be focused on coming back to get you. So you have to be careful with your politics. Plus, now I think that this group on your Season 2, I don't think you're going to get many mergers probably into Season 3. There's so many already on here. So, and they're active people and people who want to stay. So I would imagine this is going to be your same groups for the next season. Do you really want to just come off with a reputation? Now everybody, you can get away with it Season 1 to 2. Maybe not as many people know about you. Maybe more people are willing to give you a chance. But if you act like an absolute Richard Head, then they're gonna come for you the next season. Everybody will know about you. There's no hiding. There's no hiding from being a Muppet. Yeah, they're gonna spot you as a Kermit for the rest of your life. At the end, evil loses more units early. Good has lots of defensive and healing commanders. That is definitely true. Although I've done really well at not picking defensive and healing commanders and burning through them just as fast as evil. So go me. I went Linden Season 1 and we dominated their tier 4. Is the best in my opinion for ranged. I really don't know much about Linden and Arnor. We didn't have them in our server. So I've heard people talk about them. I've looked at the unit stats, but I really don't entirely know what to expect from them on the field of battle or with how their growth's going to go. For me, far left-hand side of the map, they're kind of a bit out of it. They've got to spend some time. They've got to push through the factions to get through. It was a different set of problems that I didn't want to deal with this season. I kind of wanted to be right in the thick and the middle of it and not have to worry about making loads of alliances to get somewhere that I wanted to go. You're just there. As we are with Arno from the start and did really well. Yeah, again, like I said, is it natural that you are next to either what is going to be a very good ally, or are you naturally next to somebody who you are going to be fighting with for the rest of the season? Yeah, it's a curious state. Hello, Skyzilla. Wow, I'm getting lots of bots in here today. I've got random Kanabinukik, Bov, and Helga Arin, desperately trying to get me to some, I promise you, not dodgy, random site that ends TECH. That's not suspicious in any way. All my dreams, which are really good. In fact, maybe not. You know, if you have really bad dreams, I don't really go to that site. Would be pretty horrific, maybe. Does what we are doing count as that? We are going for Rune Starter area right now. I mean, that's just because we know that Rune only has like about 36 active players. 36 active players, which is ridiculous. So that not only A, do they not need those areas, but B, you can probably guarantee if those players are in any way serious or want to properly play the game, we're going to hit sort of like progress. Are we already in 7? We're already in 7? We're already in 7. Okay, so at the end of this season, 100 more members in each faction. They only have 36 people. So the progress will finish. They could go with all 36 of their amazing people and go into any of the other strong factions. And actually, that's going to be something that we're going to be interested to see probably for next week. We can keep an eye and go from this week to next week. See what happens when that plus 100 members of the faction go. See if those big factions that are in Erebor, Isengard and Rune, well, I say big factions, those factions with like 30 people, choose to switch into maybe one of the other factions for strength. I know that somebody was saying that's what Linden were doing to Arnor this season, apparently. They were trying to strong-arm them into saying you only have one strong fellowship. Why doesn't your whole fellowship just come into Linden and we'll be stronger and what have you? Linden's since filled up, so that can't happen. But they did try it. Is that something that you're going to see in your servers? Again, let me know. That'd be interesting to see. Does that strong arm tactic work of I'm an evil faction, I can get to another evil faction, we're going to kill you until you guys come and join us, why not? Or does it not work and they end up going to other factions, and like I said, then you've automatically got bad blood, because you might have 36 or 100 people, all Exodus out going into another faction, and that resentment will spread through. There we go. Playing as Linden or Arno definitely is a challenge if you want to go to the rink, but other than that, they have great tier 4 units, easy land to take and fairly easy to start with, and easy to hold on later on, like I said, because tactically they are well out of the way for anybody to care about. I am here. I really hope, again, this is something as well that we'll see next week. I posted my video about farming experience and not to take these tiles. Nobody builds Ents. They are terrible. They are such a terrible unit. Because greatly reduced poison damage but increased burn damage received by 50%. So immediately you go against any evil army, they've got burn damage coming out of their ears and they've got it with plus 50%. Not what you want. But then also protect it only for the first 3 rounds. I've seen some good builds use this. Ents and OBs can be pretty funky against good guy armies because you get the protector for the first 3 rounds. They take all the armor, they just have defense for days. Then, you know, they just can't do any of the OBSs. And then you put with like a Legolas build, a Legoland with Ents and OBs, sort of like you're just really, really hard to kill. You can just sit there and ram them into like a 6 pile of armies and just be like, bam, okay, 300,000 damage, 300,000 damage, 300,000 damage, and you can kind of soak it. So they're good if that, in that one scenario, in those in that one case, and also then remember that when you launch that attack from Legolas, it's going to take you like 6 weeks for him to launch from a tile and get to another tile. I think we did time it is something like what 5 or 6 minutes to go 1 tile. So to get them into a combat position can take you like 2 hours to move 10 tiles or something. It's just horrific. It's absolutely horrific, their speed. But defending with them is good if you choose to want to put a DPS character defending on a tile with them, maybe. So they're not particularly a great unit. So don't take the tile. You don't need to take the tile. Let everybody else farm those Ents. If you want, you will be able to find the Ent farm video on my YouTube. Watch it. Do not take the tile. Do not make other people in your server. I was more than irate. Irate. My English is gone today. I can't pronounce vowels. I was incredibly irate last season when I was trying to farm my last few characters to 50 last season, and just everybody had taken all the Ents, and I was like, really? Nobody's using Ents. You have no Ents. Why have you taken the tile? In your opinion, do you think the elves, infantry, heralds should get up? I do, actually. They're one things that I don't particularly like. Only if you're using something really, I mean, most of the elven commanders, they're boosting range anyway. There's very, very little that gets in there as much as, say, the men have more boosts for things like melee. They do get boost by melee. So there are potential builds in there, but they are squishy. And you don't want a squishy tank. And if you want a melee DPS, then you've got things like Dunedains who are going to do more damage and going to die as well, but they're going to murder the opponent's range, which is more useful for longevity. So heralds are a little bit questionable to me. They're kind of they're in a tank role, but they're not tanky enough to do the tank role. So I very rarely would see anybody using them. Everybody was just using tower guards because they were cheap and nasty and they could just die easy. They're a terrible unit, but lots of people just use them just for what, I saw entire armies just of tower guards hit a mounted army and still perform really poorly. They were disappointing, but still they're cheap. Guardians, even though they're a bit slow, pretty much everyone uses Guardians, especially some of the elves with like Elf Friend and things like that, Dwarf Friend. I was using a lot of Guardians. I very rarely used Heralds last season. Best Siege Commander and build without special units. For good guys, that's easy. You only have one. You only have Hergon. That's it. So you want to take Hergon with his Siege build down at the bottom here. You take Herald and you take this. Oh, let me move this screen. You take the logistics ability here. You whack that up to 7, so he does +7 siege on all your units, and then you just take the unit, the infantry unit that does the highest siege value. So you're going to go into probably Guardians. I've not actually checked the stats to see if there's anything changed. I'm guessing nothing has changed from the first season to second season, but you will see that Guardians have a pretty solid value of 20 siege. So the +7 means that every single one of your infantry units will do +7, so your siege value goes up to 27 per unit. Also, they are an infantry melee unit, so you get 100 of them per command squad. So per command squad, you do 2,700 damage one of the best ways of getting siege. The problem you have is that once your hair gun is gone, and it's already been used by your other groups, we really struggle to have good siege beyond that, and that's when you kind of do need things like bow earnings, stuff like that have solid siege, because our siege values are just poor. That's the disadvantage of being good. That's the disadvantage of playing a good faction. You are weak on siege compared to evil factions. There we go. Heralds are trash for tanks. I never use them, only maybe on Legoland, because he has a 15% avoidance chance for elves. I use cataphracts instead. Exactly, I think everybody, I just think that there are a disappointing unit. I understand, like I said, things like Dunedains, where they're a melee unit. Okay, they're not particularly very tanky, they die like crazy, but they do a huge damage in melee, so they're useful. Heralds don't do a huge amount of damage in combat. They do an okayish amount for a melee unit, but then you're going to not be able to use them as a tank, and you need to put them behind a tank unit. Why am I going to use a melee tank light unit when I still need to use another tank unit? So the 50% bonus. Tower guards are a little better because they are okay versus cavalry, but true, but like I said, I was using last season against full cavalry armies, and the problem is that they are a real tanky tank unit, and a real tanky tank unit, even with 50% damage increase, is still disappointing. It's still in the poor range of damage outputs for what's available. So let's take a look at their stats. I do at some stage need to make a full stat page. Where am I going? I don't have them all unlocked, so I have to go in here and tinker around a little bit to find them. But let's say we take a look at heralds. Oops, what am I doing here? And we see the heralds. So what? Let me get a fresh piece of paper. I don't want to use the same piece for my other stuff on here. So the herald damage is 15 to 26. Which is kind of a bit of a large area for an Elven unit. That's interesting. We kind of have sort of 11 variants, so 5.5 onto our average, so 20.5 on our average, with hit points of 36 and defense 71. So defense okay, but the hit points are terrible. And we've talked before about how defense is not the world's best stat. Versus, what should we compare them? We should compare them against, let's say, Dunedains. So we've got 15 to 22, so we averaged, that's a 7, so 3.5, so it's 18.5 average. 18 average with 36 hit points and defense 44. So you may be thinking, okay, well that makes the heralds a little bit better, but the Dunedains are all about their special ability. That's what makes them killer. So against range enemy targets at 10, you've got plus 30% damage, and not just that, but they prioritize range targets. That's one of the best units that you'd want for a melee unit. So you can guarantee killing their back row of light, thin units with a plus 30% damage to them, and also countering back, you also take minus 30% damage from particularly what is most of their DPS units. So you've got 30% minus 30% debuff on them, and you've got 30% buff on you against targeting prioritized from range units. Makes that 18.5 way better in my opinion, but they are same hit points, a little bit fragile on defense, but they're not going to be a tank. Whereas let's say a Guardian, we go a terrible damage of 7 to 20, so 13, so variance 6.5, so we're looking at about 13.5 for their average damage output, but 40 on their hit points and 101 defense. So, sorry, that's Dunedains, that is Heralds, that is I should, like I said, I will put these on a shirt. This season I'm going to look at doing this unit comparisons more. I didn't do this last season. I did commander comparisons. I will finish off the rest of my commander series this season. I will at the same time, but I will start doing something on comparing damage units for specific types, like tanking units versus melee damage dealers, DPS versus ranged damage dealers. But we can see from Guardians that the tankiness in them, but again, like I said, it's also the fact 50% chance to reduce by 20% damage, and also we've got this like counter attack that causes continuous physical damage of bleeding at 20%. So you got 20% bleed chance for 20% bleed damage continuous for 1 round. So 20%, 20%. Which is quite nice on their 13.5, so that's an average of 20%, so 2.05. Oh my god, 2 times what? What's that? Let me work this out. Sorry, 20%, 2.7 extra damage bleeding. So I mean, again, that's going to be random because it depends on their damage. The damage variance is quite high, but on average, they're going to be getting an average of 2.7 extra damage, which takes them up to 15.2-ish damage. So actually a reasonable damage, including that counter attack with their 50%. So every other combat turn, they also reduce the damage taken by 20%. So they're just a solid tank, Guardians. Now let's compare that to Tower Guard. Tower Guard at the bottom. I don't know why I'm messing around here. Tower Guard. So Tower Guard 12 to 15. So we've got a variance of we're on 13.5 with 40 hit points and defense 78. So their defense is 23 lower than the Guardian with the same hit points. And whilst you might think that damage is a little bit low, we can see that against mounted units they do plus 50% damage against cavalry units. But on 13.5, that still only increases them by, let's call it 11.75. Wait, no. That's way wrong. What am I doing? 50% of 13.5, that is 6.75, sorry. So added together, that is just over 20. Just over 20 damage. So Guardians on average is 16.2-ish, and we're looking at just over 20 for the specific unit against mounted units with their buff, and they also have the same shielding ability. To Guardians, you just are sacrificing 23 defense, so they're like 23% weaker with defense just for that buff. I mean, it's not too bad if you've got boosts as well, additional boosts to men, then the Guardians of the Tower, they can be okay. I did use them last season. I was just disappointed with them. I wanted something that packed more of a punch against a unit that they should be killing with ease. Let's have a look so I catch up with the comments. Oh, I dropped my pen. That's not the best thing. Balin can do good, I think, with Guardians. Thanks. He can, even more so if you're Erebor and you have what are they called? Not Siege Breakers. They're the tier 2. They're tier 4. The tier 4 tank special is solid. Yeah, if you have them, it does crazy. I know. I'm just sick of seeing people use Guardians, Tower Guards, and Cavalry. That's all you've got. I was hoping that they would add more units in this time round, and they haven't, which is. It's a little bit disappointing. I feel like that would have been better instead of mixing all good and bad to have all units, just to have given people more units to get. Ouch, ouch, ouch. We can see here my pain. I need a lot more tanks. Yeah. And they wouldn't have taken much. I know it doesn't take a lot to they use the same sort of models in game anyway, so to use them and put a different skin on them and to have added those like 2 or 3 more units to things wouldn't have taken a lot really, but they had the chance to add some more units, which would have made it far more interesting and tactical. People will say, oh my god, you can't complain, you chose a roleplay server, so that's the way you get what you've asked for. I understand that, but they added some new neutral units, which I have problems with in general. Why couldn't you added 2 more units just to have made things a bit spicier? Especially seeing as you share a table as the good guys. You know, you share melee if in the Gondor and Rohan tables. So I feel like I'm getting robbed already in that they both have the Ranger training tree. So I've lost a building here already. I could have had another building here with something a bit funky going into this season. Would have been nice. Another building with some cool units. Would have been happy. Not Goat Riders for Siege. The problem with that is you will see the Goat Riders are a cavalry. So you only get 50 of them per squad. So the Ram Riders do 27 siege damage, but there's only half of them. And even if you have, say, Hergon with +7, so they end up doing 34 per squad, you only have 50 of them. So you still only do 1,700 per command squad. And I worked out the other value on a piece of paper, and the Guardians were 2,700 with the same buffs. So you're talking about 1,000 per command point difference, which is fairly considerable when you've got a lot of command points. So Ram Riders are not so good because of the reduced amount of people. That's kind of why you have to take into consideration things like burnings. They still do solid. They still do solid siege values, but it's times the amount that's in the command squad. Anyways, I heard defense stat is a progress curve. So it does, exactly. There's tier levels, I think at 40, 80 something, where you start to get the reduce. I know it's like, whatever the comparison value is, it's like +5 up until 40, and then from 40 it's like +3, and then from 80 it's reduced again to like the bonus is like +1.5, whatever, into the mathematical calculator. So it does become useless beyond certain tier threshold values. So there are important things to get up to. That's why you always want all of your units to be above 40, and you kind of need that protection from commanders who reduce your defense down low. That's kind of what I'm going at the moment with my Thorin build with my commander. At some stage I want to get him up to tier 3 and play around with his debuff table around here for defense. This one, yeah, 7.1% of target's defense per level. If that's 7 times 7.1, it's going to be like 50% reduction to their defense value, which should see me eat through units, but we will see. I was bring damage, siege, hit point to units per command 100 equivalent. Yes, but defense. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was going to say defense won't count into that, but the damage and siege and hit points will do. Like I said, that's where defense becomes less important, because I mean, it still becomes important, because if you've got something with similar, say, like for example, our Guardians to Tower Guard, 40 hit points, the 23 defense, it's not as scary as it sounds, but it's still, you know, some bonus that they lack. But you are right. I think maybe Tower Guard get a bit too beaten up on. I think probably because there's more stuff that Guardians kind of like seen as essential, and that they're really tanky, and there's a lot of Dwarven commanders that increase defense and bonus and hit points, and there's gear that increases it. So you just end up going with Dwarves for the defense, just because there's even more gear and bonuses and boosts out there that boost defense. What commanders do you have overall, and how much tier 3 do you expect? What commanders do you have overall, and how much tier 3 respect do you have reach? I only just got Thorin at the start of this season, so he is only 1. I bought some to upgrade him at least to 1. I have Eowyn, who's at 6. Gandalf at 3, nearly at 4, but I'm not in a rush to push him until I start to fight like Mordor at the end, and then I might go to 5. Thorin's 1. Legoland is at 5. Haldir is at 6. Arwen is 3. Dwalin 7. Aragorn is at 2. I do need to get him up to 3 just because of his good counter builds at 3. Gimli's at 3. Ori's at 0. What a waste of a commander he is. He's disappointing. Hergon is at 2. Again, I probably should upgrade him to 3 at some stage, but I've just been going through Owen at this season. Maybe I will finish him off at some stage. Boromir at 3, saying he's close to 4. Faramir is at 5, but I never use him. And Meryn and Pippin, he is only 10 away, but I still refuse to waste any sort of item on a stupid, bloody puppet, muppet, hobbit rubbish. Because I just think their trees are terrible. They've got like a table 1 that does tips and rubbish like that, which I don't need. They've got a table 1 that's okay. Then they've got a table 3, which is boost ents, which I'd already discussed. They're not a good unit to be using and against large targets, so they're kind of okay just for farming experience. So they're a good unit to farm ents for experience, to then use ents, which you're never going to use anyway. And their tier 5 is like that. It's not the craziness. That's the other hobbits, Sam and Jimbo. Frodo have the craziness table, but I actually have a lot of items saved up, and I've just not got around to using them. I'm not entirely sure. I've even got gold in here because I don't know if I'm ever really going to want Gil Galahad, so now I'm kind of just saving up because I know that you can change 2.5 of any other for the one that I want. So now I'm kind of like, I'll just let it save up, and if I get a lot, then I might change it all into Thorin, or see if I get something else unlocked. But you can see here I already have enough of the new stuff to unlock and get one of the new guys up to tier 3, respect 3. I've just not used it. I am never using anything on one of those guys. I can nearly get Aragon up, I think. I need one more for Aragon. I'm saving up for Theoden. And yeah, that's the stuff that I've got around and about saved up. What else do I have? Okay, I was wondering what they were. Okay, I've got 10 math and vouchers saved up. I've got 24 of the chests, which is another 2,400 of experience on the purple commando of my choice. Just saving at the moment because I don't really know exactly where I'm going to go, and I tend to be a little bit more cautious with these things. I kind of determine exactly where I want to be. I don't need it now. I'm leveling up. So I'm much better waiting until I get to a stage where I'm seeing which commanders I'm using a lot, or which armies I'm coming against a lot and which I need counters for, and then I'll get it and I'll either unlock something that I need, or I'll power level something up to 3, I'll get something up towards 5. I'm not in a rush. Plenty of Mathams ready, waiting for a chest that isn't a bag of poo-poo like the current chest is that is out. Which commander will you get to respect 10 to use their unique gear? Apparently few people are doing it due to some of the unique gears are a scam. Yeah, I've had a lot of people message me about this as well. Before I even logged onto the game that day when the gear came out, the gear changes came out and people were having a look at them. And they posted the abilities was the difference. And then everybody just was messaging me like crazy going, what the hell is going on? What is this? Kind of like they weren't even worth it for a long time until you got them up to higher levels, and who was going to waste all of that just for the abilities? You were better off, even Wales who had bought all the gold stuff, you were better off just keeping the gold stuff. So they definitely made a bit of a mistake with that decision. I need more tanks here. But I will probably go with, maybe I'll go with the Owen, but I've got a good, oh no, I don't have a good accessory for it. I'll go with her. I think anybody with an accessory item is one of your best bets, because there's not very many good accessory items in the game, and hers is, I don't think her ability is fantastic, but it's just the bonus might into that slot, might and defense men. That's exactly what I'd be wanting in that slot, so I kind of like that. Range damage received -5 is okay. It's not going to be too bad, I suppose, first 4 rounds, but again, there's probably better stat abilities on other pieces of accessories that I've already got, like the pursuit that I've got now at the moment. 35 or 45% pursuit for the first 3 rounds is more useful and more tactical for me than being able to have range damage received -5%. It's going to take me a while to upgrade it. Maybe I'll get it up to like 1 gold for a lot of money for maybe -10% range damage for the first 4 turns. Ugh. I've used so many respect items on the wrong stuff. Yeah, the key is to being patient. The key is to being really, really patient. I was too patient in the first season with all of my gear. I refused to upgrade everything. But yeah, just don't go with things that you don't need. Go with what you've got until you know what you need. Weird thing to say, but yeah. Which one do I want? let's have a look at this. I had a priority list for his purchasing and I've forgotten it. So that goes up 36% and has a low target with around five attacks per combat. That's 5 attacks per combat. Goes up 27% with a 50% chance of another 27%. So let's say that's half. 27, 13, 40%. So that's 40% on average. What was that? That was a 36. But prioritizing the weaker units. And this is a 50% increase, potentially poison, but only triggers 3. Oh no, round 1. So it triggers round 1, 4, 7, and 10. So I get 4 versus 5. I'll go with this one, I think. Or Greenleaf. Never mind, I'll go with Greenleaf because I want the ability. My bad. I'll go with that twice. Haldir R9, and I'm not even going for it. Let's have a look at Haldir's. Actually, I used him a lot last season as an elf, but I've not even bothered considering him this season. That might change depending if we come against Oathbreakers more. March Warden's outfit, only for Haldir. Might focus, speed, hit points for elves. Elf units gain initiative and defense +5 when battling on wood producing lands. Wow. Wow. That is a poopy doopy piece of gear because, I mean, wood producing tiles, fair enough if you're in your own lands, there are a lot of wood tiles, but you cannot guarantee it. If you're attacking anything like a city or a fort or anything like that, it's not going to give you the bonus. Yeah, that's a terrible piece. And initiative and defense, I mean, you're playing elves, you've probably got a lot of elf units, and he's got speed. There's a good chance that you're probably going to be outspeeding a lot of other stuff anyway. So initiative's not massively huge. Defense is a bad stat, and wood producing tiles, yeah, that is bad. I can see why you're not bothered about that. There are way better gold items that you may as well upgrade. There's enough speed to always have initiative, really useless in my opinion. I agree, C Dave, 100%. I agree. And then hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good weekend. The woodland effect I don't like on Haldir's unique gear. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's saying the same. Same with Thranduil. Oh, they changed the effect on it. Let's have a look. I would be really disappointed if a tier 3 character had that trashy ability. Then I would be super upset. But I wasted all of my money and I'd got it unlocked. And I was ready waiting for this gear and it came out and it was... wait, where am I going? There we go. Looks pretty bad as well. Might focus speed, so I don't like these pick and mix ones anyway, where they're a bit of everything, but okay, I don't really know. I've not looked too much at the character build to know if that's needed. Usually not though. Usually don't need a bit of everything. Army defense elves +10. +10 defense on elves. Ugh. Elven units damage received -3% when battling on wood producing land. Yeah, that is disappointing. It's situational as F. It is indeed, and I don't like that. I don't like a situation where if you're going to be expanding into areas outside of like the elven woodlands, it's going to be very, very, very useless. And I guess the only really thing it's good for is sitting on a tile, a wooden tile, like a 200 or a 300, and soaking damage when people are coming. But I'd rather have a gear that just gave me, if I'm going for a might build, I'd rather have a piece of gear that give me might +30 or 40 on it than a piece of gear that's going to give me a splattering of resources all over the place. Not in any rush. Again, this is one thing that I'm not in any rush at all. I mean, not only am I nowhere near, but I know the mithril requirements to actually make it useful are going to be way too high. So what is the point? What is the point? They always seem to do this. Well, always, but I've seen a recurring thing, even with the tier 3 commanders, of making it so painful to get them leveled up and working. Where is my top of that screen? Oh, it's there. Okay, I don't care about any more Balrogs after getting massacred. Is the dragon nearly dead? Right, okay, 123 left, and I am I'm third. Nobody else is going in there. Neil or Garden, you could do me a favour by clearing that up for me and not risk me dropping out of that. That would be upsetting. Sucking money stuff, a lot of gold items times 10 better. Yep, I agree with you. You can just fiddle around with the whole load rather than, and I think in order to get those gears up, God knows how much money you're going to be spending. Probably daily hitting the one gold one that you can get from here per day. Here, yeah, Pro Muscle 1,000 every single day, and you get one. God knows how many you need. White rope cloth. I've been trading that in though recently. Okay. What was the other thing I wanted to talk about? Best starting commanders. We've kind of like switched, and it does depend on your faction, what you've got available. My recommendation again still is be careful with Eowyn. I would not go with her. I would go with Theoden if I had Theoden. Definitely, I think he's got good heals on him. I've struggled with Eowyn low level. There's not the units to go with her to get her working very well. I need some more units, I guess. I'll hit 2 heals on that. Get those out a bit quicker. I'll use 3. The Chapter 6 exotic chest. What the? Yeah. I was ranting about that at the beginning. That was my first point today. It was how terrible that chest is, especially when the season progression only has 2 chests. So I'm going to guess, because we've got no more chests on here, and there's no way the game... Oh my god, I just keep dropping the pens. I'll pick another one up. There is no way in hell that they will give us the rest of the season without wanting to make us buy a lot of chests. So I'm going to guess it's going to be time-based maybe. One at like the 3-week mark, one at 5, one at 7 potentially, I think would be an even distribution. But we will see. I think that might happen. I think they might do it more time-based, because last time everybody had the chests really quickly and even faster. The progression is going so quick that I guess if you link it to the server progression and groups are getting into the final server progression after 1.5 weeks, they would have had 4 chests by then. So it's probably too much, you know. Whereas if you spread them out over weeks, you'll probably get the poor suckers to spend more money. I just don't. Look at that. I have hardly any tanks. I can change them for another tank. I could change them for Cavaliers, I suppose. I've got an abundance of Cavaliers. Yeah, okay. Let's switch. Let's get rid of those. Let's go with Cavaliers than Danes. Probably a slightly more balanced army build. I'm trying to do command points, so that's speed 100. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Hopefully that will do better. Boromir is a great strike commander. He gets more troops at low levels. I've never really messed around with Boromir that much, strangely enough. Like I said, again, I think it's because last season we started off with Haldir, and I think by the time like I got him unlocked, I was not really using him for anything. But I've seen reasonable builds with him, and I know that he can. He's got the leader ability, so yeah, you have the command points when you get to 5. Definitely helps. So yeah. Each their own. Like I said, he's not something that I personally use, but I know other people have used him relatively successfully with certain builds and certain happenings. What do I need more of? Bow Knights? Bow Knights, of course I need more Bow Knights. I'm going to have to trade some resources soon. It's this iron problem that I've got, and I've got no iron tiles. Maybe maybe I should go for another 200 an iron, so I can farm iron resources if I can find anything irony, which is also unlikely. My search has been weird recently as well. Like, I had one marked, and look at this now. They're all here, and I had some of these pinned, and I thought, oh, I can grab one of those later. I'll go with food first, and I think I just was too hesitant about losing too many troops again. And now they've just all gone. Sad panda. What a shame. I missed my chance. Gosh, you can help me. Find my space and just search around and find me a tile. No, I want to hear something even worse. On mix, the first chest is only good and the other chest is chapped at 9 or 10. I know that is shoddy. That's really, really bad. Yeah, painful. He gets your troops into apothecary more though. I've had that problem this season. Everything's dying. Dwalin better than Haldir, Gandalf, Arwen. Dwalin better than, you think more than Arwen? Arwen I think is a really, really solid option. I do like her. I don't have her up to 5, otherwise I may have been tempted to go with her. I think I only got her at 3. But I went with Gandalf instead. Yeah, I think it broad, wide. Even Ori and Mary better with heal for pathing. Yeah, but oh gosh, I hate those two guys. Two of my least favorite. Those and Frodo, probably my 3 least favorite bloody commanders. Each faction has a resource issue. Had a stone issue in season 1. Yeah, I did okay with stone. I managed to get a load of. Everybody was grabbing all of the stuff near me, and nobody was grabbing the stone. So I grabbed a whole load of 130 stones. So my stone is okay, and my wood is okay, but these two are just. Yeah, these are not good. I'm gonna have to potentially teleport maybe. Somewhere over. The problem is I don't really want to build all of my farms over here, because like here is pretty safe where I am now. Like if I'm losing a lot of these, then the game's starting to go like very poorly for Rohan. You know, if it's starting to lose some net, especially with the amount of players we've got. Whereas you go and start building all your stuff over here with the gardens, there's the chance these sort of things are going to flip quite consistently through the battle. That's the problem with Rohan in general, though. You don't have a safe. You know, if you're Gondor, you can probably, you know, make your farms down on the bottom of Langstrom or down the bottom of Nan, and you're probably safe. You know, there's not a whole load of risk, or you know, Linden all the way over here, Fallingdon. You know, you've got real good safe spots. Elves and Rohan are far more at risk of losing those things. Let's see. Time to play macros. Yeah, I was happy that I kind of got my market up to max. I got my market up to max, and at least now I'm only losing 30%. So I do exchange a lot of my wood for stuff, but I would definitely require a 200. I'm not going to find a 200 anywhere, am I? It's not going to happen. Where might I find a 200? Another one, right, left of you. Right, left? Oh, wait, that's even in touch of my... No, it's not. That's just out of my keep, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to that fort next to my keep. That's a bit disappointing. Wait, did you say there's another one? Another one, right, left of it. Okay, right, okay. So... let's go for it. Let's send up. I would have liked to have sent in Gandalf before I massacred all of his troops. I'm reinforcing him, but he's all the way over on the other side. Okay, so let's send over Yoin and will 2 do it? I want to make sure, and I'm not going to take any risks. I'll get Thorin on damage control just in case. 2 should do it, but I'm always worrying about the units. I'm going to send in Gandalf as well. But watching how much he got massacred, but like I said, I think I ran out of tanks. Right, okay. Well, I think that's all of the things that I kind of want to discuss about. for me. So I'll open up the drop-in and chat on the Discord feature. Like I said, we're going to be on a different Discord server today. I'm going to set it up now and go into the live streaming chat. Okay, and now I am going to set up that on the stream. And you can see me at the top left, good. And now I will give you so like I said, I'm on a different, this should be the real Discord server. Last week it was a bit of a rushed up thing that I was doing, and I ended up giving everybody my own fellowships Discord, and it worked well, but it was not the right place to be on. Let me get an invites page for here. How do I see that code? Oh no. Give me a second. Invite people. Your invite link expires in 7 days. Let me try and change that. Never. Generate a new link. Copy. Right. This is the real new. Not real new. It is the same Mag Discord server that I should have used last time. There is a Rise to War section that I am building up on there that people can get onto for information or any questions that you want to post, share screenshots, submit anything ready for live stream info, or to post any stuff in general that you either want raising up, bringing up, or whatever. Feel free to join the Discord server. I'm also available. Last week, remember, we did it with Tikosh, who was on the other server. He streamed onto Discord, and I managed to stream his stream onto my stream, so I can stream your stream if there's things that you want to show people, as long as it's Lord of the Rings and not some semi-clad girls jumping around with melons. So let's have a quick peek, as exciting as that would be. I'm just checking the Bring Power Production standings for my server at the moment. Rohan 4.3 million, Linden 3 million, Gondor 2.5 million, Angmar 2.3 million, Lothlorien 2.2 million, Mordor 1.3 million, Arnor 0.5 million, Erebor 0.4 million, Isengard 0.3 million, Rune 0.2 million. There you go, what I can say about how crazy those production differences are in the server and how unfair that server strength ends up being. Where did I see that? I saw that in a post. Now I've missed the link. I'm going to copy that and put it onto... I'm going to copy that. Where did I see it? Oh, here we go. Okay, I found Ring Power Production. I'm going to copy that and I will put it onto my group server. Yeah, insane. You can see those power production standings are insanely different from Rohan 4.3 million. And then you have sort of Erebor, Isengard at 0.3. They're at 4 million less. And Rune at 0.2 million. They're just over 4 million. It's unbelievable. Hello to Tikosh and Metal Chimera.
Hello.
How are you guys?
I'm doing fine. Lost my main army today.
You lost your main army. Ouch. As bad as mine was my Gandalf army, it was still painful to lose before on that dragon. What did you lose yours on?
I will post a report. I lost it at the crossing towards Rune.
Okay. A Rune defender?
It wasn't nice. There was no I sent my army as defender, and when I came back to my PC, they were dead.
Ouch. Produce some more units here. So how are you finding the season from last week to this week?
It's getting worse.
Worse? What, in what regard?
Less tiles. You don't have much to do except for making a path somewhere. My progress, well, isn't there really because I don't have any tiles I really can take right now. And the chest is just awful.
Guy called Gothmog and he sends alerts at you. Interesting. Fair enough. Very typical alerts build, isn't it? DPS build. Yeah. Goat Riders and Outriders. I mean, he was whacking a full tier 3 unit army, I suppose.
Yeah.
And his commander is like 4 higher than yours. I mean, you got a level from it though.
Yeah.
On the
I
positive.
still don't have the army built up yet.
Yeah.
Still waiting for troops.
Like I said, I think that's the problem with the Owen as a starting character. You really struggle to get the units for her.
I'm working on it.
He's got the Axe of Khazad-dûm as well. Got that Knight plus 27. And he's got the extra chance of physical damage. 50% chance of dealing an additional 80% physical damage. Jeez. I do have that piece. I don't think I got that ability on it though, did I? Or did I eat it? I can't remember if I ate it. No, I do have it. I have one that inflicts defense down. Wow, his one's way better than mine. I want to be able to re-roll my abilities. I want that ability. I've noticed that on these. Is the top one always supposed to be like the best one? Every time I seem to look at it, the top one seems to be the one that I would really want. And then it's all like staggers down at the bottom. I'm kind of like, oh, well, great. Minus defense. I suppose maybe with him, with that piece of gear on maybe, let's think. Thorin, maybe, with his own ability to reduce their defense by 50%. And then maybe an additional ability of after the commander attacks, reducing their defense again by another, I don't know what that goes up to, like probably 50% of max again as well. You could probably really hurt something. You know, if you just wipe out the defense of that unit, because it's a percentage value of their defense rather than like a total value of their defense. So 100% reduction in their defense is just going to mean you mow through stuff, right? See the max, yeah, 50% max. That'd be interesting. We talked about defenses before being sort of like it drops off at high levels, but low levels it's super important. You know, wiping all that defense out would be pretty devastating. Let's get some more. Oh no, I can't. I've run out completely of resource. I'll barter and then I will go and try and get that tile back. Grab that tile, sorry. Yep, that looks good. If you've seen alerts with Mumika, just run. Yeah, alerts is not early on. I remember last season he was making me cry a lot. Alerts with pure damage build. It kind of inspired me to invest and get Legolas just so I could actually do a damage build back, so I could do something to him rather than just sitting there and just getting mauled by all this stuff, doing obscene amounts of damage in the first 3 or 4 units of turns, and all my stuff was dead. So where is Gandhi? Needs to come over here. And we will try and send in Gandhi first. Then we'll send in Eowyn, and then I've got Thorin left for cleanup if I need it on that tile. and then we will head up all the way over. It's pretty far away. Now all of the bloody stuff to clean up is gone. Lego, can I make Lego attackable? I do like Lego. Lego's one of my favorite characters, I think, and I've not focused him. He's got not much love this season so far, but he will be the next thing that I come back round to. I'm missing tanks. That was the problem here. I also need to get rid of some of this crap here at the bottom. Some of these level 1s. I need to burn out those, but I'm not in any rush at the moment because I don't have many units. I'll maybe try and burn them on tiles or something. Cavaliers, maybe. I don't know why I get this problem sometimes where I can't pick them up. There we go. Okay. Let's see how he does against that 20. I think 25 is gonna hurt him though. Actually, where's it gone? Literally, I cannot believe it. I sent some stuff to a tile, and also I messed up there. I sent, like I said, I always do it the wrong way around. I sent Gandalf to the fort. Instead, I should have recalled him and summoned him back to my base, and I could have sped it up 15 minutes, and I could have just walked him to the fort as well. I don't always do things the best way. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can sweep. I suppose I'm waiting for Gandalf to come over, so 25, I could use one of my other commanders. Who? We'll just go with, we'll go with Thorin. He's doing okay against 25s. I think maybe 25 will be too hard for Lego. Right. Who else? Who joined the chat before? Metal Chimera.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm waiting.
Waiting.
4 days.
4 days? You're waiting for another 4 days, or you've got 4 days in general to wait?
Oh, 4 more days.
4 more days, and then the 2 days as well?
Probably. I don't know yet.
4 days till registration ends.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then you got 2 more days after that, and then 2 more. We are
going Rohan also.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be difficult as a geography, strategical place. We're playing dwarfs this season.
Okay, completely different gameplay. Should be interesting for you, I think. There is such a different gameplay aspect depending on the defensive-minded nature and the safe expansion areas of dwarves versus the faster speed, quicker redeployment, but that central area of not really having safe places, you're kind of always going to be hemmed in. And if you have a weak Rohan, then it can be just game over.
This happened to Rohan this season.
Okay.
They were finished from 2 weeks.
Yeah, same with ours. Ours were dead after the first week on our season 1. But they seem to be doing a bit more popular on this season. I've seen them do a bit better on a lot of servers, so yeah.
We're gonna make an alignment with Gondor, with the previous Gondor team, which will stay at Gondor.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some safe from the backside.
Mm-hmm.
So you said Thorin is not worth it.
Thorin?
Yes, Thorin.
I don't know. I've liked him so far. I'm doing pretty well with him. I know a lot of people have said that he's not particularly great. The one benefit about him is that his tier 1 table is okay. Both of his tables, and they've got kind of okay synergy, which isn't always the case for all commanders. So he struggled a little bit for me because I don't think he's a good commander for the leveling up stage. But I think at the end, like as an army leader, he's going to be better than he is as a leveling up sort of like early days. When I've got everything maxed, but we will see. Because of his stuff, his early round combat stuff, I think he's going to be okay with. He's going to be okay with units that do high intense amounts of damage early on in the combat, which you already have units like that: sharpshooters, cavaliers, anything that does a significant increased damage output in the early rounds is going to trigger with all of his abilities to increase damage in the first 3 rounds. Which is going to be interesting to see. I think you're going to be able to pump those damage outputs early on, which is going to cause them more losses, so they're going to be doing more damage back less to you early on. So we will see. We will see. I kind of would like to get into his tier 3 tables to check out the bonus might, the dwarf hit point, the ignoring damage, and a potential of... I don't want that. Detect weakness, I think, is rubbish. But the other 2 might be fun to play with. I feel if he is a Greek guy. Are you Greek?
Yes, I am.
Ah, Dimitri there with the vocal identification skills.
What Dimitri?
Oh, Dimitri Shastas in the chat window said, ask if he is a Greek guy.
Okay.
You recognize your accent, maybe. Let's have a look. Mitsigan, you sent me a message, but I don't know what that says. What language is it? Let me try and use Google Translate to see if I can figure that out.
Its accent is very quick.
Google Translate. Come on, actually, I understood you from the pronunciation. Okay, I see. Understandable now. The pronunciation gave you away.
Yes, he is very Greek.
I see. Like I said, for anybody else you interested, we do have the Discord. Drop in and chat, ask a question or ask away. I'm going to just be randomly, unless people have got anything particular they want to say or stream or comment on, I'll just be randomly asking them questions. Oh, I've lost my chat. Anything you guys want to talk about? Any issues? Anything relating to anything that was been said today or different issues?
I find Arwen weak till respect 3, I think. She's very weak. Haladir killed all my army. We were running some tests.
Okay. Yeah, one of those durability builds. Like I said, I always used to keep her and Gandalf, which to me were quite similar, on the sidelines. They were quite often, like what I'm going to do now with my Gandalf, my first in damage dealers, but I tended to always prefer slightly more towards Gandalf than I did Arwen. But I've seen a lot of people do a lot of damage with her, and with the right gears, and I think into a tier 5 table she becomes pretty potent. Da. Okay. Let's have a launch on that tile. Let's see how my sweeping goes. See, he's doing okay on these. I mean, it's only an easy army. It's only it's a 20, yeah. So I'd expect him to murder that and get that nice experience. I thought it was a 25, but still, I don't mind not taking much. Lose 1 command point. I don't have many tanks in this build. Like I said, I'm reluctant to build a whole load more of tier 2 units that I'm not particularly going to be using now at this stage. So I'm overloading on these tier 3 units. Probably to my detriment, because I'm losing more probably from not having a reasonable tank. I should maybe prioritize that, and I didn't. Let's check. Where's the post gaming network? So I was just checking some of the other live stream posts on the other chat. So I don't really know what my my weekend is going to consist of at the moment. I don't really. I've gone off those Balrogs since it murdered my army, not Balrog, so the dragon. I'm going to see if it's been. I will be super angry if it's been killed and I didn't get a reward. It hasn't been killed. I am still who's coming in here? Oh no, he's missing. Who's coming in down here? I hope it's not one of those people who's on the places below me. It is Astelda. And Astelda is not on. So let's hope they kill it for me, and then they can take 3rd place, and I'll be happy. Let's hope they don't just kill like 50,000 and jump ahead of me, and then potentially 2 more people come on. I think I should be okay now. I think I should be okay. I would have been more worried if one of those incoming armies were the 4th or the 5th guy, because then potentially he could have just leapfrogged me and left it, and then somebody else came in and leapfrogged. I should be okay. I think I should be okay. And then 6 seconds. I can head up towards this 200 tile, and we can see how well I fare. I mean, tempted, to be honest, to try and start capping some of these uncanny effigies early on. I know the reward is rubbish, and 500 power is not particularly too great, but it does allow me just to unlock my tree tables a bit quicker and get all the abilities and ring stuff that I need. Okay, so let's move up here with and Gandhi and Thorin. Let's go on here. Slifer and Tikosh. Welcome, Slifer. Sorry, I've got my sound turned off in the channel, so I don't hear a badoop when somebody comes in and leaves. So my mistake. Because I've got my thingy turned on. There you go. Maybe it will make a noise now. How is your season going?
Not so bad. We're currently fighting Linden.
Okay. And you are playing
LotR.
LotR, okay. And
Erebor is aiding us because Linden decided to attack their area as well.
And how far into your server are you?
Oh, we're done. We're just waiting for season 2.
It's just the end stage. Is it a potential threat to the ring? Have you already had the cutoff for the ring, or?
Erebor took the ring. We aren't worried about the ring at all. We were just getting beaten by Linden a lot.
Okay.
And after Lyndon took Isengard and Rohan territory, Erebor decided to like step in and just help us out.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a fort up. Daegor.
If you're struggling with Balrogs and Dragons, I recommend using Dwalin for those.
Yeah, my problem is getting too spread out with my commanders early on, because I'm trying to get them up to end level, so I need them all like 42 to 44, and I already have like 4 that I'm working on, and I just didn't prioritize him. But maybe for next weekend, maybe once I've started to get these guys farming the Ents, I can give him a bit of love and attention.
All right.
Yeah. And plus next week I'll be able to do a little bit more damage. Probably they'll die a little bit quicker, and there'll be some good gold to be had. I can probably live with the amount of gold that I've got this week, especially if that guy kills that other dragon. I'll be on 225, so it'll time me over. Hopefully, I think that's what I used last season. Maybe, but I think like once you get into higher levels, like Gandalf can hold their own anyway. Usually, when they get to like 50s and you got more skills. Mm-mm-mm. 4 minutes 30 for Eowyn, and then 40 minutes and 30 minutes. I hate the slow waits for the walking troops. We're still getting these bots in here. I must try and find a way of getting rid of those. So, what else is my aims for today? I think I wanted to maybe push through for my productions, and maybe I should try and get some of these buildings finished. Oh, I'm only 4 minutes away from that, okay. And then 1 hour from the horsemen's stables. Get the cats. I don't know if maybe I should. Maybe I'm going right. I suppose I'm going here for Eowyn just to get her army build up, but I probably should be going for Guardians, maybe. Do you know which faction you're going to go with next season? Sliffer?
Probably Lothlorien again. Because, like, the experience thing I like for the faction. And I'm also focusing on Haldir this season and next season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I want, like, I don't want to go to Linden because their tier 4s are, like, bad for Haldir.
You do have the benefit of being kind of, like I say, it's kind of double-edged sword. You're far away and it's difficult for you to get into the game and to make agreements or do diplomacy or kill people, because you kind of either got to go through Angmar, you've got to go through Arnor and Lothlorien, or you've got to go through Isengard and potentially Rohan to get anywhere near the ring. So it's just so complicated for you to get through effectively. I mean, in a way, you're kind of probably hedging your bets that at least one of either Angmar, Arnor, and Isengard are weak enough for you to be able to expand quickly. And you do have safe farming grounds at the back, and you know nobody really should take any of your tiles at the back where you can get your big farming on the go. But it's just a problem. By the time you get to the ring, you are stretched halfway across the board. It's just a thin line. It's tough. Are you on role-playing server? Yes, I am on the role-playing server, and I didn't post in the chat before, but I will post it out of interest. This is the distribution of power at the moment after how long have we been playing? Since last Thursday, so 8 days into the server, and I will post to you the distribution of power levels per faction currently in the game. It's not being super easy to do. And again, I'd be curious to know about how other servers are doing, whether the same is happening on server 1 and 3, whether they also have this situation of 3 or 4 completely dead factions, which is exactly what's happened on ours, and you can clearly see that there's 4 that have no chance of winning the season. And there we go, I posted it now. Insane. Insane already. I have occupied my tile with my cavalry, which of course get there long before the rest of my army stuff marches up there. Yeah. I'm not really noticing that plus 5% speed bonus at the moment from being Rohan. This stuff takes so long to bloody walk anywhere that I've not noticed the positives.
I mean, being Rohan's tier 4 units are actually good. Like, the marshals are actually... I fought them in beta, and they were tough to beat.
Let's grab their stats up. I've never really looked too much at marshals before. We can see 50 units per command, so same as all of the cavalry. Damage 34 to 40, hit points 90, defense 43, siege 150, speed 150, siege 25. Cost as you expect for a tier 4, slightly more than other stuff. Onslaught, damage dealt plus 5.6%, effect modified by speed stat. This effect diminishes by 1/3 with each damage dealt. So again, it's modified by your speed stat depending on the unit and depending on the stuff, but at a base level it's going to be 50.6% early on. So again, this is another unit that kind of fits with a Thorin build. Remember I said Thorin, you have those early huge damage bonus abilities for turn 1, 2, 3, and you can take things like sharpshooters, you can take things like marshals, take things like cavaliers. Would actually be kind of like a really solid army where you just really pack that punch in the first 3 turns when it matters, and hope that you don't come against something like a stun build that stops you from being able to do that huge damage output early on. And damage received for mounted. Leviathan Gaming, Swan Knights are the worst to go against. You know what's really funny is my season 1, we played Lothlorien, and we were against Gondor most of the game because Rohan was really weak. And Gondor kept telling us about how pointless and weak Oathbreakers were, and how terrible and weak Swan Knights were. And I kind of disagreed with both of those sentiments. I mean, the OBs were pretty useless because they were using them against Lothlorien or Mordor, but against other good guy factions that don't have March Wardens, they can be pretty devastating and useful. And the same with Swan Knights. I was like, why would you not want a tank unit? Okay, they absorb all the damage and they're expensive, but if you can guarantee the damage output onto one of your units, then it really gives you free reign to do a lot of other stuff, funky stuff. Not just in your cavalry builds. Your cavalry builds are nice because you can take Goat Riders, which are pretty weak, and that defensive knockdown is fairly reasonable against tanky units. Their usual weakness is the fact that they die very quick. And if you can have a tanky unit that takes and absorbs that, then it makes them a little bit more useful because they're going to get that. You can have a really nice trinity of a tank unit that really is going to tank everything. You've got a melee unit that's going to whack out the defense, and then some really high powered damage at the back to hit their soft and core. But yeah, they complained. if that would work with some Dunedanes or something. You know, some really, really powerful anti-range units. Swan Knight act like mini-ents open to some good combinations. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Like I said, I didn't see many of them until the end of the season, and I think somebody leaked or somebody found out or somebody researched a good build with Swan Knights, and all of a sudden everybody was using Swan Knights, and there was loads of them around. So just one of those things. Sorry if I look a bit tired and I'm not at my usual exuberant self. It's been a long day today, so I'm a little bit more drained. Tomorrow I promise that I will be far more energetic and bouncy. I'm just gonna mess around with the camera a little bit. I think I've knocked it down too high, too low. I'm not sure. There we go. Just deploying and moving my troops up here. I'm going to try and take some of these, not the 230s. I'm going to try and take some of these 200 tiles because, as you can see, my resource production is pretty poor. And the other benefit is that once I have these, you can see exactly what I've done with my food tile over here. Is I've got so many commanders and I'm not using them. So it allows me the opportunity to, where's my tile? Over here. I've lost my food tile. Oh, it's over here. It allows me to just position permanently one of my spare commanders that I'm not using, and I can leave him on the tile all time. And then whenever I need resources, I can just hit that gather button and I can just quickly grab, another 49,000 resources super quick at any time. I don't have to send a unit all the way over there. I don't have to mess around, redeploy. I'm not going to be using him this season. He's fairly useless. It doesn't matter if he dies. I've just given him one command point of something pointless, and it just allows me to quickly reach. I'm going to do the same thing up here. I'm going to take this tile and then I will deploy just a weak troop up there. Weak commander with one troop, and he will just take the stuff that I need. I could potentially suit at 25.
Whenever I take 200 tiles, I usually just send a scout in first, just to be sure if I'm not dealing with a troll type build army with Kamul in it.
Yeah, probably good. That's probably a good idea. Let's do just that. Let's send somebody in who is sacrificial lamb. Mary and Pippin, you are a big pile of poop, but their speed is also slow. Whatever. Something quick. Something fast, but can potentially still take a tile. So maybe just those pointless units. Wait, what's the speed? Let's check these speeds. 139 and 127. That'll be fine. Oh wait, though, I'm going to sacrifice them, so I don't want to put the other stuff in for tiling yet. I'll just put those 6 in. Okay, perfect. And up here, God, I hate these tiny little dots that you've got to see them on the map. Ugh. Oh wait, I have a problem. I can't do that. It's out of my range. I'll take the gamble with this time. I don't have this upgraded enough to put a 4th army in there. Let's catch up on the messages in the chat. So ones aren't that great. They are expensive and time consuming and die very quickly. Yeah, I know they do die. But I mean, when you're looking for a build, maybe not a build to do everything and constantly, but maybe to have options available with certain commanders. I can see Swan Knights. It was one thing that I was missing last season as a LotR, and I felt Erebor. We were constantly fighting Erebor, we were constantly fighting Mordor, and we were constantly fighting Gondor, all of which had really good tanky units that force you to kill those units first. And it just, okay, they might not seem particularly useful, but they're a bonus in your side that does something a little bit different from other units that are available. The same with the LotR March Wardens. They're kind of useful and they're kind of good because they do something different and they get that damage avoidance against units, which is useful against certain builds or certain armies. For similar reasons, there are certain things like Marshals, for example, they're okay and the stats are good. Why I'm not a huge fan of them is, for me, they don't provide much different from what you already have available. They're like a really good Cavalier, do good damage early on, but I want something that I can mix and match and potentially make something a little bit better. So I don't know, I'm kind of torn on them in that, for me, do they do something that's already available in your army just a little bit better? Maybe. And am I going to use all men with them? Am I going to use like a Cataphract Cavalier Marshal build for all those infantries and lack some of the DPS that the Bow Knights give me? Or am I going to lose one of those two units anyway, Cavalier or a Marshal, probably more like a Cavalier, in sacrifice for taking the damage dealing Bow Knights potentially? Now about Oaths, they are so great with Gandalf the Great, can do work against Erebor Lothorian, not so much. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do like Oaths. I think those are a good tool to have in your disposal. They cause all sorts of problems for certain other good guy factions. Lothorian with Haldir Commander with defense build, put some Ents and Tower Guards in front, March Wardens in back, and that holds like crazy good. I switched to the Haldir defensive build midway through last season. I started off with the Beast build, but then we couldn't hold Eagles, so I only had Burnings, and I feel like his ability with the Beast build is way less efficient if you only have one instead of the two, so I switched away and went back to defensive build. I did like it, and I know some people also used Ents in there as well. It's just that speed getting anywhere. I know they're really good and hold the line. You've just got to really plan for where the opponent's going to attack. Gandalf the Great worked well against Rohan and Gondor. Expensive, but did its job when needed. I have played with both of those units. I have some experience with them. Oath could do like 7 to 10 draws against Erebor. Could make a draw with only having 100 Oaths against a full army. Yeah, like I said, I saw really good builds at the end of last season, which was Legoland with OB and Ents, and that could hold, or eventually when it slowly got to like a tile, maybe the opponent was a crossing or something and there was a lot of armies there and maybe if it took the 2 hours to get there, but then eventually when it hit, it could mow through 5 or 6 armies. Okay, our armies are up here at the 200 tile. We're going to gamble with this 200 tile. The last time I took a 200 tile a few days ago, it made me cry. Nerin Glyth says, Slifer, what's your server?
Server 303.
303. I wonder if he's... Are you also waiting for your end of season, Nerin, maybe? If you're within sort of like that 20 bracket marker, there's a chance that you will be put together in the next season. Presuming that all... I'm guessing they all close at the same time, all 20. So what number do you say? 303. So I'm guessing if you were somewhere from like 301 to 320, if that's how they've continued to merge the servers together, you could potentially be in the same one next time. Okay, let's send in these armies. Let's go with Gandalf. You want to go in first? Yes, I do. Okay. The enemies are very powerful. They are likely to make you cry about how many losses you have taken. Would you like to still send them in? Yes. Off you go. Go on, Gandalf. You can do it.
I mean, I did the Haldir Beast build but I did like a different like way. I added basically eagles, march wardens, and bow knights.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave a gear to boost the eagle's defense a little bit more. And it actually does a lot better with if you have sustain, the purple accessory with LotR.
Ouch, that was painful.
Well, at least he's not dead.
He's racking out a little bit weak, like Gandalf. I don't know why. Maybe it's my gear on him. Maybe my gear needs... I don't have much focus gear. I thought I had a lot of focus gear to give him. I didn't have a lot of focus gear to give him. Oh dear. I always hate when it goes into it. Okay. Okay. In you go. In you go. Yeah, this went better than the last one, I suppose.
How did the first fight go? Because Eowyn had 2 fights.
Oh yeah, I don't think she took much damage in the first one, I'd imagine. There was only... Gandalf thinned it out enough.
Oh yeah,
It was the trolls in the second one that got me. 2 trolls, mountain trolls, and cave trolls in the second one. First time was...
Do not like trolls at all. Like, whenever I see trolls, I'm like, yep, my army's dead.
Yeah. I definitely need some better tanks for some of these units. Okay, now I need to get some units over here to do some farming massively, because I really need this resource. It might be a while before I go for the next 200 over there. Maybe. Let's have a look at how depleted my armies are. Yes, maybe I wait for some more tier 3s, specifically some good tanks here. Wait, where are you going? Okay. Let's recall both of these. And send over our farmer unit. And the farmer of this tile, the lord of this tile. Let's see what the apothecary, but 3 hours 20. Jesus, this early on in the game, I do not like to see those sort of repair bills. I should probably not do that again for a while. I need to upgrade the Rohirrim quarters actually to get the season, but I also desperately need more tier 3 units. I've got so many things and I just don't know. I really don't know what my priorities are here. Probably that. I probably need to get cataphracts unlocked. Maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah, I was getting my my army. What did the live stream say? Sorry, I missed it. We had the same situation.
If you're trying to like go for 200 tiles.
Sorry?
If it's like going for 200 tiles, the dwarf barracks, the axe throwers, the tier 2 and tier 3 are like really useful.
Yeah. Again, I don't know why it is. And I have no idea. I don't know in what world. I never seem to go for axe throwers. I didn't last season. I'm not even sure I unlocked the tier 3. But I over-relied on bow knights. And I suspect this season might be similar with being cavalry. So you would like every command to have bow knights versus 200 tiles. Yeah. I only unlocked them this morning. So it's what's coming out of the production line. And Nerin, we had the same situation. We airboat moved to help Lothlorien after Lyndon destroyed Angmar and Rohan. I am 224 and I'm Metal Chimera. You could have asked in here. You could have just said 224. Okay, so you're nowhere near. What do you think about Faramir and Thandril? Are they good or bad? Respect 3.
Thandril. I don't know nothing about Faramir, but Thandril, respect 5. he's good.
Yeah, I think I saw a lot of the Gondor players last season were flexing Faramir's at tier 3 to try and do DPS. They seem to do okay-ish DPS. They were, for me, I thought they were a fairly cheap option to get them upgraded. There was a lot of people who didn't have to invest that much, so I definitely think they're sort of like a good budget character. I didn't see them hold up as well against maybe some of the tier 2 pure damage output characters, but no, they put in a good kick. They definitely put out some good damage output. Thandril, I only ever heard bad things about him. I have a couple of friends who've got him, but they've not even flexed him out or really used him.
I've been trying to get Thandril. So far, no luck.
Pardon me. But I think when I looked through his tables, I thought they were kind of okay. Because he's got like similar, he's got like the Mirkwood, Vigor, poison damage against everybody, and receiving additional focus damage. So damage output, deals damage, prioritizing melee, 2 damage, 2 units physical damage, allied units chance to avoid damage, range units damage received, and rage units damage plus. So he's got like a range damage build down here if you're going to go pretty heavy on range units, and he's got a DPS build up here, and then at respect 3 you're going to have chances of healing after you do physical damage. So the more physical damage abilities you have, the better, because the more chances that you're going to have healing kick in, plus a normal attack damage boost for his base abilities. First damage dealt bonus every round. So that's good as long as your skills spread out from their cooldowns enough that you're going to be doing your special enough times to get that bonus. Round 1 against 1 enemy damage, deals 50% physical damage or poison damage. We've seen Mirkwood Ambush also on Legolas. So he's kind of got 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks, plus the chance of healing and the chance of doing extra damage each round is quite nice. And then it's tier 5, probably goes better with Grey Elf. Elves damage received, and when defending damage received minus 22% at max. So I imagine that's not too bad actually. While defending, if you've got a defensive build with loads of elves, get your damage received minus 15, and then while defending, damage received minus 22%. So at max level, that's 37% when defending, minus 37% damage. It's pretty decent. And you can potentially get ranged units another 14%, so 51% reduction to damage. And then also avoid damage abilities, 15% avoid. So he's got some funky abilities to reduce damage. He also has focus, burn, and poison damage received minus 50%, so it becomes useful against evil armies that are relying on those burn damage. And every round, 3.6% chance to follow up if you're coming against things like OBs or things where you're struggling to actually get through their avoidance. Not a huge fan of that one, but I think he has an alright table. I don't know why people... I think you need him to be at least 3. You have to have him at least respect 3. Just to be able to get your 2 DPS tables that work together. But yeah, doing 4 DPS attacks and having a heal after the DPS attack and having a boosted damage the first time for each of those attacks is a fairly nice combo, I think. And then if you got him at 5 to combo it with Grey Elf, you can kind of have sustainability where you're just incredibly tanky. You can just hold a point and you've just got huge amounts of, what was it, like 54% or whatever it was, damage reduction, and 15% damage avoidance with certain units is going to be pretty big. Oh, double attack, sorry, my bad. I was thinking of pursuit. Sorry, my bad. I always get follow-up and pursuit in my head mixed up. Sorry. Yeah, so 20% chance. What I never get though is why sometimes they use the ability, they give an ability follow-up, and sometimes they'll give it like a chance to attack twice. Or is that just when it's commanders? Is that when commanders you get tries to? I'm trying to think now. Like Legolas has it, but it's for him. Chance to attack twice. I'm sure some units also have chance to attack twice. I don't get why they randomly choose to change the keywords, but whatever. Thank you for spotting that, NN. My mistake. Faramir more. I don't know. It's Tipmaster. Let's say sounds like some kinky role there. Topmaster. Faramir more damage than Haldir. Thranduil could be played as support elves because, like, Warrior is better. Yes, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Haldir anyway. I think, like I said, apart from using on the beast build or from the fortified defense positioning build with the damage reduction, he was okay. But yeah, I think Thranduil plays as a better version of Haldir for the defensive build, or as a reasonably solid damage dealer. Thanks for the explanation. I'll start season 2 soon. What are your top tier? Jeez. What are your top tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? Let's throw it open to the crowd in here, because I think I've commented on that sometimes before. So let's see. A Metal Chimera, Sleefer, or well, Tikosh. You've mainly been playing evil, so you haven't got a whole lot of experience playing good commanders. So Metal Chimera first. Oh, maybe he's not here. Or Slifer. Everyone's gone?
Yes.
Sorry?
What was the question?
Oh, somebody was asking top tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 commanders. So, for you.
For good or evil?
For good. You're playing good, right?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Recommended for tier 1, Dwalin, Eowyn, and Haldir. All those 3 are good. For tier 2, Gandalf and Aragorn. Tier 3, though, I do not know. Ooh, Gondor. Yeah, I would definitely go for Gandalf, Aragorn for Gondor if you are planning to use that for season 2. But I don't know for tier 3s though.
Me too, I don't know tier 3, but I'm not satisfied with Aragorn. I'm satisfied with Gandalf. I haven't used Haldir, but I've seen him attacking me, so he's good. And of course, Eowyn and Dwalin.
Oh, anybody who's listening to the stream, by the way, is the audio okay for Discord compared to my level? I've never checked that. So just let me know, please, if the voices are okay, the similar level. I don't know where they sound 10 times louder than me, or likewise I sound 10 times louder than them. I can tinker around with it if need be.
You're fine.
Okay. If you are playing, my voice is louder, others are louder. Okay, let me try and tinker around with that a little bit. The audio is good on YouTube. Okay.
And Legolas.
I'll try and do that. Okay, I tried to modify it. Let me know if it continues to be a problem.
And Legolas is very good.
Legolas, yeah, Legolas is one of my favorites. I've seen my friend just exclusively uses Legolas and just rams him into all sorts of tight situations and tries to rock out his. Again, it's a bit random with Legolas. He is one of those where you can drop him in, and the same Legolas with the same build can do 350,000 damage one time, and then can go in and do 260 the next time, because it's whether how much of his damage attack procs. So he's got a huge variance between his minimum and maximum value. Someone like Gimli maybe is more consistent, doesn't quite hit the high numbers as a potential, but he's more, you can kind of guarantee exactly what he's going to do when he comes out of battles. You'll be in luck with Gondor. The new commander is pretty good at, I don't know if you spend money on the game, but It is worth a 100 box open, in my opinion, if you do play, if you do spend some money occasionally to get Imrahil. I think he's good. I opened 100 boxes. I didn't get his token, but I still got enough of the Black Walnut Woods to unlock him and get him to Respect 3. If I had managed to be lucky and got the token as well, then I would have, I think, been able to get him up near enough or around about to Respect 5. And Respect 5 is where you need to be with him at, but if you get him to Respect 5 for a Gondor player, he does have Coalition, so max attack for men and elves, but this is the one that you'll be looking for and be excited about the most. His 5 here, mounted units, speed +1, so it's going to be +15 at max. Gains stun and madness immunity. Stun and madness immunity, you no longer have to worry about coming against Gandalf and it being some stun lock war. You are completely immune to it. And madness immune, you can come against those sort of controlling, Nazgul-y, screechy, madnessy builds and just be rock through them. You don't have to worry about it for all of your cavalry units. And as an additional bonus max level effect, Cataphracts and Swan Knights hit points +6, so you get the bonus for 2 of your units, Cataphracts and Swan Knights, on cavalry builds where you're getting +6 hit points. It's a considerable amount of hit points for those units to gain. So it's just an all-in nice package for a cavalry Gondor army. Here's the tier 5. On hit mounted units, 20% chance of dealing an additional 10% chance. So again, at max level, I think that's going to be 20% chance of dealing an additional 70% damage, I guess. Usually it's the damage that goes up on there. So it's still going to be a nice percentage chance of doing extra damage as well with your mounted unit build. It is a rocking tier 3 table, probably less of the Coalition. I'm not entirely sure that you want 70% chance to cause maximum damage. Potentially you do. That is an even good counter against some of those new units like Anduin and Cat Lady, where you have the chance to cause the minimum damage. 70% shows the maximum damage, but again, I don't think your variance is too much. You can kind of pick up from other tables. Theoden is the best. I desperately do want him unlocked. My only problem with Theoden is that he doesn't do the same things. He's really, really good, and he does have the renewed. So, okay, he does have at maximum level the chance of removing 1 random debuff on rounds 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you have 5 turns where you're randomly removing 1 random debuff, and you're hoping that it will kick in on those turns where you're going to get hit by things like stun or madness. But 50%, you've got 50% chance immunity of it. The other 50% of the turns when any of those abilities are kicking off, you can't remove that debuff. Or if you're against some army that maybe causes multiple debuffs in the same turn, something that maybe causes burn and also causes stun or things like that, or madness, then you're only hitting one of the 2. So yeah, I think he's solid, he is good, and I like his heal builds. He doesn't have the same 100% sure factor that he can get through those stun madnessy armies, but he is good. I really wish I had him, and I feel like last season I didn't invest into the pack. I went with the pack before and the pack after. I wish that I had gone with that and picked up those things, because I don't have enough to unlock him. I have 1,200. So 1770. I was hoping that he would have been this pack. I was hoping that he would have been the second chest, not this crap equipment chest that we got handed to us by the devs. So disappointed, because I would have liked to have unlocked him, but it is what it is. Theoden is best for cavalry. Yeah, I think he's solid, and I think he's got more overall covering. I think the Imrahil for Gondor and for specific builds has a really good. But at the end of the day, if I was playing Gondor, I probably would have 2 cavalry armies anyway to maximize the bonus useful of Swan Knights. So I'd probably be racking something with Theoden. I'd probably be racking something with Imrahil anyway, and have them spec'd differently. I'd have maybe Imrahil for evil, and I'd maybe stat Theoden for different responsibility. I still hope to pull him. Sits respect 2,900. Have items to unlock him, but want the joy of pulling. If not, still got him. Imrahil. I think so. And Imrahil, like I said, for the same with me, I'm not spending any of those because I think maybe somewhere along the line, if there's a box that comes out, or maybe I'm lucky on my chest, I might pull one. And then when I pull one, then I'll be more inclined to use that on leveling it up rather than the unlock. I think the unlock kills you a bit, spending all of those just to get it. Welcome, Jamie Potter, to the stream, and Kakate, Turin, honestly, gives them more important. Yeah, I agree. They are more important, but I just don't think the chest percentages make it worthwhile for this box. The percentage of getting the rare is the same, pretty much. There's not a whole lot of difference. 0.4% is not a significant improvement on the base one to make a difference. Exquisite item, 9.9% bonus. But again, like I said to other people before, if you're spending, that's going to be 5 chests to unlock. That's 2,000 gems. 2,000 gems per purple item. But you can get them in tips where you can get them for 1,000. When you unlock it and you get 3 purple item things, you pick one for 1,000. Yeah. Don't open it, you'll get 4 to 5 flawless. Well, will you? I mean, you have to get... You have to open 50 times for 1 flawless equipment. So if you open it 100, which sometimes I will do, I'll do 100 open build. So I have to open it 100 times, 100 mathams, and I will get 2 flawless equipments guaranteed, and I will maybe get 2 more if my luck is with me on average for the draw. So I will get 4 flawless equipment, and then 5, maybe I get 20 exquisite items. 20 exquisite items and 5. But if you go off like a normal box over here, and you go off the precious antiquities, you know, you're still getting from this, you're still getting like 10 purples, and you're still getting the same sort of like 2 flawless gears. But I mean, you're getting everything else. You're getting the invitation letter percentage chances, you're getting the commander gift packs, you know, you're still getting the gear. So, you know, just way lower percentage chances of getting rubbish equipment gear, green and blue, versus the green and blue. Seriously, I would have opened 100 on the chest if it had been a good one. If it had been Theoden, or if it maybe even if it had been Lego, maybe. But I just think the box is crap. And like I said, I've also known people have opened up a good chunk on this box, and they've not done well at all. People who've opened it like 20 times and got 4 purples, 3 purples, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not inspiring enough. I'm going to send Merry and Pippin up to this tile, and I'm going to start farming, finally, for the resource that I desperately need. Off they go. Don't open it. Got Sauron yesterday, and they almost R10. Almost R10? Oh my gosh! You man, you must have you invested a fair bit. How many boxes did it open for you to take that? Let's think. Sauron yesterday and Adonai almost R10. So, how did you even get those? Because they're not in any boxes. You just open them from general ones? I'm curious. I've seen quite a few people with Sauron around there, and that would wreck people on a whole different level, a high level Sauron. Witch King for me was scarier, but there we go. She's anti-Gandalf. I opened all the event boxes. The season 1 ones. Has Adonai been added to season 1 boxes? I didn't know that. Oh wait, are you on a roleplay server and you're bad? So sorry, in my head I'm thinking that it's more difficult. Yeah, if you're on a roleplay server and you're bad, then you open it 100 times and get her invite. Then I'm guessing you probably get her up to like respect 6 or so. Also, the event kept going after unlocking the 30. Okay. Roleplay bad. Yeah, makes sense. Nice. Adne's got some pretty cool, funky abilities. I kind of like that. Depending which factions you're going. If you're going against dwarves, for me, I think she wrecks dwarves. Okay, I remember why I can't build any because I don't have any bloody resources. That min-max ability with dwarves who have very, very massive levels of deviation between their max to minimum damage values. She can cause them all sorts of problems. Also, the season 2 chest stayed after the 30, so it kept pulling any maths I had into it. I should have maybe just to keep going for some Theorin respect, but it wasn't giving me any Theorin. It was giving me all Gandalf the White, but I don't have Gandalf the White unlocked, so I gave up. Right, so they are going to go and get me some resources. Did that dragon die yet?
Not yet.
Jeez, how much did that guy do when he got into it?
There's like 30k left.
Uh-oh. Am I still third?
That I can't tell. I'm not on the tile anymore.
When did I kill it? When did I hit it? Draw. There it is. It's that one, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I am third still. Okay. We're looking good. We're looking good. 86. There is 34,000 left. So the guy below me would need to get 2,000. The guy below that would have to get 11,000, and another person would have to get 9,000, and another person would have to be just below that and get just the amount.
Nobody wants to attack it if they are not already on the list.
Yeah.
Because why would you? You can't make top 5.
Yeah, we gotta wait for one of these suckers to kill it so I get the reward and I don't have to lose anything else.
You are included in that list.
Yeah, I am, yeah. So, okay, one of the other suckers. Get one of the other suckers to do it. I kind of wanted to build my way over here. Oh, I'm building it already. They go northwest. I think we're supposed to be attacking the city today. Oh, in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to make that.
Oh, 20 UTC.
Oh, it'll get put back in it. I'm still going to make that. I'm still going to make that.
Oh, you are far away.
Yeah, my expansion is going to be. I need two forts. I got to get distracted too easy. I was ruined, but I had to move to Mordor. Which server? You on ours? You on 0002? Because that's what everyone from Rune did.
You have enough ability points to, if you open the map again.
No, but even if I long marched here, I'd still then have to build the fortress, which should be 2 hours, and we only have 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
By the time I get that, looking at how fast I've been taking those cities, it would be gone. The guy's taking Ashen Plains. It was pretty funny. I don't know if you watched it, Tikosh, but basically we were taking we took Withered Gardens. Or it's Emyn Mull. Maybe it was Emyn Mull actually. We took Emyn Mull, and then there was a group that had paved all the way to Ashen Plains, and they had built a fortress, Alliance Fortress, and all sorts of forts around here. And then they were just launching into it with like 15 armies or so, and maybe taking the armies off, and then maybe 500,000 siege damage or 1 million siege damage, and then that's all for an hour, and then the hour would finish, and then they'd just start again, and then they'd kill the armies, and they'd take the siege down like another hour. It took them, I don't know how many hours it took them eventually, but I was watching them for about 3 hours, and it was it was slow and tedious.
I had yesterday 2 sieges at the same time, one on our server and one on the mixed one. And I was concerned about the timing to switch between both, and on our server I only got 2 sieges in, and then we got the keep because we only took 8 minutes.
Oh, nice. Sorry, I've got a... Thank you. I've got some sustenance, some fruit, and some cheesecake, and some cookies, and some melon. Very healthy. Thank you. As the gauntlet, they used to say on Gauntlet, sustenance. Right. Got Lutz to R5 to He is a Beast. Lutz is a beast, especially early on, I think. He's very, very comparable to Legolas, and he's got some good unit builds that go with him to actually maximize that damage output that makes it kind of scary, especially with Mumma kills. If you're super lucky and get Mumma kills, which you might do as Mordor now. 18, I believe. Gondor is full. We just beat them out of Harandor. Gondor has also sacrificed Harandor on our server. They've decided to fight Rohan in Pass of the Dead. They've decided to move their armies up to Path of the Dead and fight us here, over here, and have completely fortified this area with a whole load of forts, and they have completely given Mordor all the right side with all of the nice tasty territories for expansion over here. They've just given them all over. They've allowed them to have Mumma kills from over here and take over Harandor. Presumably they probably fortified and controlled near Harad. So they've just they've just not bothered on the right hand side, all because they want the 10 or something Oathbreaker spawns in Path of the Dead. They thought that depriving Gondor of 10 Oathbreaker tiles was more useful than potentially stopping Mordor have Mumma kills and gaining the 2 extra territories into their flank. But there we go. Somebody was asking Delph Dirk there, guys, how is the drama on your server? Pretty high, pretty intense drama. And you can tell already people making very, very questionable tactical decisions, because, you know, I think on every server that I've seen a strong Gondor and a strong Mordor, these have usually gone to Gondor and been sort of like key territories to try and push, especially over sort of like behind Minas Tirith, between Osgiliath and the Minas Morgul. That tends to be a pretty heated area. Here it's just Mordor have built up to here, and Gondor are just still behind the city. So it's looking like they've come to some sort of agreement. They disliked each other from previous servers, so it's kind of interesting. They decided to be friendly. Gondor's going to spread over here. I presume they'll take over here the next couple of days. Over here, Arnor and Lyndon were having some strife. We thought they would get along. They haven't got along. Arnor kind of expanded down here and blocked Lyndon's expansion. They are the second most populous on the server, so they decided to push down to spread out, and that annoyed Arnor. Arnor are allied with Angmar, so we are starting to see over here. Last time I saw and checked over here, I won a PvP fort from Angmar, and they've tiled sort of all the way over here, which is looking interesting for a potential fight in Nan Loon. That's all I can see with their paving over here. Maybe I've missed some of the path, but that looks to be where they're up to. And in return, up in the north seems to be where Lyndon have started to road build over towards into near Angmar's territory. So they are building paths in different ways. Linden taking the direct and quick route towards Foreshell, and Angmar taking the slightly longer way down into Nanlun. I think they've got to take this crossing here to start causing problems down into here. But we will see how it goes. Like I said, remember, you start close to each other and you're in the same spawning areas and the same territory areas. If you can't come to an agreement, it's causing problems. We believe, and it's kind of looking fairly clear, that Angmar and Lothlorien have some sort of agreement, because they have, Angmar have expanded all the way east and they've expanded all the way west, but they have left this Gundabad tile.
Well, you can't really take it.
sorry, I didn't mean that. They've left the Eagles tile sort of around here-ish. Where are the Eagles? I think
they are just east of the mountains.
Somewhere.
Mostly.
Here. East of Gundabad, aren't they? They're about here-ish, I thought. No? Am I a bit...
Eagles usually spawn in Gundabad or Karak.
Yeah, I thought they were in Gundabad. I'm sure they're somewhere... I'm sure there's somewhere up here. Maybe. I think on our also the map was slightly different. The map was slightly different on our previous server with the old Gundabad. Eagles. So there we go. So in Gundabad, yeah, here. So they are here, and there is a Lothlorien fortress, sort of like just on the tip somewhere around here, and Angmar are perfectly happy for them to have that there, which indicates, there it is, sorry. So there's the Lothlorien fortress up here. Jumping chat, winter is coming. So these guys have all sort of moved up here, and presumably they have started to gather the tiles. And you can see that Angmar have this line here: Gundabad shall not pass. Keep the line. So that usually indicates sort of this is the border in which you can expand, and the other side you cannot. Here. Which is interesting, and you have the Lothlorien one here. So this kind of looks like they have, they've definitely got some sort of peaceful agreement, and they've drawn a line, and that is the line in which they can go to. And then so they're going all right over here, but I also believe that Lothlorien kind of, I think it's smart for Lothlorien, I think, especially in a 10-player faction where you're surrounded by other factions, you've got a lot of problems to compete against, and they have made, potentially, well, we know, but looking at the north, they've definitely made an agreement with Angmar. We believe they've made an agreement with Arnor, with Rohan, with Mordor. So kind of, like I say, kind of smart, I think, in a way, because of all of the other factions start with territories that are close to each other, and you have to spread out into one direction to grow. That's kind of the thing, and part of the conflict is everybody wants to spread out and everybody's going into the same neutral zones. Lothlorien start with something completely different. They start with sort of like a triangle of locations, and everything in the middle here is easier for them to expand to, because everybody else doesn't want to necessarily go into a war or have a fight, so they don't necessarily want to go directly into those zones from whichever direction. So it's much easier for Lothlorien to claim, this is our zone, this is our area, because these are our pieces. So they already have sort of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When they begin, they've got like 6 or 7 territories just inside their own triangle that's easier for them to expand to, where maybe unless somebody else is deliberately going to go and fight them and go to war with them, that they're not particularly going to push for. So it does make sense to sort of like just be peaceful with everybody. Why risk yourself going to a war? There is 0 bonus, whereas all the other groups have to go to war to sort of for territorial expansion, for growth. These are the one faction that don't really need to do that, as much as kind of Mordor are okay to expand behind, and Gondor kind of have this expansion here unless Isengard are active. Linden kind of have their own areas. Lothlorien have their own areas, but it's much bigger and it's much more sustainable for a lot longer time.
LotR has a lot of luck with this server. Because they look at who they are neighbors with. Erebor is weak, Rune is weak, Isengard is weak. Arnor has problem with Linden, so they don't have to worry about that side. They probably have an agreement with Angmar, and they are allied in some way with us. So they have nobody to fear.
Smart. Really smart. They don't need to. Everyone keeps saying, oh my god, they're going to go to war, they're going to fight somebody. I don't think they will. I don't think there's any bonus whatsoever. In this situation, where you have your own growth and expansion areas inside the middle, there's no reason for you to go to war. Unless you're going to go and fight, these territories over here which are insignificant. But even then, why? Why bother exposing yourself and redeploying your troops all over to an area when you still have sort of like 1, 2, 3, 4... yeah, probably four, maybe 5 clearer areas, probably 4 areas to expend to, 3 more maybe. Oh, and up here maybe if you can persuade them to drop Gundabad, and you've got Moria as well. So they've got 5. They've got plenty of territories around here to be focusing on and to expanding on, and to unify their position of being split over the mountains and level up enough so that they can do long marches over and get fortresses and alliance fortresses set up all over in other places and make it defendable. There's absolutely no benefit to being like, right, okay, well, now let's go to war against even Arnor in a weakened position. Why would you go to war? Because it basically then means you're going to have to redeploy all your troops from these 3 lines to hold this line to fight them off. Well, you're not gaining the territories, you're not expanding, you're not fortifying your areas. There's zero purpose. They have a luxury as long as other factions do not either align against each other against them or looking to expand into their territories.
I mean, looking at Lothlorien's perspective, if you look at Rivendell's position, there's like a crossing and the tunnel connection, and it's very defensible. Because the enemy has to get to the bridge, and
when I played Angmar on a different server, we tried to prevent both sides to connect, and we weren't able to, because going down to the tunnels where they come out on the east of the mountains, it's so much neutral territory we can't fast travel on with a long march. It's brutal.
It is tough. I think season 2 is going to be far more dramatic, just because there's larger factions. There's more to play for, and there's more groups to get involved in. I don't think there's no chance that the alliances at the beginning are going to be the same as the ones at the end. It's just impossible. Especially because, like I said, as far as I know, there's some groups out here that maybe have 3 or 4 alliances on the go at the moment. Well, it's impossible for you to have 3 or 4 alliances to the end. At maximum, there probably can only realistically be 2 of you going into Dol Guldur for the final sort of like week or 2 as an ally. You can't really go into Dol Guldur still with 4 of us as an ally in the final few weeks. Otherwise, you're probably not going to have enough time to actually claim and take the ring. So it's gonna be tough, I think, at the end. From what I hear, I don't know if it's true. Rumors of rumors. Like I said, from what I know, there are factions in Mordor and factions in Gondor that were in the previous season, and they don't like each other. But it looks like they seem to be fairly friendly this season. And also, Lothlorien, one of the other groups in there, also have some friends in Mordor, and supposedly they will be working with each other till the end of the season. So we will see. But again, it can change. Like, you can have 3 or 4 different fellowships inside one faction, and yeah, okay, they might be friends with one, but the other ones can stop it or block it or cause all sorts of problems for them and make things not go quite so smoothly politically. And I think that's kind of what's happened this season. in that one of our fellowships from our group, Roha from Rohan, is super pally with like 2 of the big groups in Gondor, and they were sure, and from the very beginning we were definitely going to be allied and we're going to be best of friends and what have you. But the other fellowships from Rohan said, no, it's not as easy as just bending over and accepting everything. You know, we have our own demands. We really want access to Oathbreakers in Pass of the Dead. Gondor refused that red line, and so we've ended up fighting and being in conflict, all because of 8 Oathbreaker tiles in Pass of the Dead. So you can never predict exactly what's going to go on. I don't think anybody realistically thought they were going to do what they did, and there we go. Different groups do different decisions for different reasons. You know, posturing or whatever the reason, then you end up potentially disadvantaged, cutting off your nose to spite your face type of thing. Let's get rid of that bookmark. I've just got loads of. Did I heal? I healed all those troops, didn't I? No, I didn't speed it up. I still have 2 out of 37. I'm reluctant to spend gems just to speed up that. I can just quickly check, see if there's anything to sweep. Let's see if there's stuff to sweep. Let's see if I've got army units to refill these losses first. Tanks are my problem again. God damn it. I bet I don't have a lot of cavalry left to refill Eowyn's army. No. I mean, that should be enough to do some sweeping though. Just sweep light. And Gandhi. Ooh. Blimey. Maybe I'll take out those and put in these rangers. I've just got to kill low level units, I think, at this stage.
I'm using all my low level units for my pathing armies.
Okay. Yeah.
Because those only need like 3 or 4 commands.
Leveling up quicker. Sorry. Do you mean your commander levels?
Best case, you have somebody in your faction or fellowship warband who can clear like 200 power tile for you.
Yeah, I think the key is, and I didn't really, I didn't focus as much this season as I probably should have. The key, you are right, the key is getting that level 200 tile. When you get to a commander that's, you might have one commander that you're really focusing on and you've got him up to whatever level 35 plus or so, and maybe you got like a lower level 1 and you're really, you don't have enough power. Ask somebody in your fellowship, somebody in your faction, just but hey guys, somebody who's been playing a lot more and got maybe a slightly higher level, just give us like 1 tap or 2 taps on here just so I can take the tile, because the difference between those is vital. It's just insane. Let's take, for example, a 200 tile over here for that mock XP. Where is my, why do I always go too far over? I think it's like just next to the fort and never shows up. So yeah, comparing our mock battle gathering XP is what, 30, or without the boost, so 31 and a half versus, I can never remember the difference, 12.6. I mean, that the difference in that is insane. Yeah, 12,600. So definitely try and get somebody else to give you a hand, give you a boost up if you've already a little bit behind. The line is going to be a difference of 12,600 to 31,500. That definitely helps. If you can do if you can do sweeps on your lower level commanders, I highly recommend it. You've got the spare experience. Do tips on them, get them up a little bit, and then do sweeps, because otherwise their experience, their stamina is not really being used on anything. So you may as well get some tips and get some food in. I have struggled with this all season, and my food has been a bit low because there are 6 billion people in these small tiny areas, and if I manage to see something, there's already 28 people storming through to get to it. I'll have a look around here, but I mean, a lot of people have moved out, so you'd expect now that I would start to see a lot more sweeping options. No. Not at all. There's one aspect of the game I've missed a lot. Sorry?
There is a lot of mobs, usually in neutral territory, for like Pangorn or Celebrant fields. Like that area is like probably filled with mobs.
This usually it was before, because I had my armies in Entwash, over in Fanghorn, and they were spawning okay, but they were spawning like a lot of 30s, and they weren't particularly that great for me. But then I looked back over to my base, and there was loads of 15-20s just spawned around. But it might have just been the time period, and now more people have logged on and started to consume them all. And that has had a negative effect on my ability to sweep everything.
Yeah. Sweeping with the sweeping experience gives a lot.
Let's have a look. Good morning, Cody. Where did I... there we go. For those who have tuned in late to the stream, I should probably save this link in my special useful link thing. We were on my own fellowship's Discord last week, and that wasn't particularly the best place to be on. We are doing drop-in and chat, so if there's anything you want to talk about and chat about in-game, problems on your servers, any questions, any help, feel free to join this Discord server, which is the MAG Discord server. Also a useful place, we have the sections for any questions and answers that you want to ask, any live stream information. I will also be posting in the live stream information in future upcoming dates and times for when there'll be live streaming sessions, so it'll be a good way to keep informed. Also in there screenshots if you want to send me screenshots or anything like that, and just a general chat, so feel free to join us. You can join us even in the voice if you wish to come in and say hello, is also fine. It's cool. I'm in the 6th day on season 1, season 2. I'm in the 6th day on season 2, and I'm currently at 12k power. Is good in your opinion? I mean, my opinion of what was good in season 1 and season 2 is completely different and varied huge, because I am stuck. I'm at 22,600, and I have been at 22,600 for 2 days, and my tile cap just keeps continuing up, and I just cannot take anything. Tikosh was saying before, he relocated his base all the way over in Ashen's Plains, took his 3x3 block, moved his base over there, and then by the time he got there, everybody else was moving over, and already the tiles were being consumed. So we have just had a torrid time trying to expand.
Yeah, I'm 3k lower in power than you.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I was kind of lucky in that I got to Fanghorn just at the right time, and I managed to grab, you can probably see here, sort of about 20 odd, like 150 tiles all around here, just because I was way behind after the first week, after taking not being super active for the first 2 days, dropped me behind, and I was just lucky that I just pushed into Fanghorn and got as many 150s as I could. I wish I'd not slept that day and maybe got another 10, but there we go. So potentially, I mean, are you taking 150 tiles? Are you taking 150 tiles okay? What's the state of your commanders? Where are you at? How much free space, free tiles around you are there? How much are you doing your sweeping? Is probably a good indicator of that, more so than power necessarily. Because you can catch up as long as you're boosting your commanders right and you're in a position to maybe take higher tiles. As long as you can get the. Have you got a 200 tile yet? I mean that they would be better indicators. By the 6th day, I would expect to have had a 200 tile for sure.
I don't.
Why don't you have a 200 tile? Why don't you ask? I can one tap something. Oh wait, you've moved your base 60 miles away from me.
I'm weak.
You're just a puny
Yeah.
Dawn.
Yeah, you have to remember that I only joined late last season.
Okay.
When there were like 2 or 3 progress objectives left, so I'm weak.
Your commanders are a bit weaker. But I can tap something for you. You should have asked. I would have tapped something for you.
Well, I'm in Ashen Plains in the
Well,
east.
I mean, whose fault's that? I mean, even tapping it would have probably cost me, a good chunk. I could have hit it one hit with Eowyn, maybe taking something down.
Yeah, it's not worth it right now.
I don't know. I disagree. I think it depends on your ability points. If you've got chunk, then, which reminds me, I should be using mine. This is the other problem as well now. So I've got my main base and I don't have a 200 tile anywhere near me. So when I want to bloody mock battle, I'm then going to send him on a march all the way over here just to get the bloody mock battling on the go.
Hi guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah, we're at the same stage on our server, 18 RP. You might be able to put together a group of people where 3 people can take a 200 tile really easily if they all have like a 30 commander and a couple of other armies, and then just tell them like after you get your tile, just help one other person get their tile and keep rotating them through.
My problem is I'm not focusing enough on any one command. I think I'm pushing Gandalf just so I can go and start Ent farming maybe in 5 or 6 or 7 levels maybe. And then just keep working on the rest with other ways. So I think I'll send Gandalf over and do some more battles.
Yeah, how does int farming work?
Ent farming works in that you launch your attack onto the tile and you will hit it. You'll hit the first army. So as long as you've got like a really healy Gandalf, then you don't lose very much against the Ents because they don't really out damage your healing potential. So you don't get as much experience because maybe at level like 40 or 42, you'll hardly kill many of the Ents. So you might get 10,000 XP per hit. But I mean, every 5 minutes you'll hit again. So every 5 minutes you're hitting consistently like 10k or whatever, 15k experience for your 7 or 8 hits. And then you can just send him in once the first army's gone. And you can get up to 200,000 experience for it's slightly under 200, it's like 100, I think it's 98,000 XP per Ent the Ent army that you kill. So the ideal way is you don't quite kill a second army if possible. In an ideal world, you leave the second army with like 5 or 6,000, or 5 or 6% or something recall, and then all of the armies will replenish after the 1 hour mark from you first hitting them. So then they'll be replenished, and then you can just send your Gandalf again, heal him back up again, and then send him again, and then he'll just keep chunking over the experience constantly.
Okay, that makes sense. Can Eowyn do it pretty well too?
All the healing characters can do it from around about, usually I think it's somewhere around about 42-ish. They're okay with a good healing character, not getting as much damage. DPS builds, you tend to need them to be a little bit higher. They probably need to be out 44, 45 before you can go in. Otherwise, your losses are kind of a bit painful. But you can go in and just, with a decent Legolas or Gimli, you can almost, one-hit wipe them for the experience. Guys, have you got the mid-season chest event? We have got the big season chest event, and it's a big pile of poop. It's an exotic treasures chest that only has equipment inside, nothing else but equipment, and you have to draw 50 times for 1 flawless equipment. So you draw it 100 times, you will get 2 flawless equipments. And the drop rates are not that much better, 2.70 instead of 2.3% in a normal box, so 0.4% increased chance of getting flawless equipment. You have double chance for the purple equipment going from 10 to 20%, but like I said before, when you think about it, that's going to be 5 boxes to get 1 equipment, so that's 2,000 gems per purple equipment. There are cheaper ways inside the game where maybe on the offers where they offer them for 1,000 in your tips, so... it's a terrible box that I do not like. Check on the map where it says Fanghorn, and a little bit lower it has Lance. Fanghorn, a little bit lower. Here? Not sure. But the key to the ent farming is to make sure that you don't kill the tile. You don't siege the tile enough to take the tile, because then you kind of lose some time on your sieging. Because if you take that and you knock it down, you then got to give up the tile. You've got to wait for it to cool down, and then you've got to give up the tile or something. It takes 1 hour and 30, so you kind of lose 30 minutes on the tile. Or what often happens with people is they'll send their sieges, they'll take the tile, and then they'll forget to get rid of the tile. And then you'll see them sometimes with like 4 or 5 tiles around Fanghorn. Seriously, dude? So I remember last season I gave people a time period, and if they hadn't have taken it in enough time or dropped it, and there were people I knew were semi-inactive or they never built ents anyway, which is most people, then I would just betray them and take the tile. I was like, no, I'm not having you joking me around. Oh yes, I remember I can gather now. Yes, finally! I don't have to keep changing my resources around. Is that dragon still not dead? Is it? It's going to be like a cold
Imagine if it despawns.
It's going to be a cold war for somebody to actually kill it, yeah, before it despawns. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I had that happen to me when I was out of stamina and the Balrog was close to dying.
There's 4 hours and 14 minutes on this dragon. So, but there's people that are more committed than I am to this fight. Nobody's willing to take that final bite. Which is a shame. Hopefully they do get it soon. Gustavus.
They probably all think well, there are 4 other people who can take it.
Yeah, I think the only person who might go in is if you log on and you're on like maybe 65 or 70. You're like, okay, yeah, go on. I'll just snipe it and bump that bottom guy off. Jamie Potter, join your Discord. Thank you for joining. Feel free to post or comment anything. Gustavo, yes, sorry, I put server. It really is trash. Yes, it really is trash. Adrikno, what server is this? Oh, Takoshi already replied. Yes, 002 roleplay. I love the Lord of the Rings, but I can't bring myself to play this, so I'll just watch you. You can't bring yourself? What's wrong? I mean, don't forget that it's a mobile phone game. I'm playing on BlueStacks, so that's why maybe the graphics of the gameplay is not maximized for what would be a stream game or something like that, a Steam game, sorry. But for for mobile phones, it's pretty good. It's kind of an okay-ish game to be chilling out on the way back from work, on a break at work, and you just chillax in and don't have much to do. It's one of those games that, okay, if you spend, then you do have a bigger advantage. But at the end of the day, how this game works with the chess play, and there being so many pieces, so many people in each group, and the resetting every 2 months, everybody can make a difference. I've seen people that have been newish to seasons, like towards the end of seasons, and they maybe just build really, really fast units, and they just play the chess tile game. And they just like move around, and an enemy's trying to advance, and they've got all the big powerful armies, and there's just some little guy running around just causing them problems, and chess warring their tiles, taking their tiles away that are next to the base so that they can't attack, and causing them all sorts of pandemonium and trouble. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that even if you are not a big spender, you can still have a significant impact in the game, and enough people like that, enough smaller players, can bring down a bigger player. It's tough, and sometimes we've seen it on ours where there's been a big player, a big whale with all of their big powerful gear, and they've been able to hold a point, or they've been able to hit a tunnel, and they've been able to kill a whole load of stuff. But I suspect towards the end of this season, there are people with all of their gear with 5-star, with all gold. I'd expect even sort of like the medium spenders by the end of this season, with the amount of Mathams available and the commander unlocks and all the other stuff that's available, that they will kind of be at the stage where their main commanders maybe have all 3-star gold stuff, or mostly 4-star purple stuff, and they'll be able to provide enough of a threat where they won't be getting entirely massacred. But yeah, at the moment we are seeing guys with all 5-star gear with maximum characters, and they are murdering their way through most non-spenders or medium spenders. But over time that should balance. People who are committed and they get enough time to keep going through the seasons, get season rewards, open the random chest, because you get like a free Matham chest every day, and every 5 chest opens you get like a free piece of gear. You get like loads of free Mathams for doing server progress missions over here. So like even on this right hand side you get 5, 10, 15 free of the chest unlocks, and plus the dailies, and you get a free commander at the end of the unlock. And there's enough in here that even as a free player, it's okay, I think, compared to a lot of other games. As a slight spender, even if you just spend maybe $30 per season, you get the season pass and maybe some other bits of pieces. You'll notice a significant swing up with the amount of stuff that you get even in just the season passes. And then there hits like a limit where, unless you're going to be a super whale and drop maybe 10,000, if you're somewhere around sort of like the $200 to $500 per month, it's still too much based on RNG and luck, and that 0.1% chance of like commander unlocks for it to make a difference. You then pretty much have to get into that top scale, being maybe 10,000 or what have you per month or season, to hit into that top band. But even then, all of your commanders still only have certain amounts of stamina. You only have 150 stamina, even with the best of commanders, with all of the ring trees. That means you can only move that guy 7 times. And then once you're done with those movements or those attacks or those whatever you're doing, you then have to wait again for the stamina to reload. I mean, there are stamina potions inside the game that you can buy, but they're limited by, you can only buy like 1 or 2 a day, and I think it only kicks in, like you can't buy them, you can buy them at the moment, sorry. Unstoppable here. You can buy 2 a day for plus 60 stamina. So I mean, there are ways, but still, and you still can't go forever and endless. You are limited by what you can get inside the game and what you can do. So it's not too bad a game. Our eagle's good, seem to die really fast even without archers. I've seen multiple eagle builds. I've seen a good eagle build with Haldir, especially with his beast heals in tier 2. It can be pretty good, especially if you picked up some of the item pieces like this headpiece here with additional beast defense and other beast abilities. There are some good builds for them. Mainly I see a lot of people use eagles for tile wars and for capturing. The only thing you have to remember is they're only really good for like their damage. Siege damage is so low and there's so few of them. They really struggle. You can only maybe capture like level 1 tiles, and if you try and hit like a level 20 or 30 tile, you see it all the time in wars. You'll notice some unit come flying in, it'll hit a tile, and you'll be like, oh no, he's going to take my tile, and then the unit flies back home, and your tile is like on 20% siege level. So they are good. You have to be careful when you're tiling that they get the right things. You also have to be careful somebody doesn't guard at the last moment, and they because they know exactly what you've got, so they can make an entire anti-eagle army, and then they can guard just at the last moment when you try and take a tile next by and wipe you out. So I did that quite a lot last season, and bam, 250 or what have you, eagles have gone. Please tell me how to play Haldir in LotR. I was just saying there, one of the potential builds for him is his beast build. If you manage to get him up to respect 3, which I quite like for LotR because you're already next to bow earnings. So you can go Sylvan Elf, and you can go with beast training, and you can heal beasts every turn. Really good if you've got bow earnings and eagles, because they both count as beasts, so you can have them both on your front line and then march wardens behind. It's kind of a nice build, and you just keep on healing everything back up again. And also because you've got the march wardens, you don't really need to worry too much about picking up foresight, because you've got your march wardens that are going to do that anyway. And then you can pick up anything else that you want to pick up from like a tier 1 potentially, if you've not got him up to respect 3, where you can take the damage mitigation, or I think I took guide for extra physical damage and for a slight attack that he would have. If you've got him up into the respect 5, you have the options to make him into a stand, hold your ground type hero. He's got the Fortify skill, so while defending, allied units physical damage received by 2.7 per level. So at max, that's 7 times 2.5, 17.5. And you can also pick damage received for ranged units minus 14%, and physical damage increase. You can mix sort of like Galadrim over here with your protection abilities. You can either pick some of his damage abilities over here on the top build with the March Warden build, so damage, a little bit more damage and defense, or you can go defense, and you can pick up sort of like units with guide and armed escorts, where you get a little bit of heal and you're doing extra damage linked in with it. So they're pretty much for me the 2 builds that really stand out with him, but we will see. Okay. Sorry, what was he? It's not as pay to win as other games due to it being objective based and having seasons the world matter less. You cannot pay to get resources or recruit faster. Yeah, also, yeah, you are limited with resources. Recruitment speed, you cannot increase. You can only have 4 recruitment trees later on and 1 higher. But yeah, you're limited by how many things you can produce. So even if you're the best whale, and we saw it last season, you could grind them down up to the point where they had to go to sleep and they had to rest because they just didn't have any units left, or they didn't have any stamina. A whale can make a difference, but they won't win this by themselves for sure. And even more on season 2, where everybody's kind of got pocket whales. So we saw that like in the fights with Gondor, their whale would come on with all 5-star stuff, and then he would just be mowing through units, and then sort of he would log off, and then all of a sudden our whale would go on, and then he would attack the tunnel, and he would kill sort of like, constantly units and armies and armies and armies. So yeah, they basically just run out eventually. Who would be your wanted tier 3 commander? Well, that I don't already have, or just in general, which one do I like the most? Which one do I want the most is Theoden. Definitely as a Rohan player this season, I really lack him, and if I'd had him instead of Eowyn, then I would have had a much easier start to my season. I feel like with Eowyn, she's just not got the heals and the ability and the tier 3 commander. Sorry, I misread. Galadriel. And the 2 whales that I've seen from Gondor and from Rohan this season with the max gear and the max things are both rocking out the Galadriel tier 5 build, and they are just they're just mowing people down for fun. So yes, it is painful with just the sheer focus damage, and some of the damage values I'm seeing, they're like 700 damage focus or something stupid. It's just insane when their focus stats, and their gear is all maxed, so all their gear is giving them like plus insane or plus extra attacks or plus additional focus damage, and it's just crazy. But yeah, that madness there. Turn round 3, 6, and 9 in combat. Madness for 1 round, plus all the just sheer amounts of heals, removing the debuffs to stop stun armies. She's just so formidable. Luckily, she's kind of one of my highest towards unlocking, but I mean, it doesn't make any difference because even at tier 1, she wouldn't be that great. So I'm a third of the way there. Stamp potions are quite plentiful if you buy everyone you see. Yeah, you'd basically have to be buying them every single day, the 2 that you get, and that would give you plus 120. But you think about when you get into a war, and if you're a whale, you go trigger happy, and you do have the units to go, and you just keep pumping out those stamina potions, you're going to eat them up pretty fast in a big war where there's a line of 200 active players, all with 5 armies fighting in the battle. You're going to consume up the limited amount of stamina potions super quick. I get your point. If they'd been unlimited and you could buy a ton of them, then I'd be more worried about the potential for whales.
One quick thing on that.
Yep.
You can only use a stamina potion once every 24 hours per commander.
Okay, I heard that, but I think I've only ever used them once during a solo siege on Gundabad last season. And I think I had 2, and I used them on 2 different commanders anyway. So I never really got to try it, but I did hear that. So thanks for confirming that. That's useful to know. Sorry, guys. My mouth is now going to be purple. I've just realised I'm eating dragon fruit. It's not the best of food to be eating. That was a silly mistake. I look like I've got lipstick and my tongue's going to be bright purple. Never mind. Okay. Stamp potions are quite plentiful. Oh, sorry. Always get 1 point of March Warden of Lorien for the stun. For the avoidance, sorry. Yeah, for the avoidance. Have you any unique items for Commander? No, I don't think I will for a while. I think you pretty much have to be probably a reasonable whale, more of a whale than I am. Well, I'm not a whale, but more of a spender than I am. I tend to spend about $300 per season, so you're looking really for people who are in thousands for that are probably near that. Because not only that to unlock, but you need all those mithrils, and for the heroes for tier 3s, which are probably what people are going for, or tier 2s if you're in that whale category, you need the purple or the gold mithril. And I don't think that's coming out in abundance. I think you're probably having to buy it for 1,000 gems every day on the Matham trader, pretty much. Although I do expect a mithril chest to come out at some stage at a ridiculous price. I'm waiting on her also. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I think everybody is. Everybody keeps hearing about these scary builds, and I think everybody's using it that checks on the Discord. So just look at the draw. Since I'm Lothlorien, the Haldir build I recommend: 1 March Warden, Max Guide, Max Sylvan Elf. Sorry, let's go back to this. I've not been using him this season, so I've forgotten his skill names. Let's have a look. So you go with 1 March Warden. Okay. So you get the... I can see that, yeah. It probably is worth always picking 1 point of March Warden for the 1 allied unit. Avoid next damage. Yeah, okay. I get that. 1 in March Warden. Max Guide. For the stun immunity? Yeah, okay. I can get behind that. Max foresight. Max foresight. Why are you taking max foresight? That's a waste of 7 points, isn't it? You're using March Wardens. You're Lothlorien, so you have March Wardens. So presumably you're using March Wardens for them. Why would you take foresight? You already naturally ignore that with your March Wardens if they're leveled up at like 90% every round. Yeah, I'm not sure foresight is a good use of 7 points. Maxed armed escort deals 20% physical damage. One allied unit recovers some health modified by focus. I think we're actually getting to the stage now where we've got more bots in here than more people. We should just get the bots to fight each other. Okay, anyway, maxed armed escort. Okay, for a bit of a heal. Fair enough. Max beast training. Yeah, as long as you're using bow earnings and or eagles. And max forest agility. Yeah, ranged units has a 2.9% chance of attacking twice per round. That's why I would be going March Wardens and drop. And I drop foresight and save yourself 7 points there. Because what, you're going to get avoidance on your eagles, which aren't doing huge amounts of damage anyway. Or are you talking about just only using eagles? But I mean, if you're only using eagles, then you don't want to go into combat anyway. So you don't really want to be using foresight anyway, because you don't really care about combat. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. Like I said, last season towards the end, I went with a fortify. I went with the fortify ability. I don't think I went for guide. Because I thought there's only really a couple of armies that particularly really focus on stun, and if I come against one, okay, fair enough, then I take a bit of a beating, but you know, I could flex out something also that was okay against stun. I built him as slightly different from Gandalf. So Gandalf was my stun but didn't do much damage, and my Haldir was my defense but could rack out some damage. So I went up to fortify with Galadrim, so my physical was doing, my range units were doing more damage, and my I was taking less damage, and then I also took forest agility for the double chance, 20% chance of double attacks, and then I took where did I take my other points? Probably at one point in March Warden. I'm not entirely sure where I'd put the rest of my points. I don't think I went in the guide tree. I must have gone somewhere else. I'm not sure. Whatever. Maybe I went over here. Maybe I took shield training. Whatever. Let's have a look. Sweepy sweep. Oh no, did I move him here to mock battle? I moved him over here to mock battle. Give me some experience. Okay. Let's kill stuff with the other guys. Thorin's okay, and I think Eowyn's okay, but on a weaker target. Eeks. Oh, and I've got a building. Sugar. I shouldn't have built those troops first. What do I want? I want military academy, but I don't have the resources for that. What do I also want? I want to unlock cataphracts, so I need horseman stable, and I need the quarters to be 8, but I need resources as well that I don't have. So that's okay. Let's just get some. Let's work on this. Oh my god. I've just got lots of wood, so let's change. Actually, no, I'm gathering the iron, so I'll wait for the iron to come in, and maybe I'll be near enough the stone by the time my gatherer has finished in 10 minutes or so. Right. I am going to quickly pop to the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh dear. Hilary Oliver. Where do these bots come from? And how do I get them to go? Oh, somebody killed the dragon! Yay! Yay!
You lucky one.
It looks like he did. He must have just been below. Thorengil, or was he 4? I can't remember. Because he's knocked me down to 4. I was 3, so I've gone down to 4. So I lost a place. But still got the rewards. So yeah. Some gold.
I don't even have a dragon near me.
So they say this is the second weekend. You can decide for yourself whether you think that this reward is worth probably losing your main army for 5 minutes recalls, 4 5-minute build speed ups, a 5-minute treat. Oh dear, I clicked it. No mind. Well, there you go. You saw it anyway. Oh, I'm a bit disappointed. I was gonna open a load into that chest, and then it came out and it was poop. And now I feel a little bit down.
Well, there's probably not another chest, so you can just open normal ones.
I think there will be a chest. I think they will do chests. I think they'll be time based. I think they'll do one sort of like on weeks, like 3, 5, 9 or something.
They might do something for Christmas also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
A Christmas item box. You give them the credit card and they give you 1 flawless equipment item. Good trade.
You give them the credit card and they give it back, but empty.
This is my life. My life is now looking around for... This is just a bad time to find mobs. I think I saw loads of mobs over near you. Ashram Plains. I don't think anybody was killing them over near you.
Are you at the other keep already?
Here, level 6.
You are not. Maybe you should make your way to Davinian.
What's good about killing mobs?
Gives experience and food.
Lots of experience.
So you can see here from the mobs that I've managed to kind of kill here Thorin. So I killed a level 20 and it still gave me like 11,000. That was just short of anything decent. There's a 25, gave me 22,000 experience. If I can find a 30. But the good thing is you can be working on all your different characters at all different levels. You can be killing 15s, 20s, 25s. How much does a 30 give? Let's find. So I had much better luck earlier on. I could find 25s and 30s. There's a 30. 30 mob gives 29,400 XP. produce some Outriders just to chunk out my cavalry army. I now hit this time. This is like my time. My time at the end of the night where I know that the end is coming. The end is nigh. Because my production times end up being like 10 minutes. And I produce some stuff and then... well, I can't produce too many here because these are going to both finish in 5 minutes and 10 minutes. And I don't have enough iron or food. And yeah. Barracks. I've got to think about which units. I'm going to be using bow knights most of the season, so it's definitely worth pumping up their large unit upgrades, especially on these 200 tiles. So I will invest quite heavily on upgrading these a little bit. Keep some gold in reserve. I might need it this week for building things.
Well, you should keep in reserve to build your forts towards the next city. Because tomorrow is another siege.
I don't think I've got enough forts. And I've even put a point into forts because I just ran out of forts. And I might need to get another one now because...
Or you just break down forts.
Yeah, but look, yeah, but I'm not going to break down a whole lot of... I mean, I can break down alternate forts, I suppose. But because I'm trying to sweep as well at the moment, I'm kind of trying to potentially move my army. I could... Which ones could I keep? I'm going to keep the Fanghorn ones because they're for my Ent farms.
Like in the vault, you have two almost next to each other.
No, this one's
one of them
keep.
Ah,
and that
then you have
the farm over here that I just took is only in range of my top one. So if I get rid of that top one, I can no longer move my troops up to there to farm. I could get rid of 1, 2, 3. But my other issue is this area around here could eventually become a fighty zone, and I might kind of need these forts going. Tough decisions, I'm not sure. Paulus says, hello guys, how are you doing this week? We're doing pretty well, I think.
Not dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Quick question about your server. Did anyone take the trolls yet in Troll Shaws?
Oh wait, 1 second. I've just noticed my stream has. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Somebody should have mentioned it. Sometimes if my BlueStacks window moves, it creates a white line on the right hand side of the stream. Let me check. Troll Shaws, they're over here. LotR controls Troll Shaws.
It's turned into a major battle point on our server.
Okay.
Really?
Between 3, I guess. Between Angmar, Arnor, and LotR, or just 2 of those?
Well, I'm Lothlorien. Angmar and Arnor are both one of the trolls, so they attacked both of us. They attacked us at the same time, but we're way stronger than them. So they are not happy, but I think they're just going to keep attacking.
I see why. Like Commander experience gain.
It's the strongest buff in the early game, yeah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, actually in the early game. I was going to say, it's not, you can't actually take it yet, but Argonath is one of my favorites. +5 ability points. But yeah, it's 30 million. That's going to be a fight contention point, I think, at some point between Rohan and Gondor. Paulus also says, we started yesterday on our server 2, finally, and everything is slower and harder. Yep, tell me about it. How much do you miss the Red Book of Gondor? The Red Book of Gondor, the Red Book. I've got Gondor in my mind now. How much do you miss the Red Book and those resources? Yeah, you realize how easy you had it in season 1, and also how is your distribution of factions? I guess maybe you're a bit too early to tell properly, but is there some factions where you look in the top like 10 or the top 20 where you see like a heavy weight towards some groups more than the others? Be interesting to know. How would you skill Aragon, King of Men? What build are you going for? Give me 1 second. Let me just collect more things that I am not going to use yet. Complete 20 tips and open any chest. I need to open 3 chests, but I'll get that from dailies. Depends on which build you're going to go for with your Aragon, King of Men. I think this isn't the 2 builds. Let's have a quick peek and look at his stuff at Respect 1. 2 enemy units, 2 enemy targets, deals 20% physical damage. So a not very strong attack against 2 people. Against enemy target with the lowest defense, so a slightly better attack, but it's only against 1, but it's the lowest defense, so good for hitting their weaker back row. Commander 50% chance of gaining damage plus 7.1%, so maximize, that's going to be 50% chance of gaining damage plus 50%. So we've got DPS side over there. The attack seems a little bit weak, but who knows. 2 allied units recover 10.6% hit points and gains a 30% chance of reactivating effect once. Again, I'm theorizing, I don't know how some of these go up in different ways. I'm going to guess that it goes up 10% per level, so it goes up 150%. If that is, that's pretty grim. If you can let me know if you have him unlocked, is it the top ability that goes up each time? I would guess. Recover, so at max it will go up to 150% hit points and gain 30% chance of reactivating once. So 2 units, and at max effect 50% chance, so on average you can probably predict that one recovery chance of reactivating effect once. I need to check this in battle, I've not seen it. It always confused me a little bit. Reactivating the whole effect once, so both units, in which case the 50% chance of receiving additional recovery effect over a long enough time and over a battle would kind of average out in that it would kick in, you know, on 1 unit each turn that it kicks in. Is that right? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. It wouldn't matter. Only it would. 50% of the additional recovery effect targeting both of them or targeting just one of the 2. I suspect it's going to be both of them. In which case, if it's both of them, and it means every 1 turn, there's a 50% chance that it hits both, and the next turn it would, on average, not, let's say, 50%. So that's pretty decent heals with steady against 2 units. Not too bad. Not too bad for a heal. All allied units damage plus 14%. 2 allied units recover 8.5% hit points. Effect modified by focus stat. Gain a 50% chance of reactivating effect once. So again, I'm guessing at maximum that's going to be 60%? No, it can't be. 7 times 8.5. No, that's right, yeah. 56 plus 3.5, 56. So it's just under 60. Yeah, okay. So recover 6% hit points against 2 targets and a 50% chance of reactivating effect once. Okay, that's the same turn as well. Wow. So those turns you've got some big recovery heals going on. Rounds 3, 6, and 9. With big chances that not only do they affect 2 units recovering, but they also potentially double up your heals. Pretty solid. Strider base equipment, so it's the same table as the Aragon 2. Base stats from equipment plus 2, and he can use all equipment. Which again, I'm not entirely a huge fan of this. I mean, it's only race restrictions, and I think Aragon anyway, there's not a whole lot of equipment that can't be used by humans. Against 1 enemy target deals 40% physical damage and gains pursuit. That's not too bad because it gives him a little bit at least of damage against, say, OBs or anything that's gonna have what's the word, avoidance. But still 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 5 turns per combat. So a lot of his combat is weaker, but triggers more often. He doesn't have any like bigger hits. But the cooldown's only 1 turn for each of these sort of things. And raid against round 1 against 1 enemy target deals 34% physical damage and a 50% chance of dealing an additional 34 point. So that's where it's slightly bigger heal damage effect. The damage effect is round 1, 4, 7, and 10. But it's a gamble. It's one of those gamblers again. He seems to be a very, very gambly build. Everything's 50% chance of reactivating, so you're going to have good days, you're going to have really bad days where you do a lot of damage. So this damage table with extra equipment blends better with Anduril because Anduril is dealing extra damage, base stats for equipment, so you're doing more might, so you can do more damage, and deals damage, and deals damage. So you've got like a damage build with those two if you want to go pure DPS, or you can go like a DPS heal mix. I suspect then if you get to the turn 5, usually this will match with this heal build here. So King of Men, first 5 rounds, men, when affected by stun or madness, damage received minus 6%. Max level buff persists for the entire battle. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this. I mean, when affected by stun or madness, so you're building yourself up to only be useful, really, if you go into this tree. If you're going to come against things like Gandalf, or if you're going to be coming against things that are going to cause you madness, you know, Sauron or things like that, where you're going to be doing damage received minus 15 times 6, so that's 90% at max. So he has survivability in that you pick only men, similar to an Aragon 2 anti-evil army build. You're going to build only men units, and then when you are stunned or affected by madness, then you take 90% less damage for the whole battle. So that's not too bad, but again, only against specific armies. There's no point if you're going against things that don't cause stun or madness, because it's a wasted 15 points. Round 5 onwards, Aragon damage plus 10. So it's for Aragon himself. So this is kind of like if you've got extra points, you built him up, it kind of blends in well with your DPS tables over here. In the at max level, it's going to be plus 70% of his damage from round 5 onwards. But you've got to have built into King of Men for that to work. And during Bloodline, men attack plus 14% and defense plus 5. I don't know if that goes up during combat. So what level do you have him at? Do you have him at, I'm going to guess you have him at respect 3, because you're asking for the build choice. So you've got a dilemma choice. So personally for me, I'd probably go pure DPS, and I would go for these 2 tables, and I would maximize sort of like everything that I do is causing damage. But it's still, this one is you might personally, depending, again, it depends on the type of the season where you're up to. If you're in an early season, then you want to be going with this heal, because the heal is really, really phenomenal. So early in a new season, in season 2, this is a pretty good heal table where you're not going to be taking the same losses, and you can pick up your DPS a little bit. If you want to make it pure DPS, then you go for these 2 tables. If you want to mix probably DPS and heal, then personally I think I prefer his 2 level 1 tables, because base statments from equipment and ignores the race restrictions seems to me a little bit underwhelming. And then a 40% physical damage attack that happens every other turn, and then a 34% with a 50% chance of doubling. Yeah, I think I prefer. I think I prefer these tables over here, because you hit the lowest defense, so you can hit the DPS Oh wait, he doesn't have another attack there. That's 50% chance of gaining damage. Okay, sorry, never mind. 2 attacks that deal 40% and 30% every round, but that's not every round. Or 40% every other round. So you lose 10%, but you gain pursuit, but you don't target the weakest. 34.2%. Oh my gosh. Yeah, normally this is something I would prepare and have time, so I'm spitballing off the top of my head here. So I would be comparing these and seeing 34.2 with a 50% chance of doing double, so on average that's just have 17%. So 51-ish versus 40. Yeah, maybe these two damage abilities are slightly better, but they're locked behind this tree, which for me doesn't have a great ability, whereas these two are slightly weaker, but they're locked behind a might 15. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at it properly. It depends how you're going to pick a mix. You wouldn't necessarily have to take that, but I mean, you could take it anyway. 50% chance of gaining 50% damage. So I suppose that is better. I suppose I would go for this over this, because 50% extra damage, you're going to be doing more than those anyway. But there we go. Sorry, I have rambled on. Probably bored you all to death, but I think Andrew is a slightly better table with this. Or just go pure DPS, go both of these. Go max might, go max damage, go all these extra bonuses. So for later game, pure DPS, I'd go these two. Yes, early I'd go this, and then if I had tier 5, I would probably go with this and this, but that's only really good against stun and madness armies. Sorry. Did I kill everyone? Posted into the chat channel there, you can see we do have a sweep widget competition going on at the moment. It's for a $50 US Nintendo Gift American eShop card. It's like a sweep widget, like a online does the draw thing, and you get 1 entry if you subscribe to the Twitch, 1 entry if you subscribe to YouTube, 1 entry if you go onto the Discord, 1 entry if you sell the soul of your firstborn child, and you potentially will win $50 US, which if you are an American means that you can buy things on the Nintendo store, and if you are not American, then you can make friends with American, or you can offer to give it to some hot pretend girl in a chat room and be like, hey baby, you want $50 US Nintendo gift card, American eShop card, because I'm rolling. And there we go. 5 inches of firstborn child.
But only a pretend girl.
Yes. I'm a girl. Look, my picture is quite clearly a girl.
Our faction got worse and worse with the timing.
Sorry?
Somebody attacked early for the siege, like 5 minutes early.
Wait, you remind me. Where are we at? We're at Brownlands. Let's have a look at the siege of the city to gain ourselves. What do we get for this?
Dagolet.
Big bag of balls. 1,500 hourly ore. I was going to say, it feels like I'm starting to see more units when I'm on the page, but I feel like it's not compared to when I go on there and how many arrows are incoming.
You don't. The problem is you don't see all armies.
No, yeah. We've got a lot of blue on the map, though, there. I'm kind of happy with the amount of blue that's shown up from our alliance. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's quite a few going in there. Representing. Yeah, I didn't have to spend all of my time in chat rooms. I'd be properly floating across maps at this stage.
Is it really different speaking to leaders this season than last season? Is there a lot more experience in every faction, you think?
Yeah, but there's a lot more everything. There's a lot more resentment. There's a lot more ego. There's there's a lot more everything. You're going into these rooms and you got so many people that have been in, like, we're in the top faction or in one of the top fellowships on their server, so now they want to be the big dogs. And you know, there's factions where you've got 3 or 4 fellowships in there, and they all want their own politics. They've all got their own history. They've all got their own contacts and best friends in other servers. They've all got people that they hate and they want to get revenge and, you know, cause them problems. And it makes politics difficult because you're there going, especially for Rohan, because we've got maybe 7 or 8 of these really active fellowships from all different servers, from all different previous history. So it's like, okay, well, do we want to align ourselves with this faction? And then it's like, well, this fellowship is in that faction, I don't trust them, or these are backstabbers, don't trust anything that they say, or what. And it just ends up being, everything is far more complicated, and there's far more. Well, in ours, because there's so many, we need more debates and discussions. I suppose if you're in a faction, maybe, I said before, if you only have maybe 3 fellowships, maybe 2 from the previous server, or a lot of people are kind of moving to a server together, even from different sides, and they're all going to go into the same faction, and they're going to be able to determine and decide politics more, then they'll probably have an easier chance because they all share the same past and they share the same relations, and they probably have more cooperation. But at the moment, it's just a lot of peacocking going around, and it's not been very pleasant.
Yeah, that's what happened between my server. Lyndon decided to be nice to everyone, and then suddenly later on, after Dolgledor's shield went down, they decided to betray everyone. And most of them were pay-to-win players. So one by one, each faction lost their capital and lands. And then they decided, you know what, let's all team on Lyndon.
But you'll remember that next season. Everyone on your server is going to know those players.
But you so that's on a season 1, right?
Yep.
So this is your problem. You go into the season 2 and you have those experiences, but then you start trying to sell other people in your faction from other fellowships about those people. But maybe, let's say for example in our case, maybe we've got Gondor to one side and Mordor to the other side, and people might have bad experiences with one, but then another group or another faction might have gone into the other side. So when it comes to voting about, well, who do you want to have an alliance with, you might end up with a complete divide down the groups of half wanting to go down, half wanting to go the other way, and just completely screwing up politics. And it becomes trying to make people give up on what's happened on previous servers to further the goals of this season. It's complicated. People
even just some people just don't like certain factions now because that faction beat them last season. So even if none of the people who were on that faction are on it this season, they're still going to kill the elves, or they're still wanting war with dwarves because dwarves did something bad last season, and we're just but.
I mean, each faction has a grudge issue.
Yeah, ours is say here we've got Eden here. I think server 17. So they have friends. Some friends in Gondor. I think they have some friends in. I can't remember where else. But
so you said you're server 17 now?
No, we're server 2. They were from server 17.
Oh, okay.
And then the group in server 5 from server 5, They have really good friends in Gondor. And then there's server 11, I think, and they have very good friends in Linden. And then we're from server 4. We've kind of got contacts and friends in Angmar. So, yeah, there's kind of... Everybody's close to other people, but they've also got their own baggage and their own history in the groups that they don't like.
Have you had any large groups of people jump factions yet?
Not yet.
Angmar, after we beat them, has said, okay, we'll just go to Mordor. Same with Linden. Gondor's full now. Linden's empty. Angmar's empty. So.
Yeah, same with my server. When Angmar attacked us in Season 1, half of us moved to Erebor or Arnor.
I was saying before, we do have... Arnor have 1 active fellowship. And Linden have like maybe 3 full and like 3 semi, so they're in a really strong position. They're now closed. They're the second faction to be full. And about 4 days ago, they were having territorial disputes. And apparently Linden have been trying to persuade them with strong arm tactics to all switch over to Linden, and they refused. So they have got very close friends and allies in Angmar, which I suspect will very soon lead to an Angmar-Linden war, which will be interesting because it's arguably a war of irrelevance. Because I don't want to sound too mean, but it's kind of like territories up in the middle of nowhere, the furthest away from the ring, with the worst abilities that there are. I suppose army speed's not too bad. And it's possibly worth fighting over. But, plus 500 hourly stone production is not anything special.
Well, the army speed isn't that good because for army speed for orcs isn't really useful for a good site.
I think army speed is really powerful.
It is if you have fast cav or eagles.
But it's not really something you would fight for as Linden if it's just for orcs.
Let's have a look what general chat is saying today. It looks like that is going to kick off like we said up there, because scrolling through the chat, getting bullied by Linden. Not arguing here. Widow, stop crying. Angmar is coming. Only you just sold your souls to them. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then they all go honk crazy whenever they take a city. It must be something from a different server that I don't really understand. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to... I didn't want to translate that. Yeah, I'll close that. Interesting how you can get a lot of rude words through the censor as long as they're in a different language. Well, there we go. That's another city claimed. So we can see sort of on the map now.
I'm surprised to see a Rohan faction that's like rising up. It's rare.
Have you seen Season 1, Server 1?
No.
Rohan had almost all of the map.
Yeah, they had everything but like 3 or 4. They actually gave capital cities back to people for the season rewards. Season 5, Server 5, also the Gondor won. Sorry, no, Rohan won. But I think there was something suspicious that happened there. I don't know if it was supposed to be like a fair even fight or everybody rose up against one group, but I believe that Rohan won. But there is definitely some animosity between some groups.
So, I don't know if you've been told, but on like the higher servers, they merged like 20 servers together. We've got, I think, 13 or 14 servers on mine. Do you think they're just going to keep doing that? So eventually, everybody is going to have super factions on by like season 4?
I think there'll be a limit. I think now you're getting down to the people that are playing, that are signed up on this server, are playing this server now. So there's only going to be so much more that you can pack into these maps already. Like loads of people are overwhelmed, and it's just not going to become playable. It's not going to become realistic because you're just going to be at war constantly, immediately. If they put more people on these servers, okay, you could argue that there are some spaces left and some factions can take it, but you could argue that some factions there's nobody inside. But I just think it's going to be how the signups work is without any sort of pre-sign-up registration or anything for specific factions or as specific groups. Then you're kind of a bit stuck with which group you go in a little bit. So I don't think they're going to be able to. I mean, up until the stage at which you've got a certain amount of playable of players, even if they've merged 20 servers together and you don't have like half as much as say like one of these lower servers, then maybe you might find that you get merged next season to get your numbers up to be a matching amount. But I suspect they will stop at a stage at which it becomes, impossible.
I'm probably just gonna waste my Mathams for season 1 still, because looking at the season 2s, it feels like a scam.
The first season 2 is okay. Oh wait, I need to do the building. What did I need to build? That will upgrade, then I can upgrade that. So I can now focus on upgrading my tanks. So I need stone. 15,000 stone, so I trade my wood. Okay. Trying to keep my buildings going. My armies are not particularly in the best state, but I figure it doesn't matter too much if I get the units all unlocked. Now, how much resources do I have left? I don't have any stone, but that's okay. I don't need stone for troops. Get more cavalry because Eowyn's army got absolutely wrecked. Okay, he's ready for sweeping. Gandalf is farming XP. That army is still not full, but that's okay for sweeping as well. Now, finding something to... Oh, there we go. See, now they're at 15. 50, that's a bit low, though. Okay, let's just send the Legolas there. Ugh. I want 2025s. 15. I'm just going to find 15s around here, I suspect. But never mind. Some XP is better than no XP, I guess. 15s. Okay, these are all 15s in this area. Gandalf's ready? Oh, I also hate that when that happens. You're just right close to leveling up. I'll just mock battle one more time.
Or you could just just find a tile and just give him level up.
I'm just working on these at the moment. I'm trying to preserve my stamina and my heroes, and then I should probably go back to the XP gains. XP gains over here. Right. Let's have a look. I've had 2, went 200 for shows, but I better start doing the tutorial. Definitely. I need to reinstall. No, I think I have it reinstalled. I need to give it a try and remember how the hell I do. Is Frodo and Sam any good? I got them for free out of a chest. That is unfortunate, I'm afraid, because they are, in my opinion, fairly dreadful. And the reason is that their tables are not particularly useful for anything good. Which one do you say? Frodo and Sam. Frodo and Sam even probably arguably worse than the other two Muppets.
You could use the first ability with anti-focus equipment with Oathbreakers to troll people.
Let's have a look. I used to spend the mushrooms on them, but I've stopped now. I'd rather just trade it. So base stats from equipment plus 2%. So at max, that's going to be 30%, which isn't the world's worst. And Hobbit units defense plus 20 is as useful as being kicked in the balls 5 times, because the Hobbit units are. We used to just have the tier 1 Hobbit unit, which was dreadful to begin with. The tier 2 is not particularly that great, and even worse, it's a special unit, so you've got to be all the way in the side of the map. And this is why I don't like them, because they have 2 abilities focused on special units. And they're completely different special units on different sides of the board, even to give you that. So, well, there we go. Hobbit defense, which is terrible. Against enemy orcs, Uruk-hai, and trolls, damage received. So, this is not too bad, but it's only 14%. 14%. There are better anti-counters to orcs, Uruk-hai, and trolls there than that. And then Prudence, chance of avoiding damage for the first 2 rounds for all allied units. Wait, what? 7.1% chance of avoiding damage. Damage minus 30%. Oh, their damage does minus 30%, I guess. No? I don't know. That's confusing. It's confusing write-up, but if you get it at max level, I'm guessing that's 50%. So the first 2 rounds, all allied units, 50% chance of avoiding damage. Damage minus 30%. Do I avoid damage, or do I take minus 30% less damage, or do I avoid damage and I do 30% less damage? That's whatever.
Probably the latter one.
Okay, so 50% chance of avoiding damage, and you do 30% less damage for 2 rounds. At best. Half-ups, tips, anything with tips is a big bag of balls. Yep, big bag of balls. So time needed to complete tips, whatever, it's irrelevant, especially in Season 2. You've probably got 6,000 commanders. The worry about having more commanders to do the handful of tips you need is pointless. So it's not a good situation to be in. Gaining focus for might is not the world's worst thing for a focus-based character, as long as there's focus stuff to use it on. And Inquisitive, experience gain for tips. So would you really use 15 points to complete tips faster, just to then spend, and I hate this skill being here, 7 points to get focus plus 14. So in effect, you then end up spending 22 points to gain plus 14 focus and minus 7 might. It's an okay-ish table, but it's in a really terrible place. Sorry, that's an okay-ish ring, but it's in a terrible place, locked behind something that you're not going to spend 15 points on. Tier Respect 3, it gets even worse to make you cry. Men and Hobbits, damage received minus 1%, so max minus 15%. Hobbits, hit points plus 5. Woo. Oh, so these ones... oh, no, they do, yeah, okay. So you got extra hit points to, again, a unit that's pointless. You know, extra Hobbits. And if you did get this skill at 15, you spent 15 points to increase your Hobbit's hit point as a bonus effect. You can then spend 7 points to increase the army speed of Ents, which are completely on the opposite side of the board, through a big hill, through probably about 3 or 4 other factions, just to get Ents to a speed that is still terribly slow at max. 35 is still ridiculous. So they've got like base speed 5 or 10 or something. They still end up being slow even with the Ent friend maxed them up. And you've then crossed. You basically got to spend 15 points in a skill that boosts hobbits to then get 7 points in a skill that boosts Ents. Blah. And then commander damage against large units plus 7.1%. But we don't really have many commander-based attacks that are going to increase our damage to make us do a whole load of damage in the first place. So, okay, at max, that's going to be, what, 50%? But 50% of not having much of a bonus is not particularly useful. Then we get even worse. If you thought the rest of it was terrible, we then get into his Respect 5 table where everything's supposed to be getting better. Well, no it doesn't. All allies, chance to avoid physical damage every round, but this commander, there's a 25% chance that he succumbs to madness. Madness, you cannot distinguish friend from foe. So he might just start attacking your own guys. There's a 25% chance. So that is interesting. Every round. So on average of 10 rounds, 2.5 of those rounds, this guy is going to be attacking your own units. So I mean, what's the point in here in working on taking giants? Oh, I suppose not against you, but anything that increases your damage. Well, that's not much actually. So you just end up just doing terrible damage. Not much damage at all, but there's a chance that you do that not much damage against yourself. And you potentially avoid physical damage every round. I'm guessing that goes up to 20% chance to avoid physical damage. And then his other tables, first 2 rounds against enemy commander and their units, 10% chance of inflicting madness each round. So max, first 2 rounds, there's 70% chance that you inflict madness onto the enemy commander and their units. This actually isn't the world's worst ability, apart from the fact that the first 2 rounds, many enemy commanders don't really do a lot of damage. Usually you'll see that most commander DPS attacks, they do have light ones on turn with a cooldown of 1, but a lot of the heavy punching stuff is, the cooldown icon is 2, which means that you don't get it in turn 1, turn 2, it activates in turn 3. So you'd have to compare whether the stuff that's going to hit you would be doing a whole load of stuff. And madness is not guaranteed that they'll attack their own units. It's they can't distinguish. So there's a chance that they might still attack you. Chance they might attack the opponents. You have no idea where the attacks are going to go against. So it really depends what you're going to come against and what's going to be firing those first 2 rounds. But let's say maybe, I've never really checked it, but I'm guessing maybe something like Gandalf. I've never really seen a turn order of what kicks in first.
It could be good against the mounted units like the Cavalier, where the first instance of damage is increased, or
Yeah, I was discussing before
see,
about
or the Marshal, where at the start you have a really high damage bonus.
Yeah, I was discussing before about potentially Thorin. I was thinking about a Thorin super high damage in the beginning few turns. Again, it's countable by things that stun lock you out the first like turn or 2, or like that potentially call you madness. But I mean, you're not going to come against this all the time. And again, it's always against specific builds where it'd be in some way useful. But you could potentially make Thorin into it. I'll go very quickly in a second over my Thorin idea for my super damage build. His last one, each round against one enemy target, and we were a bit confused with how this worked because we think at 7 it's going to be what's that going to be? 7 times 13, 70 plus 21, so it's about 90%. No? Yeah, it's about 90%. So we think it's going to be, it triggers, and then each round it's got 3 round cooldown. So nothing in 1, nothing in 2, nothing in 3. Then turn 4, it kicks in. So each round, it targets one enemy, and there's a 90% chance that it's stunned for 3 rounds. And if it hits and triggers, then the cooldown triggers, and then you don't get it for 3 more turns. So at 90%, there's a good chance in turn 4, it's going to kick in. Then 5, 6, 7, probably nothing. And then 8, it's going to trigger in. So it's going to probably twice per combat, probably lock one unit out of combat for 3 rounds, as long as they don't have something that gets stun immunity or something that knocks them out of the stun. So actually, I suppose at Respect 5, it's not bad, but it's a gamble. And the problem for me still is it's difficult to link it. I just don't like this table with Ents and Hobbits and damage against large units. I don't like the tips units down here. So it pretty much restricts you to sort of like the equipment and Hobbit defense against orcs and evil units, I suppose, and first 2 rounds chances of afflicting combat. So I suppose there's some potential there with this table, and maybe this table for being a bit of a tricksy and being a little bit fun. But I don't like the I don't like the randomness of it too much. I think it's very, very specific to certain builds. You also probably won't want to put all your points in there. You probably don't need that percentage to be 90%. You probably need it to be around about, like, you could probably put 5 or 6 points into it and probably still be okay. Hello, Easy and Dark Dragon. Hope you guys are doing well this weekend. And you are having an easy, fun weekend. Your servers are going well. I want to quickly highlight through the potential build that I was talking about, which I'm thinking about making very soon, which is when I get my Thorin up to whatever level I need him at. For the Thorin early burst damage build. So my idea is, because we'll go down for this revivalist anyway, so I'll grab these 2 abilities here. So first 4 rounds against 2 enemy targets, 7.1% chance of being stunned each round. So maximum it's 50%. So first 4 rounds, on average you stun 1 unit. So you should get 4 stun effects in for that one. But this is the one. First 3 rounds, all allied units, damage dealt plus 3.2% effect modified by focus stat. So I need to put some more focus into him. I don't really have that at the moment. But you're looking at what I've got at the moment, 21, 22, edging towards 23% damage dealt for the first 3 rounds. And then trigger that with this ability. Oh no, it ignores. That's not as good. That's not as good. There is... what's the ability that I wanted to check? Maybe it's one of his gear piece items. There's a gear piece item that reduces defense. Oh, okay. So here, so it's my axe. My axe is Khazad-dûm. I need another 1 or 2 levels to strip his armor. So my idea is, after the commander's normal attack against a target, 50% chance of inflicting defense minus 8.3% for 1 round. So get this leveled up like to maybe 2 or level 3. Get this up to maybe 16 or 24% chance, where every time the commander attacks, there's a 50% chance of inflicting damage down. So, you know, he's potentially stripping down defense. He's on bonus damage for the first 3 rounds. And then I pick up every sort of unit that does extra damage in the beginning rounds. So I'm looking at things like sharpshooters with first 2 rounds damage dealt plus, what's that max? Is that... It's going up 3. Oh my god, why is my math not working at the moment? 28 divided by 7. 4. So 3 more. 32 at 8, 9. Yeah, okay. So 40% damage dealt for the first 2 rounds, plus the bonus that he's giving, and then go with Cavaliers for the first damage, doing an extra 50%, and then go with, what's the other unit that does boosted attack first turn? First turn, is it Marshals? I'm trying to remember. Oh no, that's the one that diminishes over battle. What's it? There's another unit that does increased damage at the beginning of battle. Oh no, maybe I was thinking you either mix it with Dunedain's, so that you're prioritizing the range targets with plus 30% anyway. So for those first like 3 turns, you're getting like ridiculous huge boosts against their ranged target units at the back. Or the other way is to take the Goat Riders and take the defense stripping. So take them and strip sort of like 50% of their armor each turn at the same time as everything else doing more damage. So that's kind of my idea of something that I was working towards, maybe. Let's see if it works. Hello, if you didn't know, the order in which you level up your skills affects the order they're going to cast them, if they trigger on the same round. Of course, I didn't know that. The order in which you level up your skills, is that to the maximum level? So the one that hits 15 is, say for example, or the one that you've last put points into? How does that work? I would like to know. That would be very useful. Because if it's the last point at which you put it in affects it, or if it's the first point, or which one you level up to the maximum first. Are you going through the commanders? Why is your Frodo and Sam? Somebody asked, they said a short while above, Merlin the Herbo, is Frodo and Sam any good? I got them for free out of a chest. So we were just discussing that. Yes, guys, thank you very much. Ganainen, Cavalier and Sharpshooter. Yeah, okay, Cavalier and Sharpshooters for the 2. And then either putting them with Dunedain or putting them with Goat Riders to either strip the defense and have 2 really good damage dealers already, or just Dunedain and just go insane amounts of damage and hope that you can burn through enough of their units in the first 3 or 4 turns when you've got your bonus, and potentially they are stunned from the different stun effect abilities that you've got. I don't know. I feel like it could do something. Until
I noticed something on.
Sorry. Go around.
So for like, you notice like 3 units have only 1 ability, while the others like have 2 abilities. Like sharpshooters, heralds, and sentinels only have like 1 ability. And for some reason, the devs didn't decide to put like another ability on them for some reason.
Tough luck. Yeah, I do feel, and they're not even particularly that great abilities, really, compared to what other things have available. You know, other units have just as good abilities, but they have 2 of them, for sure. Gather Marion Pepin. For those late, again, I will keep echoing this every so often when people come into the channel. We are on Discord, but we have switched Discord servers because last week was my Fellowships server, and there was some panic at the fact that random people were just joining in and in the voice chats because I didn't mention anything to people. So we've switched over to the MAG server, the Middle Age Gaming server, Discord server, and I will post the link there into the stream. Feel free to join, drop comments, post, or we are drop-in and chat mode, so you can drop into the Discord at any time. Feel free to ask some questions or any issues, problems, or whatever. We won't use the other Discord anymore. We will only be using this one because I won't get in trouble then. YouTube friendly. Let's see. Good look. Okay. Right. So I'm gathering more just to get my resources up. That's going to save me. I lost a lot of units taking this tile, but and I shouldn't have gone for another 200 this early, probably, but the benefits are that my production of these 2 resources is tragically low, and it's going to save me having to keep recycling my resources if I can just do some gathering on there for a bit, because I can use sweeping to gain experience at a reasonable rate now, as long as I can keep finding the sweeping targets. and he is out of stamina, which doesn't surprise me. He's also out of tanks. Again, I'm in this precarious situation where I don't really want to overbuild. And now I've got quite a few tier 3 units available. I don't want to overbuild tier 2s, but I also don't want to stagnate myself and not have anything to do. So I've got to find the careful balance of producing both just enough tier 2s and my tier 3 priority units. So you can kind of see here, I now have unlocked Sharpshooter, I've unlocked Dunedains, I have unlocked Cavaliers and Bow Knight, so I've kind of 2 units from my Cav build. I'm lacking Cataphracts, which I'm close to unlocking. I think I just need the stables now. I think I'll check in a second. So I'm close to unlocking them. And I have Dunedain and Sharpshooter, so I've got DPS, DPS. I am missing my tank here, story of my life, I'm missing tanks over everything else. I have my DPS melee, I have my DPS melee, I have my DPS range, I have my DPS range. Do not have my tanks for both of those. So I'm trying to press them. I don't think it's going to be possible to get them today. My resources are dwindling. So you can see I've got Dwarven Footmen going up to 3. That needs to go up to 5. Before I can go that up to 5, my Durin's Folk Quarters will need to go up to 8. So that's a hefty chunk of resources still to go. In regards to Cataphracts, my quarters are going up to 8. When they go up to 8, I will still need to get my Horseman's stable up to 5. So that will be a job for overnight. And then when I wake up tomorrow, I will have Cataphracts. I can start producing them and finish my Cav build until I unlock Marshals. And then when I get Marshals, I have to twiddle around and decide whether I want to go tank light or tank heavy, kind of is the decision making there. And then I will switch to Guardian. So tomorrow night stream, I will should have Cataphracts enough to make my full Cav sort of like theme coming out. And I will I'll be close to Guardians. I might probably speed up some Guardians and I will unlock them, get them through, but we'll see. Start making some units. The one you put the first point into for things like all in, debuff next damage, you want to level the last of the 50% damage doesn't affect another skill, but rather a basic attack. Right, okay. That's interesting. Okay, because I remember on some of my videos on DPS tables, and I was looking at the damage debuff, especially for Gimli or anything, with those damage debuffs to next attacks. And I was asking people, please watch your battles or check your battle reports and see the turn order, but I didn't notice any discrepancy. So maybe people had a tendency of selecting the skills in the specific orders that did that naturally, because I think it's the bottom one. Sentinels having 100% chance to avoid the first instance damage is pretty good, though. That is true, Spidey, definitely. But the damage up one I don't think is particularly as comparable to that. The Sharpshooters. I could have just gone into the units here, but never mind. I can access everything here easier. So Sharpshooters. What is the number at the end? It's. Oh no, actually, yeah, that's pretty good. That's better than I thought it was. Okay, damage increased for the first 2 rounds by 40%. I thought it was for the first round. First 2 rounds, that's not too bad, I don't think. But yeah, that even more that fits in with my Thorin build of having 2 extra turns where you're at plus 40%. So I do quite like that. You are right about the Sentinel's 100% chance is also pretty good. What was the other unit we were talking about? The third unit with only 1 ability. We said Sentinels. Oh, Heralds was the other one. Yeah, theirs is the biggest pile of poop. Counter-attack. I really don't like counter-attack. Counter-attack is one of the biggest waste of times you do less damage. So you do a counterattack of an insignificant amount, and then your normal attack damage is reduced by more than the amount that your counterattack dealt. What? I'd rather that didn't happen, or I'd rather at least my counterattack did more damage than the amount that you're going to penalize me for. That penalizes you. It basically says if the opponent attacks you, then you deal a amount of damage less than the amount of damage than you would have done anyway. Great. Thank you. How long have you streamed today? We're way into the time now. We're on about like 5.5 hours or so. Yeah, 5.5 hours. Sentinel effect. All right, just wish the heralds had a second effect. Yeah, or just a useful good first effect. Just a good effect, or good stats, or just something useful about them, instead of being a low damage infantry unit that can counterattack, which penalizes you, and they're not particularly that good at all. Apart from, you only really want to use them for an elven build with an elven character that specifically boosts elven things, I suppose. I guess I build some of these. Oops. And my resources are getting caned. Oh really? I did not know that. Okay, be careful. Somebody put, sorry for joining this. The YouTube instant invite that I sent takes you directly into the live stream chat channel. So make sure that you are not, I don't know, using a lawnmower or chainsawing a tree, or, you know, having a domestic with your other half that involves guns, knives, or any S&M play, because it will be broadcast when you click that link. Or alternatively, make sure that your microphone is turned off, in case you are up to any of those activities. Let's see. Hey, the streaming time stands below live stream right beside the viewer count. I'm going to go. Okay, Skyzilla, see you. Take care. Have a good night. If you're going to go to good night or wherever you're going to go. Dark Dragon, we talked in Discord 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. We did? I spoke to you in Discord? I did? Did I? Which server? I'm not sure. I don't know. I've been on here though for a long time, so I don't think I was talking that much on Discord. I just posted links to things. I don't know. What else do I have left to do for today? I'm not going to attack any more dragons. That was painful. I wanted to open chests, but I'm not going to open chests because the box is terrible. I could open this. I don't want to get snookered here. I don't want to use my Mathams because it's easy when you've got like halfway through to the Matham save to buy out the chest box. It's just a little bit more of a pain if you're on 0. And you can see I've not bought any gems yet this season, so I'm pretty much relying just on the periodic benefits and the season pass at this stage. So I just keep the periodic these digging for treasures going and the craftsman's contracts going, and just the season pass has given me loads of stuff. I do recommend the season pass. If you don't have it, is way worth it this season. What am I going? Because it reset and gave me another ton. And to be honest, when I finish these 2 tasks here, I'm going to guess it'll take me up to 30, so I'll get another 2. And then it will reset, and then next week I will probably get... How many am I gaining? I'm getting like 15 levels. So next week I'll probably gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 or 11, 12. Maybe 12 mathoms. And then, yeah, the week after, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-ish, or maybe somewhere around there. So you can see, like, you get a good chunk of mathoms. So I don't really want to waste these on something when a good chest is going to come, because it'll just make things much easier for me to get the 100 buys. And now I'm just... This is basically my night. Most nights now, I'm watching TV or watching a TV show or a film, and I'm just scrolling through Fanghorn, desperately trying to find some random mobs that have decided to hang around outside. Oh, there's one. Oh, got one. 20. Wait, what? Target lies out of... Oh, I bet he's not at that fort. Oh, no. That's sad. I finally found one, but I didn't send Gandalf to the fort. I sent him directly to the tile, so he's not got his extended range. Sugar. Maybe I send Eowyn over here because, to be honest, she's not only is she fast, but the higher mobs tend to be over here. So I may as well pull her over here, because I think she'll be able to kill 30 without a problem tomorrow. And that will leave Gandalf. Do I leave you on that tile, Gandalf? You've got no stamina, whatever. And that just means that I've then got Legolas back home. So you can see he kills those 15s. Not surprising, 33 with pretty much no losses. He struggles a little bit more against mobs that are kind of more closer to his side. I will attempt. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. What's that? Level 15. Okay, whatever. Like I said, I would have liked slightly higher, but I mean, I suppose against that you take no losses, and it is some. And then, of course, just after you launch on a 15, you scroll up and you find a 20. That is life. Let's bring him back home and then send him back out again. Bloody hell. Oh, he really didn't lose anything. Wait, where's he assigned to? Oh, okay, just above my base. Right, let's go and kill that one that I then decided to bookmark. Here we go. I use these bookmarks quite frequently because otherwise you end up losing your way and playing silly beggars to try and find things, which gets really irritating. My only problem here now is, remember I said that I would like to keep commanders on each tile so that I can quick farm and quick gather things. She's my scout on the right hand side on the east coast of the expansion, but Dwalin is my I don't know what he's doing there. I could probably bring him back home. Yeah, let's bring him back home. I hate having too many commander lines over here, but yeah, I've got Haldir who then sits on this space, and now I'm going to have Merry and Pippin who are going to be sat up here on this space. So it does get a bit annoying because you've got all the commanders over on this side blocking your view. But there we go. What are the stats of Theoden's special equipment? Let's have a look. Are you thinking about using Theoden on next season, season 2? Yeah, I wish I had him at unlocked or at 3, and then I would definitely be using him. There is his equipment. It's a hand weapon. and might, speed, and hit points for mounted units. And light cavalry outriders, cavaliers, and marshals damaged received minus 2.5. Not terrible. Do you keep your commanders if you end Season 1 and go to Season 2? Yes, you do. You keep all of your commanders, you keep their respect level. You can go into this at the top, and you can go into target, info, and then you can go into after this season. And then after this season, you can scroll down and it will tell you everything that stays or goes. So it says you keep your commanders, you keep your equipment, and the strengthening levels and the commanders. The levels are reset, the skills are reset, the skill points are reset, but the respect. So you start next season, if you've got them at respect 6, then they'll already start with the extra points. Items, gems will be retained, items will be retained. Any item with the season icon will be lost. Friends are retained, groups are retained. Everything else goes and is changed. And you can freely choose to change your faction into Season 2 as well. You don't have to pay any coins. You basically, everybody from your server will get placed onto the same server next time with lots of other servers. And you basically first sign up first to get into the factions, gets in, and then eventually when those factions are full, then they will close and you can't get into them anymore. What is your politics in your game? The politics are very, very messy. Everybody's talking to everybody and nobody really knows what everybody's doing. And there's small conflicts, but nothing really major. Let's see around here. Rohan and Gondor were fighting over Path of the Dead, even though it's the sake of 8 Oathbreaker tiles or whatever, 10 Oathbreaker tiles. That war was going on, so that's soured relations. So it's not looking likely that Rohan and Gondor will be particularly very friendly in this, which doesn't happen very often for those two to not be very happy. Again, something very, very strange. Mordor and Gondor have decided to be relatively friendly, and Mordor have claimed both the Mumakil tile and Haronder keep, so they've been allowed here, and Gondor have let them and just fortified this line here, which again is peculiar. Normally they actually kind of want these tiles and have control, but whatever. Over here, Rune is very, very small, and Erebor is very, very small. There's like 36 players on Rune and like 600 on some of these other factions, so they are getting steamrolled. So they managed to take a city, but they are not having a great time against the Rohan factions on the eastern front. Erebor likewise also only have one good fellowship, and Angmar have rapidly taken over most of the top areas and caused a bit of a problem for Erebor, who are here. It would normally be smooth sailing for Angmar to take over Erebor and probably be into Rune for now, because they have made agreements with both Lothlorien and Andor to protect their soft underbelly, allowing the Lothlorien to grab the tiles of the Eagles up here and avoiding taking and claiming this area. But they can't claim it yet anyway, Gundabad, but I'm sure they will claim it at some time to link up their territories. And Lothlorien have allowed them to take that. Lothlorien are playing a very peaceful game. They probably are aware of the fact that they have lots of territory spread out over, and unlike most other factions which need to expand for growth, they have most of their expansion abilities inside the middle of their territory, so why overcommit themselves or attack? Therefore, they have allied or made peace or have NAP agreements with pretty much every faction around them that's worth it, that actually can attack. So obviously not over here, not Isengard, but everybody else, including Mordor. So, moving around, Arnor also decided to make peace agreements, friendly alliance with Angmar, and have peaceful relations with Lothlorien, forming kind of this triangle of peace over here. It was going well until Ardor decided to move south and took this territory, which blocked Linden in, and they were not happy about being locked into this kind of corner, so they decided to push into here and take it off Ardor. And that has not gone too well, with Ardor crying to Angmar for support, and Angmar slowly paving their way this way into Linden. So in return, Linden have slowly started paving their way into Angmar. Linden probably being the second biggest faction on the server after Rohan. So that will be interesting, kind of a 2 versus 1. We'll see what Lothlorien decide to do, because whilst they are allied, it will be kind of very difficult-ish, I imagine, for Lothlorien to expose themselves and to be pushing over here, when really what they want to be doing is just consolidating their power here and build a big wall and protect themselves in the center. Isengard are pretty much out for the count and don't really count for much, and that's pretty much the politics around the entire server. So nothing major at the moment. Some weird irregularities and eventualities happening around in places that maybe you wouldn't expect all of these things, but everybody seems to be more content to make friends, have a few drinks, and make love than attempt to fight or take over any sort of areas of contention at the moment. This could be risky up here, though, for Angmar, because whilst their ideal goal would be to push and knock down these 2 weaker territories over here, having to recommit and pull over here against the second largest faction in the group is a risk. It is a risk. So there we go. There's server 0002 in a nutshell of the politics. Of the politics? It doesn't sound right, but whatever. I'm tired, it's late, and whatever. I will post the server strengths, the strengths for each faction at the moment in our server, and agreeing there with Jeff Thomas. Yeah, exactly. They need to do something about the massive player number disparities. It's improved a little bit in the fact that there are so many that there has to be more active factions in every faction group, but it's a bit of a silly game to have 10 factions when 4 are just dead. You know, there's no point. Look at that. Arnor 0.5, Erebor 0.4, Isengard 0.3, and Rune 0.2. How can they possibly compete? Rohan 4.3, Linden 3, Gondor 2.5, Angmar 2.3, Loth 2.2, Mordor 1.3. You know, you're already seeing those disparities just in the size. But there we go. What special equipment do you like the most? Well, I've had a lot of issues with the special equipment, and I've had more complaints than positivity about it. Not just the fact that you have to have the Respect 10 to get it, but also the fact that when they came out, most of the abilities were pretty shoddy and had to be boosted up, showed kind of a grave oversight by the developer team to think that they could bring out something so special that you have to solely aim towards, and you have to collect mithril for, and you have to spend, and all this stuff, and then it comes out and gold items were way better, and arguably to some extent some of the commander gear is still so bad that gold gear would still be better, in my opinion. I mean, Haldir, seriously, as somebody pointed out before, elven units, so it's even only the elven unit specific that you've got into your army, so you can't even cross build and build anything else. You gain the initiative. You know, your elves, and you've got high levels of speed on a fairly speedy commander, so you probably odds off are going to be doing well on initiative. And a defense bonus, but only battling on wood producing lands. Yeah, what a load of balls. What a load of balls. Bad. Some of these still need looking at and editing. There's problems here. There are big problems.
It could be slightly better than we think, because that should count the 1 power tiles too.
1 power tile counts as wood?
They produce wood. They produce everything.
I see what you mean. Wood producing. Maybe. I mean, but even then, it's still...
It's not good.
Initiative and defense, they're not two great things I'm really looking for in gear. Really.
Defense might be good for elves, because they, especially the ranged ones, have low defense usually.
Yeah, in our server, actually, is somehow balanced. Only Isengard is fully dead. It is something that you'd think that they'd be able to work on and find some way. I get that you're always going to have some sort of disparity. There are always going to be some problems and numbers, but there must be there must be some way they can work on.
Well, the solution for next season would be that instead, well, maybe you still have a choice between servers, but that you choose a faction, and that's the faction you start with, so you don't have the choice at the start. Because that way they can merge the servers in a way so that every faction has enough players.
I have to admit, I was thinking to myself, maybe one way would be to you sign up to a season and you can sign up as a group somehow. I'm not entirely sure how the mechanics would work, but you could create a group of a fellowship, say for example, or you could create a group up to maybe 100 people, like a fellowship, on your pre-registration form. So like you sign up together as this fellowship with this code or whatever, and then you can then serve good or evil, and then you are randomly allocated a random good or a random evil faction, depending, and they balance the numbers. So they basically look through and they say, okay, well, we've got 2,000 people signed up for good, and we have 6 factions, so we're going to put 333, try and get as close as we can to 333 people from the subscriptions up, and you'll have like a group of 100, so it's like, right, okay, that 100 goes in, we've got a group of 100, okay, that group goes in, we've got a group of 50, 50, 50, 10, 10, and then loads of ones, and kind of balance it that way. Okay, you wouldn't get to choose specifically your faction, but you get to choose your alignment, and then the teams would be completely balanced when you sign in. You've all got like 300 active people.
You would have so many people complaining.
People whine about everything.
Yes, but if you get a faction randomly and you don't want to play as that faction, then the season is over for you. Or you have to pay gems, and then you have the same problem.
Well, I'd also probably just block. I think
and people would claim that they're just doing that to get even more money from the players, because the players are forced to pay gems to get into the factions they wanted to go into.
Well, maybe they can have a preference list. When you join, first choice, second choice, third choice. There has to be some better way of doing this where you log on and sometimes, like I said, our faction's got 4.3 million and Rune's got 0.2. It's a waste of a faction. It's a waste of all of that space.
Well, that's why we are taking the Rune space right now.
Well, that ruins the game for them. Because it ruins the game for them, because then if they wanted to play Rune, they can no longer play Rune because they've just got E in their A.
What I read in chat is that we want to leave them 3 regions. So they get the bonus at the end.
Let's see, and then it said, got reach of the Riddermark with Might of Cav for my Theo from Matum Exchange. I guess it's my biggest look ever in the game. Nice. What is in my exchange today? You know what's annoying me is I really actually want the Erebors Pride, but I bought something recently and used all of my things, and I don't think there's any way I'm going to be able to get 1,200 with what I've got to trade.
I have enough to buy one, because the only one I bought this time was the Scout's Mail I have.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want the yellow one. Because guess what? It's a fiddle.
Let's see if there's any way. Can I get 1,200 if I just get rid of? I don't think it's possible at all. Even if I got rid of everything that.
Or you can get a lot if you have blues.
Not 1,200. I'm gonna have to eat into like 3s and stuff.
Don't say that. The last time I don't know on what server it was, but either on this or my other evil it's not a counter, but my evil character, I just dismantled all the blue ones and I got like 1,100.
I'd get 1,188 to get rid of every single blue, even my 3 stars, 2 stars. I'm too far away. I've only got like 10. That's my problem. Again, I bought something that I probably shouldn't have. I can't remember what. I think it was like a weapon or something, and knocked myself down to 83. Oh, you're saying you could spend a whole load on the amazing exotic treasures bundle? No. No. I can't do that. Gathering report, and the sweep goes in. Another 11,000. I need a sweep to the right for Gandalf. Oh, there we go. Ooh, level 30 alchemist. I don't think Gandalf will fare well against that. Oh, go on. Let's go for it. They're only units. They grow on trees, right?
I want those trees.
I'm getting close. I'm in my head. I'm trying to work out what level I can start end farming. I've got a feeling it's going to be about 40, 42, 43 maybe. What's Legolas doing?
I have no idea. I have never done it.
Let's see. In our server, sorry, I can't. But if not, isn't Rohan being the strongest one? Then Gondor, Mordor, etc. It's also no fun. It's no fun just rolling over an easy faction or being rolled over by a massive faction. It isn't. And it's a tactic-based game, and they desperately want to push 10 factions over 6 factions, presumably to keep it more interesting for longer. I don't know.
10 factions is in theory better because they are more balanced.
But I mean, they're not being. That's the problem. There's no mechanism to make it balance.
But from the starting position, because on the first servers, Lothlorien was so strong because they had like the whole northwest just for themselves, more or less.
Yeah, I believe this is the biggest problem right now. Need to find something out to make it balance somehow. I mean, even just brainstorming the community. I mean, the problem is, you're right, they're never going to appease everybody, but there might be some way of just having some balancing mechanic, and whatever. People can even choose on the sign up, like this time. Do you want to go on this server, or do you want to go on this server? And they could have servers that are just balanced, where it doesn't happen as much. Like I say, you could have a server where, like I said, people don't get to choose. You choose your fellowships, you choose your people, but then the game automatically balances it by choosing fellowships of the certain sizes to create a certain amount of people, and you're randomized depending on whether you pick good or evil. I'd possibly potentially play that, you know, some of those people that do when they're playing a strategy game and tactics. Just go, when I used to play Command & Conquer or Red Alert or Warcraft, there was always the option that you could just click random race, random faction, you just get what you get. What stuff from the store you bought? Season 2. Apart from the season pass, I bought the like $2 for 10 Mathams. I got that pack, and yeah, it was in here, a limited gift pack. There was one for 10 Mathams for $2. I don't think, I never buy the construction, and apart from the periodic benefits, I have not actually bought anything this season. So I'm doing pretty well because I saved up like 27 Mathams from the end of last season, just from the daily stuff, because there was no chests. So I saved up those, and I had like about, I can't remember, maybe 8,000 or 9,000 gems or something saved up, and then I've come into this season, I got the season pass, and it's given me loads of Mathams and loads of gems and everything, so I had enough. I had enough to get everything. Even that first box from the beginning of the season, I didn't need anything to buy, because I already had, like with the season pass and everything that came in, I think I had like 60 or 66 Mathams, and I just bought the rest with the gems. Right. Well, it's kind of just farming resources. How I'm now short on stone, I'm not entirely sure. But I think I pinned... Did I pin something to kill? I did. Okay, who's near this? Pretty much, yeah. She's the only one that's pretty close. What level is it? 15? Ugh. Oh, Legolas. I was going to send Legolas. That's what I was going to do. 15. Easy experience for Lego.
I have so many for the journey. I have to sweep so many armies.
It's not too bad, because you can get, if you manage to fluke out and get the tip bonus. Sorry, if you manage to get an extra tip, they're often quite a decent amount of gold. Oh, no wonder I couldn't get that. It's well out of my territory. I can't sweep that. Yeah, if you get like the extra gold tips from killing some monsters, they're really good. I think one day I was doing tips for a short while. Maybe I did. It was like early on. There's certain times I've noticed on this server where there's not many people. So Asia, like midday-ish, sort of like as it's getting to midnight in America, it tends to drop off the activity, and you've got all the Europeans like gone to bed and stuff. So I can actually get tips. So I managed to do a bundle, and then when I looked into my tips, I had 3 or 4 of the kill tips, which is pretty good. Oh dear. Sorry. Like I said, apologies guys, I'm running a little bit on low power today. It's been a long day. I've been awake just over 20 hours now, so I'm starting to feel the burn. Yeah, one of my co-teachers was on holiday today, so I had to cover his morning classes, and I do not really like morning classes. I like afternoon and evening classes, are perfectly fine. Morning classes kill me. Also, and I complain about this a lot as well, like seriously, why can this search feature not be extended? Or why can it not just be any mob in the area? Either of those two would make my life easier. So I didn't have to go like 20 and then 25 and then 15. There was one right next to me, but I was blind and didn't see it. Oh no, she's out of range. Really? Okay, she must be. Oh, she's not. She's based over. I moved her over here, didn't I? So you have to like search 20 and 25 and then 30 and then move the area. That could be a little bit better. Although it kind of was a bit lucky and managed to find both times pretty soon. Killed a level 30 mob with not too bad losses actually. For 30,000 experience. Just lost mainly rangers. And I won't have rangers there soon when I get a decent tank. And Thorin lost just a handful of Dun and shield bearers, and he also gained a level, so we're slowly getting there. This is his heal skill, so I really need this to be maxed because then his heal skill hits 2 targets per turn. So that should make him. He's losing a little bit more than I would have liked, but I think when he gets to 15, that shouldn't be too bad because he'll have a damage attack and heals 1 allied unit. But when it heals up to 2 allied units in rounds 1, 4, 7, and 9, he'll have 4 heals on 2 targets. So in effect, he almost doubles his healing potential. And then I can start working on these stun lock ability, so it'll take even less damage. So really, I probably maybe would have been better going for these 2 skills a bit earlier on, but I took his DPS unit. So what I'll probably do is I'll take these 2 so that I can do finish off his double heal. I can stun lock units, and then I'll go back over here and I'll take extra damage. And I'll finish off with this extra damage deal for the early turns when I'm going to switch and have the units to do damage building build. Damage building build? I dropped a pin, right? Level 20. He should be able to take that even wounded. Okay. Can you show Legolas R10 weapon, and do you think you can upgrade it till level 15 skill? Legolas R10 weapon. Commander Lego boy. Let's check his super bow. Only for Legolas. Might plus 16. Army attack elves plus 2. I do like army attack. Army attack's nice. Merc dexterity, normal attacks have a 35% chance of activating level 1 Greenleaf. Holy moly. I have not seen that.
I don't like the ability.
Oh my. Normal attacks. So every turn he has a 70% chance of doing 2 attacks, right? Oh, but it's only a level 1 Greenleaf though. Okay. So let's have a look at that. Let me check. So normal attack. So his normal attack and his dual blows. So 70% chance to attack twice each round. Okay. So on average, over 10 rounds, you normally do 17 hits. 35%, so that's just over a third. So 5 would be a third. What about 5.8 ish somewhere? 5.7, 5.8. So it would trigger on average 5.8 turns per battle. And I am curious how it upgrades. I'm curious how that weapon upgrades. Do you think as it levels up, it increases the chance of activating, or do you think it increases the level of the green leaf? They're both green, so you can increase it 5 times, so it could be either. I think it's probably the green leaf ability. I think because 35% chance is a weird starting number for the normal attacks. What's it going to go up by? Can't go up by 35% each time for 5 times. And that tends to be how they do it. You upgrade it and it doubles the ability. So I can't see it being that you upgrade it 5 times and it goes up the normal attack percentage chance. So I suspect the percentage chance remains the same. So in that case, I would think the green leaf goes up. So at maximum, you would do green leaf 5. I would think. I mean, green leaf 5 still only a way up the list of its abilities. It'd be broken if it went up more than 1. If it went up like 3 and went up to like 1, 4, then that would be grim as hell. But yeah, could be interesting. So I'm already at I'm at 6, so it would have been the level below. If it does go up 1 every level. So what's that? It goes up 31% each level. 31, so it'd be minus 31. So it'd be 161%, I think.
Shouldn't it be the same you see right now? Because it goes up, if it goes up by 5 and starts at 1.
Oh, it goes up 5. Yes, it does.
It has 5 stars and it starts with 0.
I think it starts at 1. Yeah, it does go up 5. Yeah, so it would be at 6. So against the enemy unit with the lowest defense deals 192%, you would have an extra 5.7, 5.8 triggers of that in battle. That's nice. That's not a bad little ability to have. But the problem is you probably won't need it leveled up, because if you had it at low level, it's not going to be doing a whole load of damage. 1 extra, dealing an extra like what 31%. Even at level like 2, you get it dealing 60%. There's already better bows and weapons out there that can deal that amount of extra damage on a gold whip that's going to have way higher stats. So it's going to be good and it's going to be superpowered as it's leveled up, but you've got to get it there. That's the problem with all these. That's the problem with a lot of people are saying. I've got to get it to the stage at which it becomes good, which is not easy. It's not easy. Did I get a mod? I never even check, you know. I never even check that I got a tip. How did you see that I got a tip? Was it in the window that I didn't look at? I was wondering maybe if there was a secret place that I didn't notice. No, okay, yeah, it's just in there. Amriette, hello. Apologies for getting distracted with the hitting the maths before checking your message. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna save that experience. That's not bad. 40,000 XP for 1 hour. So I'll save that for when one of my guys are back home. This weapon is anything good I could find to refine, because I was hoping for Theo's weapon, but I don't find it better than Reach. And Elmer weapon is looking awesome. Yoma. Let's have a look in a second. What's he doing? Let me just have a quick look for some of these tippy tips. Oh, I should reinforce my armies really. Oops. Is everybody else out? Everybody else is out. Okay. The problem I have a bit of a problem with weapons being the gear, because There are already so many good weapons. So many good weapons.
The weapon looks really nice.
Might, speed, mounted, light cavalry, outriders, cavaliers, and marshals, damage received.
Not Theodine, Ioma.
Oh, okay. I sorry. I was going to say Theoden is. I mean, yeah. Wouldn't you rather have a? What's the word I'm looking for?
As a riddle mark thing.
The reach of riddle mark, yeah. I think you're right. I think you probably would have rather have reach of riddle mark. It's going to be easier to increase and level up. And what's that? Plus 3% damage per level versus minus 2.5% damage received. And the 2.5% damage received is only for specifically for light cavalry, outriders, cavaliers, and marshals versus the riddle marks. I think it's just all cavalry, isn't it? All cavalry plus 3%. I think I'd rather have something that affected even the other types of cavalry. If you're ever going to go, with Swan Knights, or you want to go with Goat Riders or anything like that. What's the other one? Yoma. See, I'm kind of torn. I really want him as well, but I can't decide who I want more. I think I want Theoden more, just for the.
I want Ioma's weapon on Theoden.
Might, speed, attack, nice. Like the wind, each round Ioma and his army gain the following effects. Increases his next damage dealt by 10%, so that's increasing each turn, presumably by 10%. While when speed reaches 200, allied mounted units have priority in attack enemy ranged units when speed reaches 350. Okay.
The second part could be really good because you just ignore the tanks the enemy has.
Yeah, I feel like there's punctuation missing here that confuses me a little bit, in that I don't know when it moves into the next part. Increase the almost next damage dealt by 10% per level. Okay, so maximum it's going to be 60%, say. When speed reaches 200. Oh, I feel like there should be a full stop there, right?
Yeah.
So you have to get speed up to 100, and then you'll get the 10% boost up to 60%. And then, allied mounted units have priority in attacking enemy ranged units when speed reaches 350. Okay, right. I understand it a bit more. I just read it all in one go, and I was like, what? When speed reaches 200, allied mounted units have priority. I was like, okay. Yes, that would be very grim at 350. You would just be sniping the hell out of stuff. Again, I would like to see how these rules coincide. Say I have Swan Knights, which say, sorry, my chest said to spin. Say you have something that says you protect all damage from blah blah blah, and then you have something that says you prioritize all rage units. I feel like there's a lot of what ifs of what hits what and what skills override skill. Like we talked before about things. What did we talk about? Skills that oppose each other. Oh, it was coalition. You do the max damage versus Anude's. You do the minimum damage. Which one wins? What happens?
Yeah, I believe when I played as Engmar, I had one fight where I had the trolls that taunt the enemy, and the enemy had the ranged. I don't know how they are called. That prioritize ranged units, and I believe they attack my trolls.
Yeah.
Because the troll ability went last. But I'm not sure.
I can't keep doing this. I can't just adding DPS and not having any tanks in here. I'm gonna have to make some rangers. Damn it. Because I try not to bloody build any more tier 2s. Whatever. Oh, these bots are still going at it. My barracks. Look at this. I remember last season you had like, when you get to 1,000, you have that big bar. I was always sad when I got to like anywhere like this. And now I'm just so happy and can't break past this. Every time I get to like here, I'm just losing my troops. What's your barracks at, Tugosh?
Let's see. 16. I'm at 16 barracks.
16.
Yes.
All your guys are dead.
Oh, you mean how much barrack space I have? I thought about the building.
All right.
Well, in that case, it's 160.
Okay. That's better. I thought you were having a really bad game if you're on 16.
Could be more. I wish it were more, but I lost my main army today once against that Lords.
Ba-ba-da-bum. Yeah, those tips have got pretty decent today. 2 more. We said like 3 earlier on, that's like 5 today. That's not bad. He can come back home. And tips. No tanks, and she also has minimal tanks, but okay. So we can find a 20 or a 25. So mobs.
Mordor just took another keep.
Mordor at the back.
Yeah.
No.
Well, in the northeast of their territory.
Oh, it's
One
over.
keep. Yeah. Well, now they have nothing to take but other player stuff.
No, they've still
Because
got
the only 2 neutral regions they have left are way too strong.
Eastern Wastes. Oh, is it? Yeah, 48. 45.
The one in the east is one of the cities that got, well, a new look and stronger.
Looks like all the cities we've got are rubbish. Extra wood, extra ore, extra stone, extra grain, stone, ore. Like seriously, great. Army speed. It's the only one like good one. Everyone else has got like funky special abilities, and we've just got more resources. Mob 15, mob 20. I miss you, Red Book. I miss you, little Red Book. I wonder why they chose not to do it.
I don't know. Some of the unique equipment quests are like the Red Book. I have seen for Eowyn, she has a quest where you put together an army for her, consisting of units you have unlocked, but it's not your units. You can put as much as you want into her army up to her level as normal, and then you have to fight one Red Book style map.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit stuck here, waiting for these buildings. There's not a lot I can do. There is some sweeping going on. People are spreading out a little bit, so there's a little bit more, but there's not a whole load that I can do. Reversa Libra, we all miss the Red Book. Yeah, especially when you get into the season. The first what, like 4 days, 5 days are brutal. You feel like you had such a luxurious season last season. Jamil, hello, welcome to the stream. Good morning, evening, afternoon, night. Yeah, but those Red Book kind of quests are level 50. Like I said, I do wish I would have tested leaving some of the Red Book for this season. That would have been the perfect start. I presumed it would get reset. I didn't realize it would carry over, but it would have been perfect to have been like the last 5 or 6 quests over the last 5 days would have been unbelievable. You know, those ones with huge amounts of resources. It would have just blown the server away. But no. Sorry. I need to get a drink. I've got a bit of a dry throat. I'm trying to work out if I can help you take it 200. Tikash. Come and help you take it 200.
I'm so far away.
Let's have a look. Sorry, Metal Chimera posted Eowyn versus a Balin. That's a really weird army that guy's got. That Balin is a really, really weird. Like 6,800 Guardians and 500 Goat Riders? What? Wow, you smashed him though. You actually had a balanced tier 3 build. And that dude just had rubbish.
These were tests. The info is on the highlighted area. Look over there.
Okay. So you want me to go onto battle reports and check the public. And now I see how bad other people are. Is that it?
I didn't knew that feature till today, to be honest.
One thing I don't understand is what counts as public. Oh, here you go.
Your fellowship and the faction important, the springs and things like that.
Okay. I was gonna say, who's like... Oh, okay, so they probably got hit, but they got tiled, I see. Oh, looks like there's some fighting going on.
Yeah, there's a group of LotR people.
Well, I don't fancy their chances. Endurance is going up there. Endurance has got some really, really good builds. I think we saw a... Oh, they're only level 20. What's she tiling with them? Yeah, look at Asodin. Since she's doing tier 2 units, cavalry. But an older sword, scale mail, 5/5 scale mail, 5/4 horseman's helm. Nice. Not a bad build. See, those red book quests. Yeah, I meant the quest for the add 10 piece in the red book style. You can do it at the start. Red book is refreshed. You can't do it at the start. Red book is refreshing, like in S1. You guys use diplomacy on server or it's basically full of diplomacy at the moment. I wish it wasn't this way, but every single group has tried to sort of make things a little bit easier. There's been some weird, crazy things going on, but you can see the battle tags. They will start to flicker more up over here. I think there's going to be some fighting. Amar Linden, probably over here. Mordor, probably going to start fighting soon. Who knows who? So like this southeast and northwest. I think we're going to start to see stuff flag up. 24, cool. Down, going war. Oh, that feature is awesome. It's for warband, and you need tiles in a certain radius to see other reports. Okay, cool. How's it going? This I never understand. Like, why would you possibly launch from there all the way to over here? There are plenty of troops pushing down from Eden. CZSK. Okay, interesting. Yep. Got some fights going on here. Looks like some Gondor players have, some Rohan players have already moved over to this side over here. And they're already starting to be the signs of moving armies. Interesting. I believe there was a potential attempt to have peace here, based on the idea that Rohan kind of needed to expand this way because, you know, Lothlorien eventually will go this way and there wasn't a whole load of map left. Mordor kind of had all this area and could expand over here and had these, so they had lots of expansion places for a relatively smaller fellowship, for a relatively small faction with only a few fellowships. But they rejected the proposal because apparently they want more territory up here. I'm not entirely sure why. So obviously we had to say no because, you know, they already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8 territories and they have 1, 2 more territories still available. So they've got 10. And we sort of like have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the 2 that they desperately want. So these will be contested, I'd imagine. Those armies are going home. Endurance has got her Dane there, so that's going to hurt if she goes in on somebody. We're finally seeing a little bit of war going on over in this flank. Looks like everybody's kind of just prepping at this stage. Oh no, there you go. Endurance is going in. The rest of the stuff are moving around. There's some forts going up over here. Why is she going for that one? Oh, I see. The fort's nearly dead. That's fortified. I didn't realize there was a fortified here as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't here before, so I didn't quite get to see whether this was like a line that was defended and the Rohan forces are the aggressors, or I can't tell if the Mordor are the aggressors in here. I'm not entirely sure who was here first. I'm not sure. There's quite a fair few forts, which makes me think that maybe the Rohan are the aggressors here.
It wouldn't surprise me.
But
at least we can look at fights now. Okay, Endurance used a Dane Iron Food.
Yeah, her Dane is solid. Oh, not leveled up yet. What is she leveling up then? Oh, I think she might be using her Galadriel's main. Maybe. Or Arwen, I'm not sure. So that Dane
Still
is like
that Warhammer.
Yeah, that's her like 4th character. Her number 4, and that's the gear on it. Insane. I wish I had this amount of gear. Every 2 rounds, 1 allied unit recover decent recoveries. So that's her 4th. And then her 3rd. I know maybe Gandalf is the 4th, then the gear on the Gandalf is nowhere near as good as the Dane. But I think Galadriel must be 1st. I think sometimes she maybe watches the stream like afterwards. So probably at some time tomorrow she'll maybe I'll get a message saying, "These are my mates, this is my order." Or, "Stop being weird and looking at everything that I'm doing. Go away." One or the other, something will happen. We are starting to see the collapse of this line. I suspect it's going to wither. Where Bussy has is he moving forward some troops?
And Endurance is already answering in the Fellowship chat.
Oh really? Okay. I see. Already. Okay. Yes, nice commanders. What's your main endurance? It's is it Galadriel? I think. Although the gear on the Dane is tasty. I wouldn't be moving. Like, you look at the battle scene, and there's sometimes you look at a battle scene and go, yeah, maybe that's lost. And then you've got the guys who go, maybe that's lost, but I'm still going to send... Oh, he's sending something fast though. 2 minutes 30. Sending a fast army up here. Endurance, if you're watching, time you'll land for that fort the same times that he lands. Oh wait, you might not be... no, maybe not. You're only... It's 18, 16. Let me quickly build some...
I wonder if that army is sent with speed boost.
It does look like it's moving fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Could just be cavalry. But I'm not sure. Let's see, where was that fight? Somewhere down here. I mean, look, that's getting overrun. There's no ifs or buts about that. Yeah, there's far more purple lines coming in there than there are red. So I don't entirely know why you would send in an army there, and surely he hasn't boosted that up, because that would be such a waste.
Can you check where the army comes from so we know
Yeah,
how much power the player has? Oh, it's Red Pussy.
Yeah, it's this fortress here, the other side. But the other match is coming back is 17 minutes 30, and it's already like halfway back. That army's 15 minutes. And he was coming across in like 4 or 5. Oh, Owen's your main. Oh yeah, because you've got it like super high, haven't you? So she is... What's that? Uh, 15, 30, 35, 35, 35. Oh my gosh, my head's going brown. 30, 35, plus 21, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. So it's 60. And she's level 42. So that's 18 points extra, and you get 2. So she's level 16. Is she respect 16? 15, 16? I'm not sure. There's Galadriel 401 focus, not bad for a level 35 commander. 30, 44, 44. I don't know what abilities they have, so I'm just guessing 2. 44, 44, 37. 7?
I guess.
Respect 7? For
I
Galadriel?
would guess that Galadriel is support. Let's see. Strategist plus 2 points, okay.
Because I'm trying to work out. Galadriel, she's spent 44 points, but she's level 35, so that's 9 more. So I'm guessing Galadriel
And
gets
2 from level 20.
2, okay, so 7, so respect 7 on the Galadriel. Oh, and here's Red flexing his Legoland. 15, 30, 44, 49, 49 minus 2, 47, 6. Respect 6, I think. And yeah, as we go back to the fight, we can see that that line is falling, falling slowly. No surprises, but they're still giving it a shot. They're still pushing things in here. I mean, would you bother? Would you bother? What's the war time on that? 8 minutes. Okay, maybe, but why? I mean, there's patron saints of lost causes there, I think. R16, that girl. Okay, good. My maths is not miles away. Tries to stop my old age doing some daily simple maths questions on percentages and odds. Keeps my mind fresh. Although there's sometimes where I'm just super tired. Like I said, I've been awake for near enough like 22 hours, so my cognitive reasoning is starting to go. R7 Gladriel as well. Okay. Nice. What's he got in here? He's got dominance or bonus might. Normal checks have a chance of doing extra physical damage. 2 rounds plus damage, and every 2 rounds, 1 allied unit recovers hit points. Not bad. Oh, sorry, I've missed up on the reports. Let's have a look. Sorry, Reversa Libre, that Dane gear. Yes, her Dane gear is very, very impressive. It's very nice, and for like her 3rd character as well, the gear is crazy. Jamil just used cavalry. We got so many troubles against those cavalry in season 1. Yeah, they were crushing. I think mainly because there's so few good anti-cavalry units that it's tough. There's very few commanders with skills or units with good counters. So you have to rely on the fact that they're expensive to produce. But Pontic PG here, 3 gold star reach. Oh my god! Click on gear, please. Oh, you wait to me. Which gear was it? Click on gear for the you wanted for Eowyn. Oh, there you go. That is the 3/3 for the reach of the Riddermark. Apologies for not checking. I got so caught up in the gear myself that I forgot to check on the messages. Spear only level 3. But the Scout's Mail with the bonus speed. Horseman's Helm. Damage received for mounted units minus 6%. And allied mace damage dealt plus 4%. As for the Dane, where was the Dane? I have to go into the public, don't I? The Dane. Warhammer. After he attacks, 50% chance of inflicting damage minus 36% for 1 round. Commander Might plus 15. 45% chance to gain stun immunity each round for your allied commander. And every 2 rounds, 1 allied unit recovers 120% hit points. Nice. Yes, feeling a little bit tired. I will be going to sleep fairly soon, just so that I can be more energized and awake and come up with a whole new ideas for tomorrow. Because everything that I was thinking about that I want to complain about, I already complained about today. So I've got to start playing tomorrow and then get myself wound up about silly things and then write them down on a piece of paper so I can come in here raging. Let's see if the cats are crushing it. And it was us. She's playable only as damage dealer. You guys and Rohin, good season 2. Galad, really good against dwarves, high armor. I also think maybe Thorin as well potentially will be with his armor stripper tier 3 ability. Already there's a war, so yeah, there's going to be an interesting season, and that is a strong Yoen. Yes. How is the battlefield going over there? Why did I put a pin in it? I'm just randomly guessing that it was... oops, not over there. It was somewhere over here. And I should be able to follow the purple lines. Here we go. That's... looking precarious.
There are some news in the Rohan channel, the one for the whole faction.
Okay. I don't want to read it though, in case it's on the full channel and it's a secret or private. Imrahil. How did I go with Imrahil? $19, so he's got him at respect 4. Oh, here you go. I really like Imrahil, rank respect 5, 300 rep away. Okay. Interesting. Boom. Oh, you're not gonna be able to bounce it. I mean, at least gives you something to play with. Because that one's not gonna die in time. I mean, they're trying, bless him. But I mean, really? Really? I mean...
They really want to keep it. It's also related to the small update.
I mean, he's just going to surely guard that tile when the army comes and just kill it. Surely.
Or let the army arrive so they have another army to kill.
No, guard it right at the last minute and just wipe it before it...
Oh, right. That will kill it.
Yeah. Thought you'd do that. Just guard it as soon as you get near. Boom. This guy just wants to run tiles. Okay.
I guess I can say part of that small update, because that's probably not secret. Morda wants to go to war with us.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's...
And they have already war declarations that will kick in tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they've not set anything off though, have they?
Which is... Oh wait, or other war declarations for...
Some
No.
are actually going to war, or whatever. Bye-bye. 1 hour and 35. That's gonna go. That's gonna go.
I am off to sleep, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Alright, take care, man. Thanks for joining us. Ba-da-ba-ba. Well, that's gonna fall pretty quickly. No, guy doesn't protect neutral tiles, but when the attack was coming in, he was going... he was attacking, the one coming in over here was attacking, like, I think he was attacking this tile. And it was a Roja tile, and he had his Roja army here. So I figured that when it got close enough, he'd pop guard to defend this tile. And this is just like a one runner. Interesting. Well, I'll put a pin on this. Check back.
It explains why they are trying to keep those tiles. They want to go to war with us.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's fair enough. Everyone's going to go to war with some people. I think Mordor are kind of a bit eager for it. I think they've probably were geared up ready for some fights against Gondor and never really manifested. And they've kind of got a bit of free reign to expand north, so why not?
The question is if Gondor will attack us too.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what
Because
Gondor
they
play.
are close to some of the other tunnels and crossings. Well, with close, I mean they are sitting on the other side.
Yeah, they're more built up on the sides towards us, towards Rohan, than they are built towards the sides with Mordor. So when you check all these places, you can see they're kind of like fortifying these areas far more, and also sort of like over here towards, and here you can see here. Where's the other place?
To the left a bit,
Over here. Oh,
there's another tunnel system.
Yeah, it's over here, sorry. Yeah. Here, they are building forts here. Just now. Lots of forts. So I would suspect that this is where they would be planning to attack, because you can already see a whole lot of armies.
And there are some tunnels to the west of that crossing.
fortresses. So it looks like this is probably going to be the fight zone between Gondor and Rohan. We'll probably kick off here. Probably, I would suspect. I think the way that they've kind of been very pally this season, and like I say, they've kind of been quite amicable here. Gondor have just let Mordor take the things that they need, so they've kind of been allowed to push all the way up to here, and there's been no issue. They're not really trying to attack any forts that are near them. Here it's sort of like you know, stop here, and then over here sort of over here there's usually other things that are, you know, like quite amicable names. Don't go past here, don't cross here, all these type of things. That's nobody's, and there's the Gondor side. So it seems fairly reasonable. And over here as well, to the crossing over to the other side as well. No crossing, you know, all these type of things. Kind of would lead you to believe that that is sort of the border, and they've agreed. Gondor said, okay, if we can have this island, you guys can have these two territories, and you can have all the number kills you want. Whether that comes back to bite them in the long term, we will see. How long can Mordor and Gondor be friends? Who knows? But all we do know for sure, I think, is that Mordor and Lothlorien are supposed to be super close because they're from previous servers and they were friends, and the same with Arnor and Angmar. So I think there's sort of like allegiance here, there's allegiance here, and I think everything else is up in the air, and who knows what will happen between groups and where they choose to side. But guarding that tile. That's the attack that is. So that would be interesting. That would be potentially be interesting. And so we know that kind of Angmar is pushing over here towards Linden and pushing here through Arnor. So it's looking like it's going to be probably in the next couple of days. You're going to have Linden versus Angmar and Arnor. You're going to have potentially Rohan versus Gondor and Mordor, and you're going to probably have the Lothlorien fairly free to do their own thing. Who knows what they'll choose to do? Will they come to Fanghorn? Possibly. Crossing into Fang kind of would suggest that maybe there is potential. So it could end up being Gondor trying to push up here, and Lothlorien pushing down here. I also get a bit confused though with those situations, because it's very, very hard to, and it's the same going to happen, like I said before, with here over Linden. It's very, very hard to really cause that much damage to a group. That particularly on, because okay, you can starve and deprive some cities early on, but at the end of the day it deprives your own personal growth, and that's why I've been right reluctant to really, you know, go out and out for a war, because if you're losing units on tiles, and you know, to progress a few 10 tiles on a map or something, and wiping yourself out, you're not actually doing any sort of personal progression to grab tiles and boost your resources and sort of overall increase your commander level armies. So it does surprise me a little bit. But we will see. Can you look at fellowship powers? Maybe top 25. Ranking. Fellowship production. Top 25. Okay. So, Loth, Rohan, Gondor, Angmar, Linden, Rohan, Loth, Gondor, Rohan, Angmar, Mordor, Angmar, Linden, Loth, Mordor, Angmar. That's their only one, like top one. Gondor, Rohan, Linden, Rohan, Gondor, Erebor, first Erebor. Isengard, first Isengard. That's the first rune. Right. I think I'm going to probably end the stream there because we've been going for a good time and like probably 7 hours nearly. Definitely starting to feel a bit tired. Need a little bit of sleep, and we'll be back again tomorrow from 3 p.m. UTC. I'm not entirely sure whether a whole lot will have changed in game. We will see. We will have drop in and chat again on the MAG Discord server, so anybody who wants to come in can come in and ask any questions and say hello. Thank you, Tikosh, for joining me in voice for the night.
Yeah, no problem.
We will see tomorrow what's going on with that Mordor flank, and we will see potentially by tomorrow everyone could be at war. We could have that war in the northwest, and we could have the war going on between Gondor and who knows what Lothlorien are going to do, and where those armies are being moved to. Would give you a prediction of where we're going to see forces go, but we will see. Thanks for watching again, and I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place.